tonight's meeting is led by the National and it's a public. Good everyone, I'm Pat Miller, your announcer for this. Like the 15th, I call the council over the 19th. Meeting. All concerns public requested not to be present. The hearing council meetings here in the council chambers tonight and reconfigured phase 2 social distancing. In the chambers tonight are Vice Mayor Jim Schiller.
Let's
there are no elections and confirmations on the agenda. Changes of the zoning board. Only issues tonight. Speaking, we need to call 629-255-1949. 255. If you want to participate. And so anything zoning related bill second substitute bill BL 2019 about indoor parking system operating residential areas are illegal. One of the reasons why Thursday this is a good time to make it. Concerned about traffic. Therefore, if it's not moved up out of considered early out of order, it could be late in the evening or even in the wee hours. If they do take that way. Our resolutions related to grants and studies and other efforts to deal with COVID-19. Resolution RS 2024-31 requesting more young people, including representatives from the Community Oversight Board, representations from the Community Organization Advocacy Groups, and a representative from the Terminal Police on a committee selected as fire chief, who will succeed Steve Anderson, who is retiring. There's also a resolution RS 2024-35 requesting the Metropolitan Service Commission to designate Juneteenth, which is June 19th each year. There are second reading bills related to social justice and police reform. 2023-2022 will prohibit the Metropolitan Police Department from hiring police officers who were previously fired or under investigation by another law enforcement agency for malfeasance or use of force. In this analysis that, quote, it is questionable whether the council has the authority to legislate police hiring practices. Bill BL 2023-23 would incorporate certain limitations on the use of police force. Further police-related measures that are on the first reading of council staff notes about these ones on first reading. require the police chief to modify. Another somewhat related bill on second reading is BL 2020-148. It would end the city's contract with the private corrections company Core Civic. Been around for a while. Sheriff Darren Hall said in recent days he now supports that move and can operate the medical facility at no additional cost to the taxpayers outside of the Civic itself. He now says he wants to get out of it. It was deferred indefinitely, so there may not be much action on it tonight. Other second reading bills up again, such as BL 2020-224. Prior to selling their property, BL 2020. Council received detention and response training, as well as follow the council meeting as it progresses online. Council staff analysis with explanations. Legislative information center. Information will be on the screen when that happens. You can follow along. Now the Vice Mayor Jim Shulman, he will gavel tonight's meeting.
Okay, ready? So will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, July 7th, 2020. All members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Invocation this evening will be offered by Pastor Wayne Searcy of the Whitworth Baptist Church, guest of Councilmember Russ Bradford.
Thank you very much, Councilman Bradford, for giving me the opportunity and the privilege to open this session in prayer. Let's bow and have a word of prayer, please. Heavenly Father, thank you for another day that we can live, work, and enjoy the beauty that you've placed around us. Thank you for our mayor and each of these council members. They have a tremendous responsibility. They have a responsibility to serve their constituents in a wise and honorable manner. I pray that they will not take that position lightly or carelessly. In the scriptures, you have said that we as citizens ought to pray for our governing authorities, since you have established and ordained the very authorities to promote peace, order, and justice. So they are not only answerable to their voters, but also to you. I pray for our mayor, for the various levels of city officials. I'm asking that you would graciously grant them wisdom and discernment to make true, proper decisions without partiality or even party politics. Grant them a sense of what is true, the true needs of the people, a confidence in what is good and fitting, and the ability to work together in harmony, in unity, even when there is honest disagreement. And may they seek and heed wise counsel as they make these decisions. Thank you again for this time, allowing us to be able to be together. And I ask all of this in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
United States of America.
And to the republic
For which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Pastor Searcy. Everybody may be seated. So I will tell you that tonight is a public hearing night. We are allowing members of the public to call in if they wish to be heard on public hearing matters, but also pursuant to the notices, public has also been invited to personally attend our meeting. Steps have been taken to allow people to attend tonight's meeting while practicing safe health protocols, as well as social distancing. We will be using tonight, council members, the WebEx forum We will be using WebEx tonight. If you wish to be recognized, you need to hit your raise your hand button. Again, if you wish to be recognized tonight, you need to hit your raise your hand button. And on roll call votes, we will be calling the roll. Councilmember Porterfield, your hand is already raised. Do you wish to be recognized?
I would, Vice Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. Quick point of personal privilege. I just wanted to acknowledge today is Councilwoman Sandra Sepulveda's birthday and just wanted to tell her happy birthday. Thank you.
Well, that is awfully nice. Happy birthday, Councilmember Sepulveda. You stole some of my thunder. It's also Councilmember Roberts' birthday yesterday, so happy birthday to both council members. All right. Having said all that, Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to call the roll.
Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Hurt.
Here.
Councilmember Mendez.
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you. Councilmember Allen.
Here.
Councilmember Glover.
Present.
Councilmember Suara.
Here.
Councilmember Hall. He's present. Councilmember Toombs is present. Councilmember Gamble.
Present.
Councilmember Swope.
I'm here.
Councilmember Parker is present. Councilmember Withers.
Present.
Councilmember Benedict.
Present.
Councilmember Van Rees.
Here.
Councilmember Hancock.
Present.
Councilmember Young.
Present.
Councilmember Hager.
Here.
Councilmember Evans.
Here.
Councilmember Bradford.
Here.
Councilmember Roden.
Present.
Councilmember Syracuse. Present. Councilmember Welsh.
Present.
Councilmember Sledge.
Present.
Councilmember Cash.
Present.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Present.
Councilmember Roberts.
Present.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
Present.
Councilmember Hauser.
Present.
Councilmember Druffel.
Present.
Councilmember Murphy.
Present.
Councilmember Pulley.
Present.
Councilmember Johnston.
Present.
Councilmember Nash.
Present.
Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Porterfield.
Present.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
Present.
Councilmember Rutherford. Is present. Councilmember Stiles.
Present.
Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Henderson.
Present.
Councilmember Rosenberg. Present.
Madam Clerk, do you need to go back and check?
We had all present, 38 council members and the vice mayor. The two persons who did not respond were Councilmember Vercher and Councilmember Lee.
Okay. Checking, and I do not see them on the list. So we have 38 members present. We have a quorum. All right. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from June 16th, 2020?
So moved.
Properly seconded. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Madam Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
There are messages from the mayor, vice mayor.
All right, Madam Clerk, proceed ahead.
Dear Vice Mayor Schulman and members of council, please find attached the State of Tennessee reporting forms to be submitted to the local legislative body following the approval of state revolving loan funds. The reports are for loans DG820-223, DWF20-224, and SRF20-446 for a combined $44,093,000 authorized by the Metropolitan Council through substitute resolutions RS 2020-262, 263, and 264. 2024. The loans were approved by the Tennessee Local Development Authority on May 21st, 2020. Interest costs for loans DWG-20-224, which was $37,493,000, and SRF 20-446, which was $11,600,000, is 0.095%. Interest cost for loan DG8-20-223, which was $5 million, is 0.065%. Each loan includes an administrative fee of 0.08%. These loans will fund the following projects: 8th Avenue Reservoir Tank in Tank Project, 12th Avenue South Water Line Replacement, 38th Avenue Reservoir Project, and Shelby Park Sewer Rehabilitation. Pursuant to regulations of the Tennessee Comptroller's Office, the attached reports on debt obligation must be submitted to the Metropolitan Council and presented at a meeting of that body before filed with the Comptroller. As previously approved by the Metropolitan Council, an amended liquidity provider agreement for Metro's general obligation commercial paper program became effective June 24th, 2020. The prior program consisted of 2 liquidity providers with a combined commitment of $375 million. With the expiration of those agreements scheduled on July 2nd, 2020, Metro entered into a new agreement with J.P. Morgan Securities, Inc. for $375 million and extended the term for 1 year. Pursuant to regulations of the Tennessee Comptroller's Office, the attached reports on debt obligation must be submitted to the Metropolitan Council and presented at a meeting of that body before filed with the Comptroller. As approved by the Metropolitan Council by Resolution RS 2020-315 on May 19th, 2020, tax anticipation notes in the amount of $285 million were issued on July 1st, 2020. Proceeds from the notes will provide cash for Metro operations until receipt of property taxes. The lending institutions are Morgan Stanley Bank, STI SunTrust Institutional and Government, and Citizens Savings Bank and Trust Company. Please find below a link to the city's investor relations page for additional information. As always, we appreciate the Metropolitan Council's support on these important financing initiatives. Sincerely, John Cooper, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Was that both letters?
3 letters.
There were 3 letters altogether? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. We now go to Councilmember Rosenberg. You are recognized for a motion.
Just pulling that up, Mayor. Unless Mr. Cooper would like to read it, and I will make the motion.
I can read it. It's just the electronic motion.
Thank you.
You want me to do it? So this will be a motion from Councilmember Rosenberg. It simply says, Mr. President, I make a motion that the July 7th, 2020 Metropolitan Council meeting agenda constitutes essential business of this body and the Metropolitan government, and that meeting electronically is necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Tennesseans in light of the COVID-19 outbreak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I make that motion.
Okay, Councilmember Rosenberg makes the motion. I see a proper second. Any discussion on the motion? Just checking the list. Seeing none, we're voting on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Anybody wishing to abstain? And the vote is 38 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? That's the vote. So one announcement and one story before we get into the agenda. As you know, we have a school board vacancy due to the passing of Anna Shepard. We have 4 nominations that have come in properly into the clerk's office for that school board seat. Tonight I am to read the 4 nominations to you. And then we'll tell you that the nominees will meet with the Rules Committee on Tuesday, July 21st, 2020. Nominees must appear before the Rules Committee on the 21st, or they will be deemed to have had their name withdrawn. Again, nominees will meet with the Rules Committee on Tuesday, July 21st, 2020. The council will then vote to fill that position, that vacant position, at the council meeting on that night. So we will be voting on Tuesday, July 21st, 2020. The 4 nominations that have been submitted are Stephanie Bradford, Stephen Chansey, John Little, and I know I see Mr. Little in the back of the chamber, and Berthina Nabah McKinney. Let me read them again. Stephanie Bradford, Stephen Chansey, John Little, and Berthina Nabah McKinney. So those are the 4 nominations for the for the council to consider for the vacant school board seat, again, that recently opened due to the passing of Anna Shepard. Any questions from any council members about that? Just double checking. All right, seeing none. One other story, I was looking at the today's Tennessean and noticed that there was an article, it was actually further back in the paper, and it was actually on page 13A. It was talking about the violence in Chicago over the weekend. And what I wanted to do was just read you just a part of that story. It's only 2 paragraphs long. It said, 7-year-old Natalia Wallace was standing on the sidewalk outside her grandmother's house on the city's west side, this is in Chicago, during a 4th of July party when, according to police, suspects climbed from a car and opened fire. The child was shot in the head. Natalia's death came amid a spate of shootings around the United States that left several children dead, including a 6-year-old boy in San Francisco, a 6-year-old boy in Philadelphia, an 8-year-old girl in Atlanta, an 11-year-old girl in Columbia, Missouri, and an 8-year-old boy in Hoover, Alabama. Don't know the details to those cases. I just know that we're talking about children. We here in Nashville had a 6-year-old shot as another person was killed this past Sunday here in Nashville. We also had a young person, a 16-year-old named Gustavo Ramirez, who died after falling from scaffolding. What I would say is, as the pandemic continues and as the days get hotter, I would ask respectfully that people be safe and that people help protect our children. So we now move on to matters on public hearing. So here's the way it works. If members of the public are interested in speaking either for or against any item on the public hearing agenda, this is how you will do it. We've done it before. Obviously, you can be in the chamber. This is different. If you're in the chamber, then we'll just recognize you. But if you're not in the chamber and you wish to speak on a particular matter, at this point, you should be watching us on Channel 3 or watching it live streaming. The number to call should be at the bottom of the screen. So what I will do is I will announce the item is ready for a live call-in. I will actually call up the resolution or the bill. When I announce that item, please make the call. The number to dial is 629-255-1931. I go over it again, 629-255-1931. And when you make that call, you wait for operator assistance. You will be asked if you're calling about the current matter on public hearing. You should mute your TV or live stream when it's your turn to speak because there's a delay. Once your time begins, you will state your name, address, and whether you are for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. And during your public comments, you will receive a 30-second warning before your time limit is up. We do the best we can with that 30-second warning. Sometimes we forget. When you hear the beep, that means the 2 minutes are up. Okay, but we will try to give you a 30-second warning. Again, I'm going to go through these, the resolutions and then the bills on public hearing. We'll announce the item is ready for a live call-in. When I announce the item, make that call. Dial that number, again, 629-255-1931, excuse me, 629-255-1931. Wait for operator assistance. You'll be asked if you're calling about the current matter, mute your TV or live stream. And once your time begins, your name, your address, and whether you're for or against the bill. You'll have 2 minutes in which to speak, and then you'll hear the beep. We'll try to remind you you have 30 seconds. You'll hear the beep, and that means your time is up. All right? Checking, see if any other questions are sitting out there. Okay, seeing none, we are on the agenda. We're on resolutions on public hearing. Resolution RS 2020-331. This is by Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Sledge, are you going to have a public hearing on this matter tonight? You need to unmute.
Vice Mayor.
Did you say yes? Okay, got your head? Okay, so Councilmember Sledge has nodded his head. So if you're interested in this, go ahead and call in Resolution RS 2020-331. Resolution exempting St. L, located at 1420 3rd Avenue South, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Let me read it one more time. Resolution RS 2020-331. Resolution exempting St. L, located at 1420 3rd Avenue South, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Do I need to get a report first?
You need to get a committee report, which comes from Public Safety. Councilmember Pooley, you're recognized.
Public Safety recommend for approval, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you. Open the public hearing, please.
Okay, so I declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the gallery here to speak on that resolution? Okay, seeing nobody in the gallery, so Ms. Godin, is there anybody in the queue wishing to speak on the phone?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, I'm going to give it just another 30 seconds. I'm going to read the resolution again just to make sure. Resolution exempting St. L, located at 1420 3rd Avenue South, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. All right, Ms. Godin, anybody on the line?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of Resolution RS 2020-331, say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? And the vote is 38 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any changes to that? And the resolution passes with that vote. Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. We're on Resolution RS 2020-399 by Councilmember Welsh. Councilmember Welsh, do you plan to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
I do, Vice Mayor.
All right, so if you're interested in this one and you're out in the public or you want to make a phone call, go ahead and make your call in. Resolution RS 2020-399, resolution exempting Nashville Hookah Bar and Grill located at 2521A Nolensville Pike from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Again, we're on Resolution RS 2020-399 by Councilmember Welsh. A resolution exempting Nashville Hookah Bar and Grill located at 2521A Nolensville Pike from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Committee reports, please.
All right, Public Safety, Councilmember Pulley.
Public Safety recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Back to you, Councilmember Welsh.
I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. I believe we have someone here to speak on the matter in person, and then if you're interested in phoning in, please go ahead and make that call. Sir, you are recognized. I need your name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is James Kane, C-A-N-E. and the address is 2517 A Nolansville Road. And I am the pastor of the True Life Christian Ministries, which would be right next door to this particular business. We have several churches within that vicinity, and we highly object to such a licensing to take place in that vicinity.
Do you have any other comments you wish to make?
Not at this time. Just the fact that we have a high objection to a beer licensing or that type of business to be within such close proximity to a religious or Christian organization or church.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Anybody else here wishing to speak in public on this matter? Okay, Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the phone?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay. So nobody in the queue. I'm going to declare the public hearing closed. I'm going to go to Councilmember Welsh. You're recognized.
I would like to move to approve with a brief explanation.
So there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Welsh, for an
Thank you, Vice
explanation.
Mayor. This is going to be a new restaurant on Nolensville Pike in the district that is going to fill a space that has been vacant since 2005. It's bringing a much-needed new small business to the area. It's going to be very walkable for the people in the community, and I'm very excited that we can be building the district, especially now in these times of COVID, that someone wants to take a chance on the district and start a new small business. And so I wholeheartedly hope that my colleagues will approve this.
Okay. So we've got a motion to approve. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on this? Seeing no hands up, we are ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
Okay. Any abstentions? So we have, we have negative votes on a resolution, so I think we're going to have to go, we have to do a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, I'm going to open up the machines. Pursuant to the rules, if there are negative votes on a resolution, we go to the board. Since we don't have a board, we're going to do a roll call vote. So, Madam Clerk, if you don't mind, take the roll. You're voting on Resolution RS 2020-399. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember.
Okay.
Councilmember Mendez.
Yes.
Councilmember Hurt.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen.
No.
Councilmember Glover.
No.
Councilmember Suara.
No.
Councilmember Hall. Yes. Councilmember Toombs. No. Councilmember Glover, Gamble.
Yes.
Councilmember Swope.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker. Yes. Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Benedict.
Yes.
Councilmember Van Rees.
Yes.
Councilmember Hancock.
Yes.
Councilmember Young.
No.
Councilmember Hager.
Yes.
Councilmember Evans.
Yes.
Councilmember Bradford.
Yes.
Councilmember Roden.
Yes.
Councilmember Syracuse. Yes. Councilmember Welsh.
Yes.
Councilmember Sledge.
Yes.
Councilmember Cash.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor.
Yes.
Councilmember Hauser.
Yes.
Councilmember Druffel.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy.
Yes.
Councilmember Pulley.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes.
Councilmember Nash.
Yes.
Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Porterfield.
Yes.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
Yes.
Councilmember Rutherford. No. Councilmember Stiles.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Rosenberg. Yes.
Councilmember Vercher, I'm just double checking. Looks like you're on now. Do you wish to vote? Your microphone is muted. There you go.
What are we voting on, Vice Mayor?
This is a resolution RS 2020-399. It's exempting the Nashville Hookah Bar and Grill from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. It's by Councilmember Jenny Welsh. Do you wish to vote?
No, I'm just signing on, Vice Mayor. I didn't get to hear. Is this on
Okay.
public hearing?
It's on public hearing. That's right. So
I
you
didn't
can
get to
abstain.
hear that.
We'll list you as abstaining. That's fine. Okay.
31 in favor, 6 against, 1 abstention.
Okay, so the vote is 31 for, 6 against, 1 abstention. The resolution passes. 31 to 6 to 1. Resolution RS 2020-399 passes. Okay.
I got something different, too.
Okay, members, hold on. We're just going to confirm, make sure we have the right vote total.
No, I have 32, and are you counting her as an abstention, that last vote? Okay, mine was 32, 6-1. Okay.
So it's 32 to 6 to 1.
Yeah. That's correct. Vice Mayor.
All right, so the vote is actually 32 for, 6 against, 1 abstention. 32 for, 6 against, 1 abstention. Resolution passes. Okay. We're now on Resolution RS 2020-400 by Councilmember Roberts. Councilmember Roberts, do you wish to have a public hearing on this matter?
I do.
Okay, so if you're interested in this and wish to call in, go ahead and make that phone call. It's Resolution RS 2020-400, a resolution exempting Cezanne's Brewing Company, LLC, located at 4909 Indiana Avenue, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Again, this is Resolution RS 2020-400. Resolution exempting Cezanne's Brewing Company, LLC, located at 4909 Indiana Avenue from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like committee reports, please.
All right, Public Safety, Councilmember Pulley.
Public Safety recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, Councilmember Roberts has moved to open up the public hearing, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this particular matter? Seeing no one. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the call queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, I'm going to read the resolution one more time just to make sure. Resolution exempting Cezanne's Brewing Company, LLC, located at 4909 Indiana Avenue, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Ms. Godin, anybody?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Roberts has moved for approval. It's properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of RS 2020-400 say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Hearing none, so the vote is 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Vote again is 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any changes to that? Resolution RS 2020-400 passes. And happy birthday, Councilmember Roberts. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized. For what reason?
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I just also forgot to share that our colleague, Councilwoman Zolfat-Soror, received a very prestigious award this week, and I was hoping that she had a brief moment to acknowledge that the award that she received.
Well, we will be happy to acknowledge that Councilmember Sawar received an award. Councilmember Sawar, you want to tell us what it was?
Yes. Thank you, Vice Chair. It was the Mary Atwood Futrell Civil and Human Rights Award. Is by the National Education Association, which is the association that supports teachers and educators throughout the country. So it's a national award.
Well, congratulations on behalf of the council and the city. We're very proud of you. Congratulations. And the next time we're all together in the chamber, we will applaud, okay? But congratulations on your award. All right, thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. All right, we now go on to bills on public hearing. So we are on BL 2019-7 by Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, you're going to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
No, Mr. Vice Mayor, I would like to defer this and the following bill to the first meeting in September.
First meeting in September. Okay, so Councilmember O'Connell has moved to defer both BL 2019-7 and BL 2019-79 to the first meeting in September. So no public hearings on these two matters tonight. So the motion is to approve both the 2019-7 and 79 to the first meeting in September. Properly seconded. Any discussion on those? Okay. All right. So I'm going to read the captions on both. I see nobody in the queue. All right. 2019-7 ordinance to amend section 17.16.250 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws regarding the existence of a short-term rental property owner occupied in a two-family zoning district. That's 2019-7. 2019-79, an ordinance to amend section 17.16.250 of the Metropolitan Code regarding advertisement and occupancy of a short-term rental property owner occupied. Those are both by Councilmember O'Connell. The motion is to defer both of those until the first meeting in September. Properly seconded. Nobody in the queue. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? The vote is 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Both those bills will be deferred into the first meeting in September. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. We're now on BL 2020-132 by Councilmember Hall. Do you plan to have a public hearing on this matter tonight? Councilmember Hall is in the chamber. Here you go.
No, Vice Mayor.
Okay. So no public hearing on 2020-132. So if you're waiting for that bill, you do not have to call in. I'm going to read the caption. BL 2020-132, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from SCC to MUNA zoning for a portion of property located at 3565 Old Clarksville Pike, approximately 580 feet east of Eaton's Creek Road and within a commercial plan unit development overlay district, all of which is described herein. This is a disapproved bill, so I assume we do not need to see the slides if he's deferring on the public hearing.
133, I believe, is a companion bill.
Okay, so Councilmember Hall, let me go ahead and ask you on 2020-133, which is a companion bill, do you wish to have a public hearing on that one tonight?
No, Vice Mayor.
Okay. All right, so you do not have to call on 2020-133. Let me read the caption. This is another one by Councilmember Hall, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by canceling a commercial plan unit development overlay district for a portion of property located at 7174 White Street Pike, approximately 580 feet east of Eaton's Creek Road, zone SCC. It's 25.95 acres. Councilmember Hall, I'm going to come to you on both 2020-132 and 133.
I want to move to indefinitely defer, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so the motion is to defer both those bills, 132 and 133, indefinitely. Got a proper motion, proper second. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, the motion for 132 and 133 is to defer indefinitely. Again, properly seconded. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? The vote is 39 for the motion, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Again, 39 to 0. Any corrections to that? Motion to defer indefinitely is granted on both those bills, 132 and 133. I think the next two can be taken together too, 2020-139 and 2020-140. Councilmember Hall, what do you plan to do with this?
It's the same process, Vice Mayor. I'm going to not have the public hearing on either and move to defer indefinitely on both.
Okay. So both 2020-139 and 2020-140, no public hearing. So let me read the captions on both. BL 2020-139, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from CS and RM20 to MUNA zoning for properties located at 201, 204, 205, 210, 220, 221, 225, and 231 Gifford Place at the southeast corner of Interstate 24 and White Street Pike and within a planned unit overlay district at 22.12 acres. And BL 2020-140, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by canceling a planned unit development overlay district for properties located at 201, 204, 205, 210, 220, 221, 225, and 231 Gifford Place at the southeast corner of Interstate 24 and White Creek Pike. It's zone CS and RM20. It's 22.12 acres. Councilmember Hall, I'm going to come to you on both those bills.
Move to defer indefinitely, sir.
So on both the bills, 2020-139 and 140, the motion is to defer indefinitely, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to defer indefinitely? Seeing nobody in the queue, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion to defer indefinitely say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay. The vote is 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? All right. Both those bills, 139 and 140, are deferred indefinitely by a vote of 39 to 0. Thank you, Councilmember Hall. We're on BL 2020-211. This is by Councilmember Welsh. Councilmember Welsh, do you plan to have a public hearing on 211?
Yes, I do, Vice Mayor.
All right, so if you're interested in that one, go ahead and make your phone call. This is BL 2020-211 by Councilmember Welsh. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from CS to OG zoning for property located at 324 Plus Park Boulevard, approximately 490 feet west of Pavilion Boulevard. It's 1.47 acres. Again, this is BL 2020-211 by Councilmember Welsh. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from CS to OG zoning for property located at 324 Plus Park Boulevard, approximately 490 feet west of Pavilion Boulevard. It's 1.47 acres. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Do I have any committee reports?
I do not believe you do.
Then I would like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. We are on BL 2020-211. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this particular bill? All right, seeing nobody in the chamber, Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the queue calling in?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Godin. I'm going to read it one more time. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from CS to OG zoning for property located at 324 Plus Mart Boulevard, approximately 490 feet west of Pavilion Boulevard. It's 1.47 acres. Ms. Godin, again, anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to move to approve.
All right, so there's a motion to approve on BL 2020-211, properly seconded. Any discussion on this particular bill? We're voting on second reading on public hearing. Nobody in the queue. We're ready to vote. All those in favor of BL 2020-211 indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Vote is 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions on BL 2020-211. Any corrections to that? Bill passes on public hearing, second reading. BL 2020-218 is the next bill. Councilmember Toombs is in the chamber. Councilmember Toombs, you're going to have a public hearing on this one?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're interested in this one, go ahead and make your phone call in. BL 2020-218 by Councilmember Toombs, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from R6 to SP zoning for properties located at 701 Enloe Street and Enloe Street unnumbered, northeastern corner of Enloe Street and Free Silver Road. It's 0.46 acres to permit a mixed-use development. Again, it's by Councilmember Toombs, BL 2020-218. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from R6 to SP zoning for properties located at 701 Enloe Street and Enloe Street unnumbered at the northeastern corner of Enloe Street and Free Silver Road, 0.46 acres to permit a mixed-use development. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this particular bill? See nobody in the chamber who wishes to speak. Ms. Godin, anybody on the call? Anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to read it one more time. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from R6 to SP zoning for properties located at 701 Enloe Street and Enloe Street unnumbered at the northeastern corner of Enloe Street and Free Silver Road. It's 0.46 acres to permit a mixed-use development. Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Toombs. You're recognized.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay, the motion is to approve. It's been properly seconded. I'm checking the board. Nobody in line for any questions. So we are on the motion to approve BL 2020-218. Again, properly seconded. All those in favor of that bill, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Okay, opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay, bill passes 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Bill passes on second reading. Thank you, Councilmember Toombs. You're up for the next one, 2020-233. You're going to have a public hearing on this one?
Yes.
Okay. So Councilmember Toombs said yes on 2020-233. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by change from RS5 to MUNA zoning for properties located at Birch Avenue unnumbered and 103 Fern Avenue at the northeast corner of Birch Avenue and Fern Avenue, 0.57 acres. Again, it's BL 2020-233 by Councilmember Toombs, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RS5 to MUNA zoning for properties located at Birch Avenue unnumbered and 103 Fern Avenue at the northeast corner of Birch Avenue and Fern Avenue. It's 0.57 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this particular matter? Seeing nobody in the chamber, Ms. Godin, anybody on the phone?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, going to read it one more time. BL 2020-233, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS5 to MUNA zoning for properties located at Birch Avenue, unnumbered, and 103 Fern Avenue at the northeast corner of Birch Avenue and Fern Avenue. It's 0.57 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. At this time, I'd like to move the substitute.
Okay, you have is it an amendment or substitute?
Amendment.
It is a substitute, okay. So Councilmember Toombs has moved the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
The substitute adds the NS designation, which prohibits short-term rentals.
Okay. So Councilmember Toombs has explained the substitute. It was properly seconded. Any discussion about the substitute? All right, see nobody in the queue. We're voting on the substitute. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Substitutes passed 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Hearing none. Councilmember Toombs, you're on your bill as substituted.
Move for approval.
So Councilmember Toombs says move for approval of a bill as substituted. Any discussion? It's properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of 2020-233 as substituted, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Hearing none, the vote is 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Your bill as substitute passes. Thank you, Councilmember Toombs. We're on BL 2020-261 by Councilmember Roten. Councilmember Roten, do you plan to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor.
All right, so if you want to call in about this one, go ahead and make your phone call, 2020-261. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS-15 to SP zoning for property located at 3783 Hoggett Ford Road, approximately 450 feet east of Hermitage Point Drive. It's 5.0 acres to permit 28 multifamily residential units. Again, this is by Councilmember Roten. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS-15 to SP zoning for property located at 3783 Hoggett Ford Road, approximately 400 feet east of Hermitage Point Drive. It's 5.0 acres to permit 28 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized.
Move to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the gallery wish to speak on this one? Seeing no one in the gallery, Ms. Godin, anybody on the call?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to read it one more time. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Law by changing from RS-15 to SP zoning for property located at 3783 Hoggett Ford Road, approximately 450 feet east of Hermitage Point Drive. It's 5.0 acres to permit 28 multifamily residential units. Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Right, thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized.
Move approval.
Okay, I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of BL 2020-261 say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that one? 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Bill passes. Thank you, Councilmember Roten. Councilmember Welsh, we're on 2020-265. Do you wish to have a public hearing on this one?
I do,
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
So if you want to call in on this one, it's 2020-265. Go ahead and make your phone call in. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS 7.5 to R8A zoning for property located at 463 Radnor Street, approximately 270 feet west of Nolensville Pike. It's 0.30 acres. Again, by Councilmember Welsh, 2020-265. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS 7.5 to R8A zoning for property located at 463 Radnor Street, approximately 270 feet west of Nolensville Pike. It's 0.30 acres. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Have anybody in the gallery wish to speak on this one? All right, Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, we're going to try again. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS 7.5 to R8A zoning for property located at 463 Radnor Street, approximately 270 feet west of Nolensville Pike. It's .30 acres. Again, it's by Councilmember Welsh. It's BL 2020-265. Ms. Godin, anybody call in?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice
All right.
Mayor.
Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Move to approve, please.
The motion is to approve. Hold on just a second. Okay. The motion is to approve, properly seconded. Just for the viewing audience, I've told you this before, I check my phone because we're doing it by teleconferencing. I'm making sure I'm not missing anything. Motion is to approve. It has been properly seconded. Anybody in the queue for discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of 2020-265, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Vote is 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Bill passes. Any corrections to that number? Bill passes on second reading. Bill 2020-269 by Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Taylor, you wish to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
All right, so if you're interested in this one, you want to call in. We're on BL 2020-269 by Councilmember Taylor. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 1820 Scoville Street, approximately 185 feet east of 21st Avenue North. It's .15 acres. Again, this is by Councilmember Taylor. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 1820 Scoville Street, approximately 185 feet east of 21st Avenue North. It's .15 acres. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the audience here to talk about that particular bill? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Taylor, I'm going to read this one more time. Okay, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 1820 Scoville Street, approximately 185 feet east of 21st Avenue North. It's .15 acres. Again, Ms. Godin, anybody call in during that period of time?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay, the motion is to approve, properly seconded. Anybody in the queue? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those people in favor, all those council members in favor of this one, say aye.
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 Opposed, no? Opposed, no? Any abstentions? The vote is 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Bill passes on public hearing on second reading. BL 2020-237 by Councilmember Hager. Councilmember Hager, you wish to have a public hearing on this one?
I do, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hager. We're on BL 2020-273. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from MUL to MULA zoning for properties located at 2208, 2210, and 2212 Elliott Drive at the western corner of 24th Street and Elliott Drive. It's .24 acres. Again, this is BL 2020-273 by Councilmember Hager. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by change from MUL to MULA zoning for properties located at 2208, 2210, and 2212 Elliott Drive at the western corner of 24th Street and Elliott Drive. It's .24 acres. Councilmember Hager, you're recognized.
Yes, I would move for open the public hearing, please.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak? Seeing nobody in the chamber. Ms. Godin, anybody on the call?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to read this one more time just for the pleasure of Councilmember Hager. An ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by change from MUL to MULA zoning for properties located at 2208, 2210 and 2212 Elliott Drive at the western corner of 24th Street and Elliott Drive. It's .24 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody call in?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hager, you're recognized.
Move for approval, please.
Okay, the motion is to pass 273 on second reading, properly seconded. Anybody in the queue? Seeing no one in the queue, all those in favor of BL 2020-273, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? BL 2020-273 passes. All right. We're on BL 2020-310 by Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Toombs, you wish to have a public hearing on this
Yes.
one? Okay. So if you're interested in this one, you want to call in. We're on 2020-310 by Councilmember Toombs, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by change from RA to RM15A NS zoning for property located at 2607 Whites Creek Pike, approximately 440 feet south of Mormons Arms Road, 1.6 acres. Again, it is BL 2020-310, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by change from RA to RM15A NS zoning for property located at 2607 Whites Creek Pike, approximately 440 feet south of Mormons Arms Road. It's 1.6 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the gallery wish to speak? Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the phone?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have a caller in the queue.
We do have a call in the queue. Okay, go ahead and send them through. Do we have somebody on the call? Anybody on the phone? There we go. All right, so welcome to the council. We're on BL 2020-310. I need your name, address, and you've got 2 minutes in which to speak.
My name is Darlene Stanton. I reside at 2601 Whites Creek Pike. I'm in opposition of this bill. I have not been notified, and my property connects to this 2607 property.
Okay, do you wish to have anything else to say?
No, I'm just in opposition of this. I disagree with it being passed.
All right, thank you, Ms. Stanton. We appreciate you calling in. All right, Ms. Godin, do we have anybody else in the queue?
There are no more callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, I'm going to declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'll move for approval.
Okay, so
brief
Councilmember
explanation.
Toombs has moved for approval on second reading of 310, properly seconded. Back to you for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. A virtual Zoom meeting was held to discuss this project on May the 28th. Obviously, with the current pandemic that we're in, it has limited notification to residents, but this was advertised in my newsletter as well as all over social media. I would ask that my colleagues support approving this on second reading, and I'll be happy to host another community meeting between now and third reading and personally reach out to the caller that called in.
Okay, so the motion is to pass this tonight on second reading, 2020-310. Properly seconded. Any discussion on this bill? Seeing nobody in the queue, the motion is to move for approval on second reading on 310. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? The vote is 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Bill passes on second reading. BL 2020-311 by Councilmember Syracuse. Councilmember Syracuse, you're going to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, so if you're interested in this one, go ahead and make that phone call in. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by applying a historic landmark overlay district on property located at 2001 Lebanon Pike, approximately 285 feet southwest of Quinn Circle at Zone RS10, 0.65 acres. Again, BL 2023-11 by Councilmember Syracuse. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by applying a historic landmark overlay district on property located at 2001 Lebanon Pike, approximately 285 feet southwest of Quinn Circle, Zone RS10, 0.65 acres. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this one? Seeing nobody in the chamber, Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the phone?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have a caller on the line.
All right, go ahead and send them through. Okay, we're on BL 2020-311 by Councilmember Syracuse. I believe we have someone on the phone. Could I have your name, address, and you've got 2 minutes in which to speak.
Darren Morrissey, 2401 Fairbrook Drive, 37214.
Okay.
I am for Councilman Syracuse historic preservation, and also we need to get Red River waste fixed, and need to immediately.
Okay. Any other comments? I believe you struck a nerve with Councilmember Syracuse. All right. Thank you, Mr. Morrissey. We appreciate you calling in. All right, Ms. Godin, anybody else in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. No, you can't see my smile through the mask here. I move approval with a brief explanation.
All right, so there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you so much. I'm proud to support and protect an extra piece of history here from Nashville, extraordinary history. It's called the Cole House. As far as my wonderful constituent, Darren Morrissey, he's absolutely correct about Red River. That is a separate issue that we are going to absolutely deal with. So with that, I move approval. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember Syracuse has moved to approval. It's been properly seconded. Nobody in the queue. We're ready to vote. All those in favor on BL 2023-11, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions on second reading. BL 2023-11. Thank you, Councilmember Syracuse. Bill 2023-12 by Councilmember Toombs. You plan to have a public hearing on this one?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're interested in this one, you want to call in, go ahead and do it. We're on BL 2023-12 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RS 7.5 to R6A zoning for property located at 425 Tony Road, approximately 1,000 feet north of Whites Creek Pike. It's 0.18 acres. Again, this is 2023-12 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS 7.5 to R6A zoning for property located at 425 Tony Road, approximately 1,000 feet north of Whites Creek Pike. It's 0.18 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak? Seeing no one in the chamber, Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the calls?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to read it one more time just to be sure. BL 2023-12, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS 7.5 to R6A zoning for property located at 425 Tony Road, approximately 1,000 feet north of Whites Creek Pike, 0.18 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody on the call? Anybody get on?
Yes, Vice Mayor, we have a caller in the queue.
Okay, go ahead and send them through. Okay, we're on BL 2020-312 by Councilmember Toombs. We have a caller on the phone. If you would, please give me your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Yes, my name is James Crook, 431 Tony Road. I oppose that bill for the rezoning.
Okay, do you have anything else in which you want to say?
No, sir, I just oppose the bill.
Okay.
Rezoning.
All right, we appreciate you calling in. Okay, thank you. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody else in the queue?
There are no more callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Back to you, Ms. Toombs, Councilmember Toombs, on your bill.
Thank you, Mr.
312.
Vice Mayor. Move for approval with a brief explanation.
Okay, Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval on second reading on BL 2023-12, properly seconded. Back to you.
Yes, this, a in-person community meeting was held before all of the tornado and COVID-19 stuff. It was a well-attended community meeting with over 50 attendees, and notices were sent out to surrounding property owners. So I'd ask that my colleagues approve this bill.
Okay, so Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval, properly seconded on BL 2023-12. There are people, I've got Councilmember Hurt, you're in the queue, you're recognized. Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Thank you very much for recognizing me. I actually had my hand up for the last time when Councilmember Toombs presented, because I wanted to share with her that it might be good to send some mail notices to many of those residents in that area, because a lot of them are seasoned and don't utilize social media, even though they may have computers, but they don't really use social media. But I was going to ask, as far as this development on Tony, I know that it's a very short and small road, and I know that there are a couple of houses, single-family homes back there, and I was just wondering what type of development was there going to be? Is it going to be an apartment, and does she think it's going to, overshadow or block in those single homes that are back there?
Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The project at 425 Tony Road is to build 2 single-family homes. The zoning is changing from, let me find my place, RS 7.5 to to R6. It's to allow the building of 2 homes, and this project is actually right behind an SP that is already in place for a combination of a townhome development as well as an apartment complex that was passed some time ago. So it's for the building of 2 homes. And I'd also like to add, in response to Councilwoman Hurt's comment, I also use robocalls because I know I have a lot of senior residents, and prior to COVID-19, I always sent out written notices. So that has kind of gotten out of whack with the COVID-19 restrictions, but I do still do robocalls.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hurt.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. Let me see if anybody else is in the queue. Seeing nobody else in the queue, we're ready to vote on BL 2023-12 by Councilmember Toombs. Again, it was properly seconded. All those in favor of 2023-12 on second reading, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay, BL 2023-12 on second reading passes 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? That's the vote. BL 2023-13 by Councilmember Rutherford. He's here in the chamber. You're going to have a public hearing on this one?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're interested in that one, go ahead and make your phone call in. It's 2023-13 by Councilmember Rutherford. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from AR2A to CLA in MULA zoning for properties located at 6944 Nolensville Pike and 7236 Old Burkett Road at the northeast corner of Nolensville Pike and Old Burkett Road. It's 8.6 acres. Again, this is by Councilmember Rutherford. It's BL 2023-13. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from AR2A to CLA and MULA zoning for properties located at 6944 Nolensville Pike and 7236 Old Burkett Road at the northeast corner of Nolensville Pike and Old Burkett Road. It's 8.68 acres. Can't say that. 8.6 acres. Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this particular matter? Seeing no one in the chamber, Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to read it one more time, particularly that 8.6 acres. Ordinance to amend Title 17, this is BL 2023-13 by Councilmember Rutherford. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from AR2A to CLA and MULA zoning for properties located at 6944 Nolensville Pike and 7236 Old Burkett Road at the northeast corner of Nolensville Pike and Old Burkett Road, 8.6 acres. Anybody in the queue? Ms. Godin, anybody get on?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Rutherford, you're recognized.
Move for approval.
Okay, motion is to approve, properly seconded. See if anybody's in the queue. Nobody in the queue. We're voting on BL 2023-13. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Thank you, Councilmember Rutherford. Your bill passes on second reading. Okay. We're on BL 2023-14 by Councilmember Van Reest. Councilmember Van Reest, you're going to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, please.
Okay. So if you're interested in this one, BL 2023-14, go ahead and make your phone call in. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from CS to MULA zoning for property located at 204 Woodruff Street, approximately 230 feet east of Madison Street Boulevard, Madison Station Boulevard, 0.44 acres. Again, this is by Councilmember Van Reest. BL 2020-314, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from CS to MULA zoning for property located at 204 Woodruff Street, approximately 230 feet east of Madison Station Boulevard. It's 0.44 acres. Councilmember Van Reest, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Please open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak? No one in the chamber wishes to speak. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the calls?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to read it one more time. BL 2023-14 by Councilmember Van Reest, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from CS to MULA zoning for property located at 204 Woodruff Street, approximately 230 feet east of Madison Station Boulevard, 0.44 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody get on the call? Anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Van Reest, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I move approval.
Okay, motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're on the bill, 2023-14. All those in favor of the bill passing on second reading, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? It's 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. 39-0. Any corrections to that? BL 2023-14 passes on second reading. BL 2023-15 by Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Toombs, you wish to have a public hearing on this one?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're interested in 2023-15, go ahead and make the phone call. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from CL and RS 7.5 to RM20A zoning for properties located at 2206, 2210, and 2214 Monticello Drive at the southwest corner of Monticello Drive and Avondale Circle. It's 0.61 acres. Again, this is 2023-15 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from CL to RS 7.5 to RM20A zoning for properties located at 2206, 2210, and 2214 Monticello Drive at the southwest corner of Monticello Drive and Avondale Circle, 0.61 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
All right, so declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this one? Okay, I'm just, council members, we're getting some feedback on it, so make sure your microphones are muted. Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue on the phones?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, we're on BL 2023-15 by Councilmember Toombs. Going to read it one more time. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from CL to RS 7.5 to RM 28 zoning for properties located at 2206, 2210, and 2214 Monticello Drive, the southwest corner of Monticello Drive, and Avondale Circle. It's 0.61 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody get on the call?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Godin. Declare the public hearing closed. Back to you, Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. At this time, I'd like to move the substitute.
Okay, Councilmember Toombs moves the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for discussion on the substitute.
The substitute adds the NS designation to prohibit short-term rentals.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the substitute. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye. Somebody.
Aye.
That's better. Thank you. Any opposed say no. Any abstentions? Vote is 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions on the substitute. Substitute passes. Councilmember Toombs, you're back on your bill as substituted.
Move for approval.
Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval of BL 2023-15 as substituted, properly seconded. Any discussion on that bill? Seeing none, we're voting on that bill. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes as substituted, 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Thank you, Councilmember Toombs. We're on BL 2023-16 by Councilmember Hager and Mendez. Councilmember Hager, I don't think you can have a public hearing tonight on the bill because of the notice, but I'm going to you. Councilmember Hager.
Yeah, I'm going to request it be passed till the August 4th public hearing.
Okay, so this would be deferred until the first meeting in August. Okay, I'm going to read the caption.
Yeah, it's August 4th, I believe.
Okay. We're on BL 2023-16 by Councilmember Hager and Mendez. Again, for those, if you were watching for this, there will not be a public hearing on this one tonight. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by applying a residential accessory structure overlay district to various properties located along Brandywine Drive, Montshannon Road, Montshannon Terrace, I hope I said that right, Willow Bow Lane, Barley Mill Road, Rising Sun Court, Rising Sun Terrace, Rising Sun Lane. Somebody's playing some music, Cherry Branch Lane, Rolling Mill Road, Luvier's Lane, Kennett Road, Kennett Court, Rolling Mill Court, and Chute Lane, Zone RS30. It's 343.38 acres. Councilmember Hager, you're recognized on most of the roads in your district, I believe. You're recognized.
Yeah, this is a residential overlay that we passed back in February, I believe, for the whole county. So this is for Brandywine Farms. And we were going to have a hearing with the Planning Commission, but we deferred it at that point in time because it didn't fit. We had one objection come in. So we've got another hearing before the Planning Commission on July the 23rd, and I have a Zoom virtual meeting set for July the 16th at 6 o'clock. So this overlay is very similar to what the city of Goodlettsville has for detached accessory dwellings. So I just moved to defer it till the August 4th council meeting, please.
All right, so Councilmember Hager has moved to defer this one to the first meeting in August, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, the motion is to defer to the first meeting in August. All those in favor of the motion to defer say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed say no. Any abstentions? Deferral motion is passed, 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Motion to defer to the first meeting in August passes. We're on now 2020-317 by Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, you're going to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Mr. President, I was wondering if we could maybe take this and 318 at the same time, as they're the same applicant and parcels in the same stretch as 6th Avenue North.
All right, we certainly can. So we are going to have public hearings on both 317 and 318 together. So I'm going to read the captions on both. It's BL 2020-317 and BL 2020-318, both by Councilmember O'Connell. 2020-317, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from IR to MUNNS zoning for properties located at 1220 and 1222 6th Avenue North, approximately 210 feet southeast of Monroe Street and located within the Germantown Historic Preservation District overlay and within the Phillips Jackson Street Redevelopment District overlay. It's 0.28 acres. And BL 2020-318, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from IR to MUNNS zoning for properties located at 1226 6th Avenue North, approximately 130 feet southeast of Monroe Street, and located within the Germantown Historic Preservation District overlay and within the Phillips Jackson Street Redevelopment District overlay. It's 0.16 acres. So I've read both. Again, we're on BL 2020-317 and BL 2020-318. They both involve the Germantown Historic Preservation District overlay. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on both those bills, 2020-317 and 318.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval on both bills.
You want to have the public hearing first?
Oh, sorry. I meant to open the public hearing. Yes, please.
There you go. We're going to open up and we're going to clear the public hearing open on both those bills, 2020-317 and 318. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on those two bills? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the queue on those two bills?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to read them again one more time just to make sure. BL 2020-317 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from IR to MUNNS zoning for properties located at 1220 and 1222 6th Avenue North, approximately 210 feet southeast of Monroe Street, located within the Germantown Historic Preservation District overlay and within the Phillips Jackson Street Redevelopment District overlay. It's 0.28 acres. And BL 2020-318 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from IR to MUNNS zoning for properties located at 1226 6th Avenue North, approximately 130 feet southeast of Monroe Street, and located within the Germantown Historic Preservation District overlay and within the Phillips Jackson Street Redevelopment District overlay. It's 0.16 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Godin. Declare the public hearing closed. You're on your bills 2020-317 and 318. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval.
Okay, the motion is to approve both those bills. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue, we're voting on 317 and 318. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed say no. Any abstentions? Your bills pass. 317 and 318 pass on second reading. 39-4, 0 against, no abstentions. 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections? Bill passes. Both bill passes. We're on BL 2020-319 by Councilmember O'Connell. I'm coming to you. I believe we have to defer this one. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't sure about this. I thought we had deferred previously, and maybe we should get an update from planning.
Let me go to Mr. Cooper first.
So I was advised by planning that it needs to be deferred because the public notices were not returned.
Oh, okay. I knew we had an issue with this similar procedural scenario where the notices were mailed by the applicant empty somehow, and I didn't realize there was a follow-up issue to that. So if that is the case, we will defer. From planning, do we need to defer just one meeting, I'm assuming?
We have Ms. Milligan on the phone. Ms. Milligan?
Hi,
Hi, this is Lisa with planning. It will need to be deferred to the August public hearing, and so that will allow time for notices to be properly mailed.
Very good. Well, then I will request a deferral to the first meeting in August.
Okay, I'm going to read the caption, and then I'll come back to you for the motion. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by applying a historic landmark overlay district and properly located at 1600 10th Avenue North at the northern corner of Garfield Street and 10th Avenue North, zoned R6A. It's 0.36 acres. Get an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by applying a historic landmark overlay district and property located at 1600 10th Avenue North, northern corner of Garfield Street and 10th Avenue North, zone R6A. It's 0.36 acres. Councilmember O'Connell has moved to defer this to the first meeting in August. Properly seconded. Any discussion on this one? Seeing nobody in the queue, we're ready to vote. On the deferral motion to the first meeting in August, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Opposed say no. Any abstentions? Vote is 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. That's the vote. Any corrections? That's the vote. Deferral motion is to the first meeting in August. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Back to you for the last bill on public hearing. This is BL 2020-320. You wish to have a public hearing on this one?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember O'Connell says he's going to have a public hearing on this one. If you're interested in this one, go ahead and make that phone call. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by applying a historic landmark overlay district on property located at 421 Church Street, approximately 100 feet east of Opry Place, zone DTC, and located within the Capitol Mall Redevelopment District overlay. It's 0.09 acres. Again, it's BL 2020-320 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by applying an historic landmark overlay district on property located at 421 Church Street, approximately 100 feet east of Opry Place, zone DTC, and located within the Capitol Mall Redevelopment District overlay. It's 0.09 acres. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Anybody wish to speak in the chamber on this particular bill? Seeing nobody in the chamber, Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the queue?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have a caller in the queue.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and let them in. Okay, we're on BL 2020-320 by Councilmember O'Connell. We have a caller in the queue. Need your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Catherine Withers. I'm at 615 3rd Avenue South, Nashville 37210, and on behalf of the property owners of 421 Church Street, also known as the Cohen Building, we respectfully ask for your support of this historic landmark overlay district. This building was constructed in 1905, and it's still here 115 years later. It's a significant example of neoclassical architecture and was a labor of love for the owner, Georgetta Cohen, who was a well-respected artist and art collector. And we're pleased to be able to preserve this important piece of Nashville's historic downtown fabric. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Ms. Withers. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody else in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval with a brief comment.
Okay, so the motion is to approve on 2020-320. It's been properly seconded. Back to you for a brief comment.
Thank you. One other interesting characteristic of this is I think as we start to see more property owners choose this designation, we are starting to see the signs of a market for transfer of development rights, which is in fact a preservation tool, so that property owners who are choosing to landmark properties like this that do have, add such character to a corridor like Church Street, have the opportunity to have their development rights taken to a site that might be less pressurized from a preservation standpoint. So I'm excited to see some healthy mix of preservation and potentially use of a preservation tool here. So I would like to renew my motion to approve.
All right, thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Again, Councilmember O'Connell has moved for approval of 2023-20 on second reading. It's been properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of BL 2023-20 on second reading, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Vote is 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. 39-0-0. Any corrections to that? Bill 2023-20 passes on second reading. That completes bills on public hearing. All right.
Okay, that brings us to our consent agenda resolutions and other resolutions. I will first read those that are currently on the consent agenda, and you let me know if anything should come off. Okay, we have resolutions 2020-403, resolutions 2020-404, 405, 406, 407, 408, 409, 410, 411, 412, 413, 414, 415, 416, 417, 419, 422, 423, 424, 425, 426, 427, 428, 429, 430, 432, 433, 434, and 435.
Mr. Chair, I'd like for 433 to come off.
All right, 433 will come off of consent. All right.
Chair, I'd like 430 to come off consent, please.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry. Which one?
430.
430. You got it. Councilmember O'Connell, your hand is up. Is that to remove something off of consent?
That is to pull a few items off of consent. I would like to pull 423 and 432.
423, and what was the second one?
432.
432. Okay. Thank you very much. Councilmember Hurt, was there anything you wanted taken off of consent?
Well, I don't know if I need to take it off, but I'm going to have to abstain on 410.
Okay, so that means that will have to come off of consent. All right.
Thank you.
We got it. Thank you so much. Let's see. We have Councilmember Vercher. Did you have one that you wanted to come off of the consent agenda?
Thank you, Chair. I need 435.
435. You got it. Scrolling through to see if any other council member would like any others to come off of the consent. Seeing none. Okay, so that takes those off. I will now read the captions of those that are remain on the consent agenda. All right. Oops, okay. So.
Chair.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I was trying to get myself on mute. Can you I need to abstain on 48.
Sorry, that was Councilmember Saora, I think, right?
Yes,
Yes.
I need to abstain on 418.
You're going to abstain on 418. Well, good news is that 418 is not on consent, so we're okay on that. Okay, but we'll make sure to make note of that. Okay, so those on consent still, I shall now read.
Mr. Pro Tem?
Yes.
This is Sharon Hurt again. I also need to abstain on 420 and 421.
Good news there, neither one of those is not on consent, so we'll have to take those up separately. So we'll be sure to make note of that. Anything else to come off of consent before I start reading? I have Councilmember Hurt and Vercher, your hands are still up. Just making sure you didn't have anything else. Okay.
So
yes.
On my entry, I thought it was on consent.
I do not have 420 or 21 on consent.
We knew that she had to abstain, so they were pulled off.
Right. Mr. Cooper says that we already knew that you needed to abstain, so we did not put that on consent. So we'll handle those
great.
separately.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Appreciate you.
All right. Very good. All right. Seeing nobody else in the queue for anything else to come off of consent, I will now read the captions of those that remain on consent. Resolution 2020-367, Councilmember Mendez, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the personal injury claims of Lena Rivers Simpson and Ronald Simpson in the amount of $300,000, with said amount to be paid out of the self-insured liability fund. 403. I think I failed to mention 367 when I originally mentioned the list of those on consent, I think. So, but I'm okay with that. Okay, all right. Moving on to 403, Resolutions 2020-403, Mendez, Welsh, and others. A resolution accepting a grant from the State of Tennessee Administrative Office of the Courts to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County for the provision of interpretation and translation services for court hearings which involve parties with limited English proficiency in the Davidson County trial courts. Resolution 2020-404, Councilmembers Mendez and Suara, a resolution approving an application for an adult drug court and veterans treatment court discretionary program grant from the U.S. Department of Justice to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the General Sessions Court to provide access to or enhance treatment capacity or other critical support services. Resolution 2020-405, Mendez, Welsh, and others. A resolution accepting a grant from the State of Tennessee Administrative Office of the Courts to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Davidson County Juvenile Court for the provision of interpreter translation services for parties with limited English proficiency. Resolution 2020-406, Councilmembers Allen and Mendez, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Mayor to submit a substantial Amendment 3 to the 2018 to 2023 Consolidated Plan and the Nashville-Davidson County CARES Act Substantial Amendment 1 to the 2019-2020 Annual Action Plan for Housing and Community Development to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Resolution 2020-407, Mendez, Hurt, and others. A resolution to appropriate grant funds from the State of Tennessee Department of Human Services to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Action Commission to address community needs resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. Resolution 2020-408, Councilmember Mendez, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the claim of Darian Toney against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in the amount of $9,500, with said amount to be paid out of the self-insured liability fund. Resolution 2020-409, Mendez, Hager, and others, a resolution accepting a grant from the State of Tennessee, Tennessee State Library and Archives to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Nashville Public Library to target library materials to persons having difficulty using a library and to provide special services to children and young people. Resolution 2020 411, Councilmember Mendez, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Law to compromise and settle the personal injury claims of Ryan Clowitter, Kathleen Clowitter, Kylie Clowitter, Quinlan Clowitter, and Jewel Brunette for a combined amount of $183,500, and that said amount to be paid out of the self-insured liability fund. Resolution 2020-412, Councilmembers Mendez, Pulley, and others, resolution accepting a donation of 15,000 N95 masks for use by first responders and healthcare workers during the coronavirus pandemic from Home Depot to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by and through the Office of Emergency Management for the use and benefit of Metropolitan Government departments. Resolution 2020-413, Mendez and Pulley. A resolution approving an application for a hazardous materials emergency preparedness grant from the state of Tennessee, Tennessee Emergency Management Agency, to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County. Resolution 2020-414, Councilmember Mendez. A resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the claims of plaintiffs Ensley and Perry against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in the amount of $20,000, with said amount to be paid out of the self-insured liability fund. Resolution 2020-415, Councilmember Mendez, Pulley, and Hancock. A resolution approving an application for a Coverdell Forensic Science Improvement Grant from the state of Tennessee Office of Criminal Justice Programs to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department. Resolution 2020-416, Hurt, Welsh, and others. A resolution approving a contract between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Social Services Commission and the University of Tennessee College of Social Work to provide clinical experience opportunities for its students. Resolution 2020-417, Councilmember Mendez, Hurt, and others. A resolution approving Amendment 5 to a grant from the Greater Nashville Regional Council to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Social Services Commission to provide meals that meet RDA nutritional guidelines and transportation services to eligible seniors and handicapped residents. Resolution 2020-419. Council members Mendez, Hurt, and Welsh. A resolution approving Amendment 1 to a grant from the National Association of County and City Health Officials to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health to participate in the Sexually Transmitted Infectious Express Data Collaborative to further establish the evidence-based for express services and support quality improvement of established express models. Resolution 2020-422. Councilmembers Mendez, Hurt, and Welsh. A resolution approving a contract by and between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health and the Tennessee Department of Health for arbovirus testing for mosquito samples for West Nile virus. 23 is coming off consents. On to 2020-424, Councilmembers Hurt and Welsh. A resolution approving a license agreement by and between GreaterGood.org and the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health to create, exchange, and/or use certain media materials in a collaborative process relating to supplies for shelters. Antinol Joint Supplement. Resolution 2020-425, Hurt, Allen, and others. A resolution approving Amendment 1 to a Healthy Built Environment grant from the state of Tennessee Department of Health to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health to purchase and plant trees in conjunction with the Root Nashville project to promote and support healthier living environments. On to Resolution 2020-426, Councilmember Mendez. A resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the personal injury claim of Tawana Williams against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in the amount of $35,000, with said amount to be paid out of the self-insured liability fund. Resolution 2020-427, Councilmembers Cash, Murphy, and Henderson. A resolution to amend Ordinance BL 2019-1712 to authorize the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon existing sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes and easements, and to accept new sanitary sewer manholes and easements for 5 properties located on Belmont Boulevard and Compton Avenue. Resolution 2020-428, Councilmembers Hall, Gamble, and others. A resolution accepting a flood mitigation assistance grant from the state of Tennessee, Tennessee Emergency Management Agency, the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Department of Water and Sewerage Services, and authorizing the acquisition and demolition of 2 houses located in various floodways, floodplains in Davidson County. Resolution 2020-429, Councilmember Rosenberg. A resolution approving the election of certain notaries public for Davidson County. 430 is coming off consent. Let's see, 432 is coming off consent. 433 is coming off consent. Resolution 2020-434. Councilmembers Hurt, Van Rees, and others, a resolution acknowledging the significant efforts of Teens for Equality. And that concludes those bills, those resolutions on consent. Yes.
Chair?
Yes, Councilmember Van Rees, that sounds like.
I knew you wouldn't be looking at hands, so I spoke up.
You're fine, thank you.
I may have given the wrong number earlier before, because
Okay.
434 was the one that I wanted to take off of the consent agenda.
I gotcha.
And I believe I inaccurately said 430, and so that's my fault.
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay.
I think, is Councilmember Evans there? She can say something about 4:30, otherwise I will, or Councilmember Roten or Hager might want to do that.
Sure, I'm here.
Was that, so it was 4:30? Councilmember?
I meant 434, yes, sir.
I got you. I'm taking both 430 and 434 off of consent. No problem. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Pro Tem.
All right. Who else is speaking?
Pro Tem, Syracuse.
Yes. Councilmember Hager.
Did you have RS 2020-410 on the consent agenda or not?
No, I do not.
Okay, it's off consent. All right. That's what I was asking.
Councilmember Hurt has to abstain on that, so that had to come off of consent.
Wow. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. All right.
Well, it was 406, Mr. Pro Tem.
Yes, ma'am?
I need to abstain on 406 as well.
406 as well? Let's see. All right.
Yeah, it's the CARES Act. There's HOPWA funding within that, which is for, housing funds for people living with AIDS.
Understood. All right. So 406
yes.
is coming off of consent, so we will take that separately. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you.
So we'll go back to what's left on consent here, and we will get committee reports for those.
Pro Tem.
Yes.
One other point of order. Is 415 on consent?
Yes.
I believe so. Yes, sir. It is.
I did not hear you read the caption. I think you skipped over it.
Let's do it. Resolution 2020-415, Mendez, Pulley, and Hancock, a resolution approving an application for a Coverdale Forensic Science Improvement Grant from the State of Tennessee Office of Criminal Justice Programs to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department. All right. But you're okay to keep it on consent?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
All right. Thank you. Okay. So we will begin with committee reports and start with Councilmember Allen for affordable housing. It'll be resolution 20.
Was actually pulled off.
Oh, that's right. 2020-406 was just pulled off of. That's right. I'm sorry.
Right.
I'll come back to you, Councilmember Allen. All right.
Okay, I'll wait.
So we are now on. It'll be Councilmember Mendez for budget and finance. All of those that were left on consent. Councilmember Mendez.
Thanks. Budget and Finance recommended RS 2020-367 for approval, 9 in favor, 0 against. And then there are a whole series of other resolutions that were recommended for approval by the committee, 12 in favor, 0 against. Those that were recommended 12 in favor, 0 against. The consent resolution RS 2020-403, 404, 405, 407, 408, 409, 411, 412, 413, 414, 415, 417, 419, 422, 426, and 428.
Thank you much, Councilmember Mendez. We're all on the same page there.
Did he say 406?
Let's see. 406 we're taking off of consent.
Got it.
Yes. All right. On to, thank you, Councilmember Mendez. On to Health, Hospitals, and Social Services, Councilmember Hurt. So we are going to...
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, need a committee report for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We, Health, Hospitals, and Social Services voted 5 in favor and 0 against on resolutions 2020-402, 407, 417, 418, 419, 422, 423, 424, and 425.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. I didn't hear 416. That one remained on consent. Did you have that one?
I must have missed it in my notations. 416.
It was the same one, but we'll include that one in your committee report.
Yes, in the committee reports, it was 5 in favor and 0 against.
Very good. And I know you mentioned 423, but that was one of the ones that's going to be coming off of consent. Otherwise, we're good to go. Everybody on the same page?
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you.
Over to Parks, Library, and Arts, Councilmember Hager for a report on 409.
That'll be Tanya Hancock, because I stuck in planning.
You are correct, sir.
So she'll take care of that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I was in that committee. I should know. Councilmember Hancock for a committee report on 409.
It was approved, 5 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Hancock. Over to Personnel, Public Information, and Human Relations. Councilmember Roberts, 435. Oh, hang on a second. That one was taken off of consent. So I'll come back to you. Let's see. Councilmember Murphy, Planning, Zoning, and Historic for a report on 427 and 428.
For approved, 13 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Next is Councilmember Pulley for Public Safety, Beer, and Regulated Beverages. Looks like yours are all still on consent.
Public Safety, Beer and Regulated Beverages, recommended RS 2024-12, 413, and 415 for approval, 7 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Pulley. Over to Public Works for Councilmember Henderson for a report on 427 and 428.
Thank you, Pro Tem. The Public Works Committee recommended approval for 427 and 428, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Henderson. Over to Councilmember Rosenberg, Rules, Confirmations, and Public Hearing for a report on, looks like, 429 and 432. Oh, that's right. I do have to hit your button. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules voted 6 in favor, none against on both, and I move approval of the consent agenda.
All right, there is a motion. It is properly seconded for approval of those remaining resolutions remaining on the consent agenda. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor of the consent agenda as read?
Aye.
Say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any against? Oops.
Aye.
Any against or any abstentions? Not the one that you've got, Councilmember Hurt. We've got you. All right. So with that, the resolutions on consent agenda passes. Thank you so much, council members. We are now back to those that are not on the consent agenda. We will begin with resolutions. Resolution 2020-385, council members O'Connell, Murphy, and Henderson. A resolution authorizing Nashville Underground LLC to construct and install an aerial encroachment, a sign at 105 Broadway. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request committee reports, please.
Over to Councilmember Murphy for a report from Planning, Zoning, and Historic.
Thank you. We once again are deferring this for one meeting, 13 in favor, 0 against.
Thank
Proudly.
Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Over to Councilmember Henderson for a report from Public Works.
Thank you, Pro Tem. At the request of the sponsor, Public Works Committee recommended deferral, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Back to Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to defer one meeting with a brief explanation.
There is a motion. It is properly seconded. The floor is yours, Councilmember O'Connell.
On this bill, or this resolution, we had just some lingering concerns with some of the responses to local health orders, and just wanted to get some updates from the health department about the nature of those, and we will proceed when we've got those. And in the meantime, I will renew my motion to defer. Thank you.
There is a motion. It is properly seconded. Any other discussion on this resolution? Seeing none, all in favor of that deferral, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against? Or any abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes for deferral. Thank you so much, Councilmember O'Connell. On to Resolution 2020-401, Councilmember Mendez and Henderson. A resolution accepting a grant from Flow Inc., DBA Accord, to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County for access to technology tools to enable Metro to conduct a smart loading zone pilot program. Councilmember Mendez.
Thanks. The committee report from Budget and Finance is 12 in favor, 0 against, and I need one more committee report, please.
Thank you. Over to Public Works Committee, Councilmember Henderson. As I look over at your chair, but you're not there.
At the request of Councilman O'Connell, a chair of our Traffic and Parking Committee, we deferred with a re-referral to Traffic and Parking, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you very much. Okay, very good. Back to Councilmember Mendez.
I guess that's the first I'm hearing about that. So I guess I'll make a motion for approval and see what happens after that.
All right, so we are going to move, let's see.
I've moved approval.
Yeah, we're going to move approval with the re-referral, right?
Actually, a deferral.
Actually, that's right.
No, it would be a deferral.
That's right.
Yes.
I apologize. So the recommendation, I guess, if Councilmember Mendez, you want to amend your motion, right? Unless you want to keep your motion, but
It'd be deferred automatically.
Oh, it's deferred automatically. Very good. Okay. With a re-referral?
Or a referral to Traffic and Parking Committee.
That's right. It's not a re-referral. It's a referral to Traffic and Parking. Okay. We got it. So that takes care of 401. Very, very good. We are over to Resolution 2020-402. Councilmembers Mendez, Hurt, and others. A resolution approving a grant contract by and between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and the Equity Alliance to provide a community needs assessment related to federal coronavirus relief funding. Councilmember Mendez.
Budget and Finance recommended approval as amended, 12 in favor, 0 against. I need one other committee report.
Thank you. Over to Councilmember Hurt for a report from the Health, Hospitals, and Social Service Committee.
Health and Hospitals voted 5 in favor and 0 against.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Hurt. Back to Councilmember Mendez.
I'd like to move the amendment.
Is there a...
There's a housekeeping amendment.
Oh, there's a housekeeping amendment. There is an amendment. Councilmember Mendez has moved the amendment. It is properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Mendez, for a small explanation of the amendment.
We talked about it at length. If you want me to, it's housekeeping.
Very good. All right, so the amendment is moved. It is properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Councilmember O'Connell, your hand is raised. Is this on the amendment?
I'm sorry, I meant to be on the resolution.
That's okay. I see no other hands, no other discussion on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment to 402?
Aye.
Any against? All right, so the resolution is now amended. Councilmember Mendez, for a motion to approve as amended?
Move to approve as amended.
All right, thank you so much. Councilmember Vercher, your hand is up. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted, for the viewing audience, for the amendment to be articulated. We discussed it at length yesterday in Budget and Finance, but just for the viewing audience for this meeting.
Mr. Cooper, would you like to explain?
The amendment substitutes the agreement with the actual signed agreement, and there was a slight change to the language made to authorize subcontracting and to provide that the subcontractor would have to indemnify Metro just as the contractor would in the event the contractor decides to subcontract a portion of the work.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess because we are back into how we're looking at coronavirus relief, I'd be interested if the administration could offer somewhat of an explanation of what the community needs assessment, kind of the parameters of it, the scope, the hopes to what we'll deliver from it, and how it might be leveraged by either the committee we've established or basically how it will be leveraged.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Mr. Jameson is with us, and you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair Syracuse. So there are approximately 62,000 residents within the top 12 zip codes with the highest number of COVID-19 cases. Equity Alliance has developed some expertise in grassroots collection of data, and that's primarily what they're providing here, hoping for at least a 5% response rate, which is statistically significant to develop reliable survey polling data on what the needs are in these communities. They will do that through a variety of techniques, including door-to-door, phone campaign, a mail campaign. I believe there's a radio ad component and broadcast texting component to reach out and provide a report during the first week of August so that the CARES Act committee can then have some reliable data on which to base their recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Jameson. Councilmember O'Connell?
That answers my question. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One more question for Mr. Jameson. The heat map seems, of where the COVID cases are concentrated has been kind of a moving target depending on the month. Can you elaborate on how they determine those top 12 zip codes?
I can, and this is not restricted to those 12 zip codes. It's where they will certainly draw their focus, but they have a countywide application that they can apply this to. So I do believe they will consult the weekly changing heat map and make determinations on how to conduct their outreach from there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jameson. Councilmember Allen, you good there? All right. Over to Councilmember Suara. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to say that one of the reasons why the amendment is crucial is that it allows or makes a provision for Equity Alliance to be able to subcontract and use other organizations to reach areas where they may not have access to. I think they have a big reach to be able to do this work so many times. But having that clause in there allows them to be able to spread to any other area that if the data does change and it's outside of those 12 areas, then they're able to use their connection and network to get to that. So that's one of the reasons why I think having that amendment and having that clause that does not limit the ability to pull in other resources to do the work actually makes it makes it easier, make it more efficient. So wanted to add that.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Suara. Mr. Jameson, did you have anything else to add? Your hand's up.
I'm sorry, I could not improve upon that, so no, Chair.
Very good. Thank you so much. Seeing no other council members in the queue for discussion, there is a motion to approve this resolution as amended. Do I have votes in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any against or any abstentions?
Aye.
I think that was just a late aye. Very good. All right. Resolution 2020-402 as amended passes. Thank you very much. All right. We are now on to Resolution 2020-406. Council members Allen and Mendez. A resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Mayor to submit Substantial Amendment 3 to the 2018-2023 Consolidated Plan of the Nashville-Davidson County CARES Act, Substantial Amendment 1 to the 2019-2020 Annual Action Plan for Housing and Community Development to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Council Member Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Affordable Housing Committee recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against, and I need one more committee report.
Thank you. Over to Councilmember Mendez for a report from Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 12 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Move approval.
All right. There has been a motion. It has been properly seconded. Seeing nobody in the queue, all in favor of Resolution 2020-406, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any against or any abstentions?
That's 406?
This is 406, yes. So any other abstentions besides Councilmember Hurt? All right, so seeing none, resolution passes with the exception of the one abstention from Councilmember Hurt. Thank you so much, Councilmember Allen. All right, on to Resolution 2020-410. Councilmembers Mendez, Hager, and others. A resolution approving an application for a CARES grant from the Tennessee State Library and Archives, the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Public Library to provide Wi-Fi network access at library locations and improve electric library materials and services. Councilmember Mendez.
Thank you. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 12 in favor, 0 against, and I need one other committee report.
Over to Councilmember Hager for a report from Parks, Library, and Arts. Oh, I'm sorry. I did it again. Councilmember Hancock, you're in charge of Parks, Library, and Arts this time. That's right.
All right, so Parks, Library, and Arts approve this, 5 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. All right, back to Councilmember Mendez.
Move approval.
All right, there is a motion. It is properly seconded. Seeing nobody in the queue for discussion, all in favor of Resolution 2020-410, say aye.
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 Any against?
Aye.
Or any abstentions? We have one abstention. That's Councilmember Hurt. Any other abstentions besides Councilmember Hurt or anybody opposed? Seeing none, Resolution 2020-410 passes with the one abstention. Did I miss something? Oh. Councilmember Suara, did you need to abstain on 410?
He's on 418.
No, 416.
That one, okay, gotcha. All right, just point of clarification there from the clerk. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Okay, so now that takes us to Resolution 2020-418. Yes. All right. A resolution approving a contract for services by and between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health and Neighborhood Health, Inc., to provide homeless individuals with medical services at 2 or more clinics in or near downtown Nashville. Councilmember Mendez.
I'll give you this report in a second, but I think you need to go back and do 416 after this one.
No, I meant 418. So it's actually 418, but thank you.
Yes.
All right.
I know
Budget and Finance Committee recommended approval, 11 in favor, 0 against, with 1 abstention, and I need an additional report.
Very good. Over to Councilmember Hurt for a report from Health, Hospitals, and Social Services.
Hospitals and Social Services voted for, which one is this?
This is
421?
418.
418 is 5 in favor and 0 against.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Hurt. So back to Councilmember Mendez.
Move approval.
All right, Councilmember moves approval. It is properly seconded. Seeing nobody in the queue for discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any against or other abstentions besides Councilmember Suara? Hearing none, Resolution 418 passes with the one aforementioned abstention. That brings us to Resolution 2020-420. Councilmember Mendez, Hurt, and others. A resolution approving Amendment 3 to a grant from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health, to enhance access to a comprehensive continuum of high-quality, community-based care for low-income individuals and families with HIV disease. Councilmember Mendez.
Budget and Finance Committee recommended approval, 12 in favor, 0 against, and need one more report.
Over to Councilmember Hurt for a report from Health, Hospitals, and Social Services on 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Health, Hospitals, and Social Services voted 4 in favor and 1 abstention.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. Back to you, Councilmember Mendez.
Move approval.
There is a motion. It is properly seconded. Scrolling through, seeing nobody in the queue for discussion. All in favor of 2020-420, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any against or any abstentions? Hearing and seeing none, Resolution 2020-420 passes. On to Resolution 2020-421, Councilmembers Mendez, Hurt, and others. A resolution accepting a grant from the State of Tennessee Department of Health to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health, to provide HIV/AIDS core medical services and early intervention services. Councilmember Mendez.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 12 in favor, 0 against, need one more report.
Thank you. Over to Councilmember Hurt for a report from Health, Hospitals, and Social Services.
Health, Hospitals, and Social Services voted 4 in favor and 1 abstention.
Thank you so much. Back to you, Councilmember Mendez.
Move approval.
All right, it is a motion. It is properly seconded. Any discussion? Scrolling through. Seeing nobody in the queue for discussion. All in favor of Resolution 2020-421, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any against or any abstentions? Hearing none. 2020-421?
With Hurt abstaining.
And that one is also, who had to abstain on that one? Councilmember Hurt, did you have to abstain on that one also? Yes. Okay.
Yes, I did.
Gotcha, very good. So resolution passes with the 1 abstention. Thank you so much. All right, Resolution 2020-423. Hurt, Welsh, and Stiles. A resolution approving a business associate agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health and RX Staff LLC, to provide safeguards to prevent the use or disclosure of protected health administration information. Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Health, Hospitals, and Social Services voted 5 in favor and 0 against.
And that is the only report. If you wanted to go ahead and move that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I moved for approval.
Thank you so much. There is an approval. It is properly seconded. Councilmember O'Connell, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This one, considering how much community discussion there was about data sharing and personal health information, I just wondered if maybe the administration could tell us a little bit about who RX Health is and or RX staff is and what they will be doing in this room.
Mr. Jameson, can you respond to that?
Syracuse. The Board of Health contracts with a variety of healthcare partners in providing services, including this staffing agency, RX Staff LLC. The agreement that we're entering into is extremely common because we have HIPAA restrictions on the disclosure of otherwise confidential healthcare information. You literally could not provide information to, say, a contracted LPN or physician unless they've signed a business associate agreement, which brings them into the fold, so to speak, and allows them access with consent to the medical records that they need in order to provide the services under their staffing contract. So you'll see a number of these over the course of this term and in previous terms, and a pretty routine execution by the Board of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Jameson. Councilman O'Connell?
That satisfies my question. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Jameson. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
I think Mr. Jameson answered it, and that is they're required under law to follow everything under HIPAA, and I mean there is no disclosure that can happen to anybody outside that could possibly not fall under that HIPAA umbrella. Correct, Mr. Jameson?
That is correct, and it works both ways. We cannot disclose the information to them until they have signed the business associate agreement, which binds them in terms of confidentiality.
Right. All right. So then the only question I'll ask is on the follow-up of this is, does that remove basically our liability if somebody messes up on their side of the fence?
Well, it imposes the obligation on them, so they could take responsibility for an improper disclosure. We cannot make a disclosure to them unless and until they've executed the agreement. So we would be liable if we did not get this executed and we made a disclosure to this staffing entity.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember Glover, and thank you, Mr. Jameson. Okay, seeing nobody else in the queue, we have a proper motion and a second on approving Resolution 2020-423. Seeing no one else in the queue, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any against or any abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you so much. All right. We are now on Resolution 2020-430. Councilmember Evans, Roten, and others. A resolution recognizing the late Anna Janice Shepard for her service to Nashville. Councilmember Evans.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I'd like committee reports, please.
Thank you. Over to Councilmember Rosenberg for a report from the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee. Oh, sorry. You're on.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules voted 6 in favor, none against.
Thank you so much. Back to you, Councilmember Evans.
All right, thank you. I'd like to move approval, please.
There is a motion. It is properly seconded. Councilmember Glover, is your hand raised to speak on this one?
Yes, sir.
The floor is yours, sir.
Well, yeah, first of all, thank you, Council Lady Evans, for doing this. A lot of folks don't realize this, but I asked Ms. Shepard to run for this position when I was when I was coming off the board in 2010. She obviously did it with great dignity, was the chair, I believe, twice, and was very diligent in the work that she did and continued to love the McGavick cluster with a passion that frankly was inspiring. So Council Lady Evans, thank you for bringing it. For Chair Shepard, you know, we certainly will all miss her in the Hermitage, Donaldson, Old Hickory area and throughout the city. So once again, my condolences to the family on this, and I'm honored to be able to vote in with a positive on this and to recognize Chair Shepard for everything that she did for Metro schools. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Suara, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. We want to echo what CM Glover said, but more than anything, I want to humbly request if we can have everyone on council sign on to the resolution. I think it's befitting to have all 40 members be signatory to the resolution. So I want to make that request to my colleagues, those that have not signed on yet, to please do so. And again, I had my condolences to the family and gratitude for years of service.
Okay. Thank you so much, Councilmember Suara. So by virtue of the vote, everybody will be signing onto this. So I appreciate that very much, especially as a co-sponsor. And thank you, Councilmember Evans, for putting this together. Seeing nobody else in the queue, there is a motion and seconded again. All in favor of Resolution 2020-430, say aye.
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 And not that I have to ask, but I do. Any against or any abstentions? Seeing none. Resolution 2020-430 from Councilmember Evans, honoring Anna Janice Shepherd, passes. Thank you so much. Okay, on to Resolution 2020-431, Council Members Bradford, Welsh, and others. A resolution requesting Mayor John Cooper to include a representative from the Community Oversight Board, a representative from community organizations and advocacy groups, and a representative from the Fraternal Order of Police on a committee to select the next Chief of Police. Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. Committee reports, please.
All right, over to, I believe, to Council Member Taylor for a report from the Personnel, Public Information, and Human Relations Committee.
Yes, thank you. Personnel and Public Information Committee voted 4 in favor and 3 against.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Taylor. Over to Councilmember Pulley for a report from the Public Safety, Beer, and Regulated Beverages Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Public Safety, Beer, and Regulated Beverages voted 6 in favor, 1 against, to recommend a 2-meeting deferral.
Thank you, Councilmember Pulley. Back to you, Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you. I would assume our rules, this means it still allows the first 2 meetings.
It is.
I couldn't understand what
Can you, Councilmember Bradford, sorry, can you repeat that?
So I'm assuming because this was deferred 2 meetings in committee, our rule will defer this 2 meetings here in chamber?
Mr. Cooper?
So it's really just if it's a 1-meeting deferral that it's automatic. Since the committee did 2, I think technically by rule that doesn't apply.
So we would have to vote on that, right?
Yeah, there would have to be a motion to defer.
All right. So Councilmember Bradford, it is to you for a motion. Do you wish to move for a 2-meeting deferral?
Okay, let me just make sure I understand. So right now it's an automatic 1-meeting deferral. If we want to do 2 meetings, then we have to vote on it.
Correct. Currently, it would be a 1-meeting deferral. Otherwise, if
Yeah, there would need to be a motion made to defer the 2 meetings.
Yeah, if somebody wanted to make the motion to defer 2 meetings instead of the automatic deferral for 1, then somebody would need to make that motion. Otherwise, it's going to be an automatic deferral for 1 meeting.
Okay, then I'll motion for a 2-meeting deferral.
Point of order.
Yes, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you. I'm not a parliamentarian, but I'm seeing enough head shakings that I'd like to ask Mr. Cooper to clarify if there is a 1-meeting deferral that is automatic, or if the choice is whatever the council member proposes, or I mean, there is no automatic deferral. Can Mr. Cooper clarify that, please?
So I'm pulling the rules out now. This issue hasn't come up since I've been back in this position, so I'm kind of rusty. My recollection of the rule from before was that if the committee moved to defer one meeting, it was automatic. If they moved to do anything else, any other kind of deferral, then it wasn't automatic, and there had to be some kind of motion to that effect. Otherwise, there could be a motion to approve.
All right. I have other people in the queue. I'm definitely going to get to you, but I'm going to go to the Rules Chair, Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the rules say that any ordinance or resolution that receives a committee recommendation of deferral from any committee to which is referred shall be automatically deferred for one council meeting, provided that only happens once. So that's the way it's written now.
It used to be. So under the current, I'm reading the Rule 8 now, and under the current version of the rule,
sure,
that's correct.
So it would be just automatic one meeting deferral?
Yes.
Is it? Okay.
Unless a motion was made to defer for 2 meetings.
All right. So this either is going to be an automatic one meeting deferral.
It's automatically deferred one meeting. The council could theoretically override that, but it is an automatic one meeting deferral.
Councilmember Bradford, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Do you want to? Okay. So I have,
Deferred by rule.
So it's going to be deferred by rule. And that's
Point
it.
of order.
Point of order. Councilmember Glover.
So, Mr. Cooper, because the sponsor has already moved for a 2-meeting deferral, what's the ruling there? Sorry, but I mean, that was brought on the floor, so I'm just asking the question.
It's deferred by rule, so that would, I mean, it's just an automatic
discussion.
deferral.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem.
Put that on me. My bad there. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Cooper. By rule, it is now deferred one meeting. Thank you, Councilmember Bradford. On to Resolution 2020-432, Councilmember Benedict, Hurt, and others. A resolution in support of the Metropolitan Public Health Department Chief Medical Director's order mandating cloth face coverings or masks and further urging all citizens, residents, and visitors to Nashville and Davidson County, Tennessee to adhere to the order and observe proper facial covering when indicated. Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Committee report, please.
Over to Councilmember Rosenberg for a report from the Rules, Confirmations, Public Elections Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules voted 6 in favor, none against.
Back to you, Councilmember Benedict.
I move to approve.
All right, there is a motion. It is properly seconded. Seeing no.
I didn't get my hand up in time, but I'm interested in being recognized here.
You are recognized, Councilmember O'Connell.
All right, thank you. My biggest issue here with the way the order was construed is that it creates a new Class C misdemeanor, and I'm not able to support that as a way of getting the mandate out there. So I'm going to vote against this. I understand the importance of masks, and I certainly encourage everyone to comply with the mask mandate, but I don't think this is a moment where it would make sense for council to go on record with creating a new Class C, or supporting something out there that has created a new Class C misdemeanor.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
I'm going to second what Councilmember O'Connell just stated. I mean, for me, there's so many places that it's recommended that we do the social distancing, and for me personally, seasonal asthma the last 2 days have been really rough on me. I've tried to wear the mask, and I have worn the mask inside. I certainly agree with the overall concept, but for it to become a misdemeanor, no, I will not be voting in favor of this either. Thank you.
Councilmember Nash.
Kind of along that same line, the question is, it's already, isn't the health department citing people who violate the mask rule? Is it not some sort of civil penalty already?
I'll turn it over
to.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Mr. Cooper.
A Class C misdemeanor is a criminal offense, and violating this health order is not a criminal offense. It's a punishable by a citation to civil citation to environmental court, unless there's some other recent state law that I'm not aware of. I don't think it is a Class C misdemeanor.
Well, I'll jump back in. I'm sorry. I'll put my hand up and go back in regular order here, Mr. President.
Councilmember Nash, did you have anything else on that?
You can be cited, you can be taken to the court, and you can be fined if need be. So I'm not sure we need to have another class of penalty attached. I agree.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember O'Connell, you are re-recognized.
Thank you, and I'm unmuting. So I am going down into the order itself. Hang on one second. I thought I had read the order and found embedded in it a new classification of misdemeanor. And maybe it's worth asking Metro Legal about that. Hang on one second. All right, I will let Councilmember Mendez or whoever else is next in the queue go while I look at this.
Councilmember Mendez, you are recognized.
It is Order 8 of the Health Department, Section 4. That's the face mask order. Violations are subject to civil and civil penalties, including punishment for state misdemeanor pursuant to Policy Code annotated 682602.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember O'Connell, are you good?
That is it. He got there before I did, but I was confident I had seen it in the order itself. So maybe I'm disagreeing with our legal counsel here, but Order 8 does in fact reference a misdemeanor as a part of this specific order.
Yes, I just pulled up the order, and there is a reference to a statute that I was unaware of that I assume claims that violations of health orders are a Class C misdemeanor, or can be.
Okay. Seeing nobody on the queue, and I assume that we're going to have no votes on this, so we should have to take a roll call vote. Madam Clerk. And when you are ready, you may begin. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, here we go. Try that one. No? Try as I shut down the whole, oh, here we go. Okay. All right. Try that.
Councilmember Mendez.
Abstain.
Councilmember Hurt.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen.
Abstain.
Councilmember Glover.
No.
Councilmember Swara.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall. No. Councilmember Toombs.
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Gamble.
Yes.
Councilmember Swope.
No.
Councilmember Parker. No. Councilmember Withers.
No.
Councilmember Benedict.
Yes.
Councilmember Van Rees.
Yes.
Councilmember Hancock.
No.
Councilmember Young.
No.
Councilmember Hager.
No.
Councilmember Evans.
No.
Councilmember Bradford.
Yes.
Councilmember Roden. We'll come back. Councilmember Syracuse.
Abstain.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Welsh.
Abstain.
Councilmember Sledge.
No.
Councilmember Cash.
No.
Councilmember O'Connell.
No.
Councilmember Roberts.
Abstain.
Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Taylor.
Councilmember Taylor.
Councilmember Hauser.
Yes.
Councilmember Druffel.
No.
Yes.
Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Taylor's a yes.
Okay. Councilmember Murphy.
Abstain.
Councilmember Pulley.
No.
Councilmember Johnston.
No.
Councilmember Nash.
No.
Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Porterfield.
Abstain.
Who abstained?
Councilmember Porterfield.
Councilmember Melton abstained. Berkshire abstained. Porterfield is a no.
Councilmember Vercher, did you?
Abstain.
You did, okay, all right.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
Yes.
Councilmember Rutherford. No. Councilmember Stiles.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee is not available. Councilmember Henderson.
Abstain, please.
Councilmember Rosenberg. Abstain. And I'll check with Councilmember Roden.
Abstain.
Madam Clerk?
11 in favor, 18 against, 10 abstentions. Is that what you got?
I'll have different numbers, so I'm going to count again.
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
What were your numbers again, John?
Had 11 in favor, 18 against with 10 abstentions.
Yes. Yes. It's 11 and 18.
So it fails.
Okay, so that's 11 in favor, 18 against, and 10 abstentions. So resolution fails. On to Resolution 2020-433. Councilmembers Cash, Murphy, and others. A resolution in support of communities disproportionately affected by COVID-19. Councilmember Cash. Need to unmute. There you go. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Committee report.
Very good. Over to Councilmember Rosenberg for a report from Rules, Confirmations, Public Elections.
Thank you, Mr. President. 6 in favor, none against.
Back to you, Councilmember Cash.
Move for approval with a brief explanation.
All right, it's moved. It is properly seconded. The floor is yours, Councilmember Cash.
Thank you. First, I want to acknowledge and thank the good work of the Vanderbilt Law School Immigration Clinic, who researched and brought this to me and have been really committed to this cause. And the student attorneys are Chloe Anderson, Grace Coe, and Sarah Dvorak, and their Professor Carla McCanders. COVID-19 has been difficult on all of us, and basically this resolution recognizes the different ways COVID has impacted communities of color, including, as we know, higher infection rates and deaths in Latinx and African American communities. We've read this in health department reports and heard it in the briefings, the Thursday briefings. But the resolution also brings attention to discrimination, hate speech, and harassment against Asian Pacific Islanders due to false geographic characterizations of COVID-19. Asian and Pacific Islander businesses have also been disproportionately impacted. This is here in our Nashville. Basically, the resolution asks this council to go on record condemning racism and the abuses and embracing Nashville's history of promoting racial justice and engaging in direct action to achieve that justice. And I appreciate all the people who jumped on as sponsors. I encourage passage.
Thank you, Councilmember Cash. Over to Councilmember Nash. You are recognized.
You know, I was out of town when this notice came out, and I looked at it. It's a resolution to support communities disproportionately affected by COVID-19. Certainly, many of those communities border or in my district. was my phone at the time. And then I came and saw the references to incidents where people are subjected to increased hostility in retail stores, restaurants, and pharmacies, and where we've got institutional racism that resulted in police misconduct against the African American community. And I have not heard about any of those from my constituents, and I wonder where that came from. That disappoints me. I want to support the people who are suffering from COVID, but I don't see why we're calling out our stores, restaurants, and pharmacies and our police officers. I have not seen any evidence of that. I'm embarrassed for myself, and I just find it awfully discouraging when I see this constant accusing people of misconduct and racism where it hasn't occurred or where I haven't seen it or heard about it. And if I'm wrong, please point it out, because I haven't seen it.
Councilmember Cash, would you like to respond to that?
I think that there have been examples. I mean, there were in our federal government, folks were repeatedly calling this a specific type of, I'm not going to even say what the term was, but a specific type of virus and pushing, blaming a certain race of individuals in this country. And I think it'd be naive to think that some of that didn't spill over into our own city. I don't think the store owners are the ones that are doing it, but within stores and within communities, our Asian American Nashvillians are being bullied.
Thank you,
And
Councilmember.
you have knowledge of this?
Councilmember Cash.
Yes, the group researched it, yes.
Councilmember Nash, anything further there?
That's enough.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
I'll make my statement very, very simple. I'm going to second what Councilman Nash said. I've not seen it. I still try to frequent the same places I frequented prior to this happening. You know, I'm not a big mask guy because of a personal, just the seasonal asthma. But to continue slinging names here and there in this arena, I can't support this. I think right now, we as a country, we as a state, we as a city need to try to gel with one another as opposed to continue stirring things up. So for me, I won't be supporting it. It's not that I don't support the partner. It's not that I don't feel and empathize with the people that have lost loved ones. Absolutely. Or anyone who's had it. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind, this is a vicious illness for those who have suffered with it. I mean, I know people who have as well, and so therefore I don't make light of it, but I certainly I have not witnessed, nor have I heard from anyone across the city who has pointed this out to me on this, so I cannot support this. Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem.
Councilmember, well, let's see, Councilmember Murphy, or Stiles, Councilmember Stiles, you were next in the queue. Did you want to be recognized?
Thank you, Pro Tem. Yeah. I just wanted to speak to two statements made by Councilmembers Nash and Glover. Both of you have mentioned that you haven't seen it, but I would encourage you to think, how would you see it? You are in a privileged position. I respect both of you, but you would not suffer any racial profiling or mistreatment as two older white men. So I'm just suggesting perhaps you should take yourselves out of your own shoes and think how when we have a president that is calling it, swine flu, how that potentially affects a group of individuals that are being perceived as less than or dangerous. So just something to think about. This is outside of the realm of your normal everyday existence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Stiles. Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Councilman Cash for bringing this, because I know that
the Vanderbilt law students at that clinic work very hard. They're very involved in the community. I had a former roommate that was a law student and was involved in that clinic, and I appreciated him bringing this, and I think Joy probably has said enough to cover what else I needed to cover, but I think anytime that we can support students who want to get involved in the community and are seeing injustice and want to speak out on it, I think we have our budget process said enough about that we need to listen to the youth and to people other than us when it comes to what data is out there. So thank you, Councilman Cash, and I support you on this.
Councilmember Sledge.
Previous question.
There has been a motion for a previous question. It is properly seconded. So we are in the motion for previous question. All in favor of the previous question, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against?
No.
Yes. No.
Previous question does pass. Thank you all. So we are back on to the resolution 2020-433. Councilmember Cash, it was motioned, it was, we had a motion, it was seconded. All in favor of, I think we'll have, yeah, we're going to have to do a roll call vote here because we're going to have negative votes on this. So, Madam Clerk, if you would please take a roll call vote on 2020-433.
Councilmember Mendez.
Abstain.
Councilmember Hurt.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Glover.
No.
Councilmember Suara.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall. No. Councilmember Toombs. Yes. Councilmember Gamble.
Yes.
Councilmember Swope.
No.
Councilmember Parker. Yes. Councilmember Withers.
Yes.
Councilmember Benedict.
Yes.
Councilmember Van Rees.
Yes.
Councilmember Hancock.
Yes.
Councilmember Young.
Abstain.
Councilmember Hager.
Abstain.
Councilmember Evans.
Yes.
Councilmember Bradford.
Yes.
Councilmember Roten.
Yes.
Councilmember Syracuse.
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Welsh.
Yes.
Councilmember Sledge.
Yes.
Councilmember Cash. Councilmember Cash on your resolution.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor.
Yes.
Councilmember Hauser.
Yes.
Councilmember Druffel.
Abstain.
Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Pulley.
No.
Councilmember Johnston.
Abstain.
Councilmember.
I'm sorry. No. Can I change that to no?
No. Councilmember Nash. Your vote is no. Apologies. Councilmember Nash.
No.
Councilmember Vercher.
Yes.
Councilmember Porterfield. Councilmember Sepulveda.
Yes.
Councilmember Rutherford. Yes. Councilmember Stiles.
Yes.
Councilmember. That was a no?
That was a yes. Councilmember Stiles.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lee is unavailable. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Rosenberg. Yes. Did you have 28, 6, and 4?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so there's 28-4, 6
against,
and 4 abstentions. Resolution passes. Thank you, Councilmember Cash. All right, on to Resolution 2020-434. Council members Hurt, Van Rees, and others. A resolution acknowledging the significant efforts of Teens for Equality. Council member Hurt.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Pro Tem. I move for approval, and I will refer to Councilwoman Van Rees to present the legislation.
We'll go over to Councilmember Rosenberg for a report from the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee real quick.
I'm sorry. Committee reports, please.
Very good. Councilmember Rosenberg on 434.
6 in favor, none against.
Thank you so much. All right, back to you, Councilmember Hurt. Did you want to?
Yes, I move for approval, and I will yield the floor to Councilmember Van Rees for her to give some historic information regarding this resolution.
Sure. Councilmember Van Rees, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councilmember Hurt. I am real excited and very pleased to present this resolution on behalf of the Minority Caucus, the LGBTQ Caucus, and the Women's Caucus of the Metro Council, going on record on acknowledging the historic action in our city accomplished by Teens for Equality. Sometimes you plan on 800 people coming to something and 10,000 people show up. It was an amazing day on June the 4th, but what is even goes beyond, as is mentioned in this resolution, is not only the acknowledgement of the historic action that took place on that day, but also the things that they are moving forward on as young women in our city and surrounding area. Particularly their continuing efforts to create change in the future, as listed in the resolution that was provided. I was able to do some conversations with some of the members of Teens for Equality and in getting approval from the parents on different languages and things like that. There were 4 specific things that we wanted to make sure and highlight on their behalf of things that they're going to be moving forward on, which includes teaching Black history year-round in the schools, not just in February. Representations of Black, Indigenous, people of color, and LGBTQIA people in curriculum in Metro schools. Reviewing non-binary and male-female bathrooms to help all students feel safe in schools. And MNPS unconscious bias training for all employees and students. These are just some of the exciting resolutions that they have amongst themselves that they want to move our city forward on. And in the 100th anniversary year of the women's right to vote, seeing these young women rise up in a new historic way to make change in their own community is worthy of pause and attention. And so with that, and on behalf of the 3 caucuses represented on the resolution, and with my lead sponsor, Sharon Hurt, we move approval.
Thank you, Councilmember Van Rees. So that it is motion is properly seconded. Councilmember Stiles and Murphy, your hands are both up. Was that from the last one? Or did you want to be recognized on this? All right, so if you could take your hands down, that'd be great. But Councilmember Vercher, you are recognized. Or was that from last one as well? Councilmember Vercher, are you seeking recognition on this one?
That's from last time.
That's okay. Thank you so much. All right. Seeing nobody else in the queue except for Mr. Jameson, who doesn't count. All in favor of 434, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any against or any abstentions? Thank you so much for Councilmembers Hurt and Van Rees and others. 434 passes. Final resolution here for Resolution 2020-435, Councilmember Vercher and Hurt, a resolution requesting the Metropolitan Civil Service Commission to designate Juneteenth as a metropolitan government holiday. Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Committee report.
Thank you. Over to Councilmember Taylor for a report from the Personnel, Public Information, and Human Relations Committee.
Personnel and Public Information voted 7-4, 0 against.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Back to you, Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment. In my remaining time, I would like to yield to our caucus chair, Councilwoman at Large, Sharon Hurt. And I would just simply state that this is a small gesture in a larger issue that we have both nationally and within this great city that we all love. This is a symbolism of our freedom, the celebration of the abolishment of slavery, and just a reminder of the contributions that the African Americans have made and continue to make to our society. And with that, I yield to Councilwoman at Large, Sharon Hurt.
That is a motion. It is properly seconded. Thank you, Councilmember Vercher. And over to Councilmember Hurt. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Vercher, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's not much more to add to it. It speaks for itself. It is also known as Jubilee Day, which I love to call it because it is a celebration, and it is recognized as a holiday all over the country. Most states recognize it, and they do some type of ceremonial observance for it. In this last 2019 year, I think that it was 47 states, as well as the District of Columbia, that recognized Juneteenth. And of course, this year, with the climate of things as it has been over the past 2 months, most businesses in Nashville did recognize it, closed for the day, and celebrated it as a holiday. And considering that they took the lead and initiative to do so, following many other cities across this country, it is befitting for us to do the exact same thing and celebrate it as a holiday in the city of Nashville. So with that, I would like to say that Massachusetts governor issued a proclamation that marked it as Juneteenth, Independence Day in 2020. Following the filing of the bills by both the House and the Senate, it was made a state holiday. So I just would ask the colleagues here if they would support this gesture, considering that many of us in this city did recognize it, celebrated it, and observed it as a holiday, that we move forward hence and forevermore, that June 19th will be a celebrated holiday in Nashville.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. Looking in the queue, Councilmember Glover.
So with that, I move for approval.
All right, thank you so much, Councilmember Hurt. We have a few other, no, we just have one other councilmember in the queue. That's Councilmember Glover. You're recognized.
So, because I need clarification, are we saying this replaces July 4th? Maybe I missed something there.
No, we're saying that June 19th is celebrated as Juneteenth holiday.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. I heard the July 4th somewhere, and I was like, I didn't get that one. Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr.
What you heard was Juneteenth, Independence Day. So
okay. Well, yeah. Well, I'm old and I can't hear well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. All right, and Councilmember Glover. Seeing nobody else in the queue, There it is, motion. It was properly seconded. All in favor of Resolution 435, say aye.
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 Any against or any abstentions? Seeing none, Resolution 435 passes. Thank you so much, council members Vercher and Hurt. Okay, we have 3 late resolutions, and I believe we go to the sponsors on these. All right, so the first one is Council Member Gamble. Approves a cooperative agreement with the U.S. Department of Agriculture to stabilize the stream banks along Whites Creek on Old Hickory Boulevard. Councilmember Gamble.
Thank you. I'd like to, committee report, please.
Go over to the Rules Committee. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. We didn't consider the bill on its merits, but didn't have an issue with it being late filed.
Thank you so much. Back to you, Councilmember Gamble.
Move for approval.
I believe we'll have to move to suspend the rules. Is it? So
I'm sorry. Move to suspend the rules.
all right, there is a motion to suspend the rules. Does any council members have any issues with that? Looking through the queue, I don't see any. So, Councilmember Gamble, you are back on your resolution.
Yes, I'd like to move for approval with a brief explanation.
All right, that is a motion. It is properly seconded. Councilmember Gamble, the floor is yours.
Yes, this is an administrative resolution to get that, for whatever reason, didn't get past us before the deadline, and that's why we're asking to suspend the rules to move it today.
Thank you so much. All right. It is motion. It is properly seconded. Seeing nobody else in the queue, all in favor of this late filed resolution, say aye.
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 Any against or abstentions? Not seeing any. Resolution passes. Thank you, Councilmember Gamble. The next one late filed is Councilmember Mendez. This accepts 2 grants from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to the Nashville Fire Department to provide claims reimbursement to EMS agencies for individuals with possible or actual cases of COVID-19. Councilmember Mendez.
I would need to ask to suspend the rules on this.
All right, there is a motion to suspend the rules. Any council members have any issues there? We'll get a report from the Rules Committee from Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules didn't consider this on its merits, but was fine with the late file.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Rosenberg. Back to you, Councilmember Mendez.
So I'm good on the motion to suspend the rules.
Very good. Seeing nobody has any issues with suspending the rules on this. All right, back to you. I don't see anybody in the queue. Back to you, Councilmember Mendez.
Move approval with a brief explanation.
All right, that is a proper motion. It is properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Mendez.
This resolution will give approval to the fire department to accept $372,000 in COVID-19 relief funds related to paying for EMS-related expenses. There's a time limitation on when the department can accept the funds from the federal government, and that's why it's on an emergency basis. Again, renew the motion to approve.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Mendez. It was a motion and a proper second. Councilmember Suara, you seeking recognition on this one?
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to mention that during budget meeting yesterday, it was discovered that this particular CARES Act grant does allow cost reimbursement or revenue recovery, whatever the word is, for loss of revenue. I know it's only $200,000 because there's a $100,000 match attached to it. It's not a lot of money, but I think it's exciting to note that DHHS and the federal government is going towards probably will see more loss of revenue opportunity from the CARES Act, whether it's to the individuals or to Metro. I think it's something that a lot of us talk about during the budget season, that if that is available, that's something we want to consider, that's something we want to be aware of, and so to be able to start tracking this and see how many more we have. Again, 200 is not a lot, but it does give me hope that maybe we're moving towards where that opportunity will be available, and it will be something that we can consider in August. Hopefully we'll get a whole lot more that we can actually use to offset some of the revenue for FY21. So I just wanted to put that out there for those watching and for the rest of my colleagues that were not on budget committee, that there was a clause in this particular grant that actually allows for that, and I think that's good news. A little one, but hopefully we'll get some more. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendez, did you have anything else to add to that? Very good.
Thanks. I wanted to add the rest of the context of what we discussed on that point at Budget and Finance Committee. To call this good news because the $300,000 and change can be used for lost revenue is, if it's good news, it's a glimmer of a shimmer of good news. It can't be used to replace any revenue. It can be used to replace lost EMS-related revenue. And from that perspective, it would be misleading to leave the impression that there's any reason to believe that there's any indication from any level of government that people are working on at the federal, state level revenue replacement. And so I echo Councilmember Zulfat Suarez bring this to our attention that there is a revenue replacement, but I don't want people to think that indicates that there's any reason to believe that that's happening more broadly. This is allowed for use. Revenue replacement for lost EMS revenue is what it is. And so I just wanted to add that context. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Suara, I saw your hand go back up. Did you have another question?
Yes. I want to thank CM Mendez for that clarification. The intent is not to give false hope, but it's just for us to be on the lookout and that there is a possibility. So I'm just saying that hopefully it's something that, there's still some deals at the national level that we're still being considered. And so I think as we continue the conversation, just to say that something out there, yes, it's not a lot, it's not anything. I don't want to give false hope, but I do think that being aware of it is something that I just wanted to point out. And so thank you, Chairman. There's not trying to mislead, but I'll take any hope that can help us any day. So it's a little one, but yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Suara. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't going to add no more to it. The chair covered it in similar statements with the same sentiments that were expressed yesterday in Budget and Finance.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Vercher. All right, so we're back to, it is a motion and a proper second for this late filed resolution. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any against or any abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Mendez. The final late filed resolution here is Councilmember Stiles and others urges the construction industry to improve working conditions to all workers and to not hire employees under the age of 18 until working conditions are made safe. Councilmember Stiles?
Thank you very much, Pro Tem. Could I have a meeting report?
Let's get a report from Councilmember Rosenberg, the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules did not have an issue with this late file.
Thank you so much. All right, so Councilmember Stiles, you'll need a motion to suspend the rules.
Yes, I'd like to move to suspend the rules, please.
All right. Any council members have any issues? Councilmember Suara, your hand is still up. Was that from the last one? Anybody have an issue with the suspension of the rules? Okay, not seeing any. Very good. Back to you, Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you very much, Pro Tem. So this resolution, of course, is in response to the untimely tragic death of Gustavo Enrique Martinez. who fell 120 feet working on the new La Quinta Hotel downtown. He was 16. He was on a construction site without a harness. He was being qualified as a independent contractor for the person that hired him. And so the resolution is just to say, one, there shouldn't be children on construction sites with no training, without proper equipment, as well as admonishing the construction industry for having multiple sub-levels where accountability is totally cast aside. And so I'm going to encourage my colleagues. There is a child who is not preparing at this point for school in the fall and a family that is mourning, and it is due to sheer negligence, and we need to do better. So I would encourage you all to please support this resolution.
Thank you. Do you want to give me a motion to approve?
Motion to approve,
yeah.
please, Pro Tem.
Thank you so much, and well said. It is properly seconded. Anybody else in the queue wishing to be recognized on 2020-435? Seeing none. All in favor of this late filed resolution, say aye.
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 Any against or abstentions? Seeing none, this late filed resolution passes. Thank you, Councilmember Stiles. And that concludes our resolution.
Thank you.
Okay, we are ready for bills on first reading. Let's see, we'll take them all together unless anything needs to be bumped.
I think 336 for Mr. Gruffle. I think he wants to pull that.
All right, I've got a couple of hands up. We're on bills on first reading. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Mayor. I understand that 336 needs to come off of first reading.
336 is going to be bumped. Okay. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
I wanted to pull 329, please.
329. Okay, 329 is pulled. Anybody else? Any other bills that need to be pulled off of bills on first reading?
There's a typo on my part when I asked you to revise 332.
Okay, that's 332 pulled.
You want to pull it or do you want to? No, just pull it. It was a typo on my part when I was asking to refile.
Fix it later. Well, I think it was a file bill.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't want to. Okay, and BL 2020-332 is also going to be pulled. Anything else? Councilmember Johnston, your hand's still up. Anything else? Okay, got it. All right. All right, if there's no objection, we'll consider all ordinances on first reading in one vote at this time, except for BL 2020-329, 332, and 336. Do I have a motion to approve? Proper motion.
Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Hurt, is that you?
It's Vircher. My hand
Oh,
is
I'm
raised.
sorry. I'm looking. There you are. Okay, Councilmember Vircher, there you are. You're recognized.
Yes, can we pull 335 too?
335 can be pulled? Sure. Okay, anybody else? I'm checking. I'm just looking. Okay, so we're pulling 329, 332, 335, and 336. Anything else? Okay, we'll take all the other bills in one motion. I've got a proper motion, proper second. Any other discussions on the rest of the bills on first reading? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Any abstentions? All right, so all those bills that were not bumped off of the calendar on first reading pass 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? All right, that takes care of most of the bills on first reading. Then we're going to go back and pick up the ones that we pulled off. BL 2020-329, an ordinance amending Chapter 2.44 of the Metropolitan Code to prohibit the use of chemical weapons such as tear gas by law enforcement officers within the area of the metropolitan government. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized on 2020-329. Councilmember Benedict.
Sorry about that, Vice Mayor.
That's all right.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
We're on 2020-329, the first bill on bills on first reading. That bill got bumped off the calendar, off the consent calendar for introduction, first reading.
My apologies for that. So I guess committee reports?
There are no committee reports. You need to, if you want to move your bill, you need to move for passage on first reading.
Got it. All right, I move for passage on first reading. My apologies for looking at something else at the moment.
Okay, so I've got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Can you go back and explain your bill?
Yes, thank you. Sorry about that, Vice Mayor. I'm back with you now. So the purpose of this bill, tear gas is considered, or tear gas is not used in international warfare, yet it is legal to be used in police departments throughout the country. It was recently used in the protests in Nashville, and it's been used around the country, and I would like us to, I'm introducing this bill in order to begin to discontinue that here in Nashville, or just stop it altogether. So with that, again, I seek support of the bill and urge my colleagues to support it here on the first reading.
All right, so we've got a lot of people in the queue. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. So I talked with the police department about this specific bill and like how often it's been used by the MNPD and when it's used and what its purpose is. It has literally not been used, I don't think, since the 70s. No one that's on the force can remember it being used. Chief Anderson has been on the force since 75, and it has not been used to his recollection, and there were several other members of MNPD that had no recollection of it, except for on May the 30th. It was a last resort type thing because it was literally to defend the courthouse. They were outnumbered, and the courthouse was just being completely attacked. And so it was the only way for them to disperse that. At that point, it's actually a tactic for de-escalation that they use, because otherwise you have to use force. So I would much rather do tear gas to make everyone disperse than to have to go in with nightsticks or whatever use of force that they would have to use to stop whatever is going on in this crowd. The other times that this is used is by SWAT. When you've got an armed individual in a house, or for example, the hold up, and they need to get that person out, and it's easier to do that, to pull them out, versus going in again with force that could possibly escalate into deadly force, and that's certainly not what anyone wants. So this is a tool for de-escalation. It's crowd control measures. Again, it is used as an absolute last resort. It has not been used since that anybody can remember. And I will say that this came after the courthouse house had been set on fire. Our officers had commercial grade fireworks shot at them, directly at them. They had boulders and bricks thrown at them. We have horses needing stitches in their heads. I mean, there was a lot of things. This was not just a protest. It's like, hey, we want people to go away. This was optimistic destruction in mass. And this was the only way to stop that. And so I would hate to take away a tool from our police department that is, like I'm saying, is a de-escalation tool that can be used instead of brute force. So I just want to caution everyone on that.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Johnston. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to call the previous question, please.
All right, previous question has been called. We're going to vote on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question on this bill, say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
No.
Any abstentions? Previous question prevails. We are voting on BL 2020-329 by Councilmember Benedict. Remember, this is just on first reading. All right, all those in favor of passage on first reading of BL 2020-329, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No. No.
No.
Ayes have it. Yeah. It's a majority. I believe the ayes have it. So I'm going to rule that the ayes have it on first reading 2023-29. Okay? All right, we're now on BL 20.
Request a roll call?
Say it again?
Can we request a roll call?
You'll need, so you can make that request. I'll need 3 hands to back that up. So I'm looking for hands.
Point of order, please.
I see one. Councilmember Glover, I got a hand there. Councilmember Glover.
No.
Wait, well, hold on.
Point of order.
Hold on. Councilmember Glover called point of order first. Councilmember Glover?
A ruling was made, sir. I mean, can we go, and Mr. Cooper, a ruling was made. Can we go back on that now?
Pursuant to Rule 38, a roll call can be requested prior to a vote or immediately following a voice vote before the next order of business. And we haven't gotten to the next order of business yet.
That's right.
All right. I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Murphy, you're next. You had a point of order.
I think that this is a discussion that we need to have in the executive committee about roll calls, about when the hesitation between calling for the next vote, when votes are declared one way or another. I think we've seen firsthand this is causing a mess. So I respectfully ask that we have an executive committee meeting at some point to have some discussion about the rules and parliamentary procedure.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to raise their hand on this particular thing? Just checking. We're just following the rules. Okay, only saw one hand. So we proceed ahead. Wait a minute, Councilmember Johnston, you have your hand up? Okay. All right, so we proceed ahead to the next bill, BL 2020-332 by Councilmember Hall. Ordinance amending Title V of the Metropolitan Code to establish the development impact fee. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I counted 4 hands up. How many hands need to be up to request a roll call?
So I checked, and I only saw 2 hands. I saw Councilmember Glover, and I saw your hand. Councilmember Henderson, is your hand up?
Mine was up too.
We're up, yes.
So this is one of the reasons why it's...
Councilwoman Johnston's hand was up as well. So that was more than 3.
Yep.
All right.
Roll call.
All right, so we're going to go back. If there were 4 hands properly pursuant to the rules, Councilmember Nash had called, and you got 3 hands up besides that, so there are 4 hands. So we're back to the roll call, which is appropriate. All right, so Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to call the roll. We are voting on BL 2020-329.
Councilmember Mendez.
Yes.
Councilmember Hurt.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen.
No.
Is that a no?
I believe that was a yes.
Councilmember Allen, was that a yes or no?
No.
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 Councilmember Glover.
No.
Councilmember Suara.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
No.
No. Councilmember Toombs. Yes. Councilmember Gamble.
Abstain.
Councilmember Swope.
No.
Councilmember Parker. Yes. Councilmember Withers.
Yes.
Councilmember Benedict.
Yes.
Councilmember Van Rees.
Yes.
Councilmember Hancock.
Yes.
Councilmember Young.
No.
Councilmember Hager.
No.
Councilmember Evans.
Abstain.
Councilmember Bradford.
Yes.
Councilmember Roten.
Abstain.
Councilmember Syracuse. Abstain. Councilmember Welsh.
Definitively, yes.
Councilmember Sledge.
Yes.
Councilmember Cash.
Abstain.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Roberts.
Abstain.
Abstain. Councilmember Taylor.
Yes.
Councilmember Hauser.
Abstain.
Councilmember Dreffel.
No.
Councilmember Murphy.
Abstain.
Abstain. Councilmember Pulley.
No.
Councilmember Johnston.
No.
Councilmember Nash.
No.
Councilmember Vercher.
No.
Councilmember Porterfield. Councilmember Sepulveda.
Yes.
Councilmember Rutherford. No. Councilmember Stiles.
No.
I believe that's a no.
Correct.
Councilmember Lee's unavailable. Councilmember Henderson.
Abstain.
Councilmember Rosenberg. Abstain.
Pardon me, Vice Mayor. This is Councilwoman Porterfield. I was having technical issues, but I'm connected to the call, and I'm a yes vote.
Yes.
You're a yes vote, is that right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm a little confused. Can you reread the question? I'm sorry.
Councilmember Sepulveda, what's your question?
So we're voting yes for the bill, correct?
This is just for on first reading, to get it through first reading.
I'm a yes. I'm sorry. I'm half here.
Councilmember Sepulveda, you're what?
I had her 16, 13, 10.
I'm a yes.
Councilmember Sepulveda is a yes?
Yeah, we've got that.
Got that? Okay, so we've got you recorded.
16 in favor, 13 against, 10 abstaining.
Okay, so it's 16 yes, 13 no, and 10 abstaining, okay? So based upon that, the bill passes on first reading, okay? We're now on BL 2023-32. That's where we were. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm withdrawing this. This was inadvertently refiled.
Okay, so BL 2022-332, an ordinance amending Title V of the Metropolitan Code to establish a development impact fee. Councilmember Hall withdraws. So that bill's off notice. All right, BL 2020-335 by Councilmember Pulley, Councilmember Hurt, and Stiles. An ordinance amending the Metropolitan Code of Laws to make a violation of a mayoral executive order during a civil emergency a Class C misdemeanor. Ordinance amending the Metropolitan Code of Laws to make a violation of a mayoral executive order during civil emergency a Class C misdemeanor. Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized on 335.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to move approval of the bill with a brief explanation. And the explanation, this was discovered during the last time when the mayor's office declared a civil emergency and they instituted a curfew. And for a better detailed explanation of this, I'm going to defer to Mr. Jameson, if you don't mind.
Okay, let me first get, you've moved to just pass. This is just on first reading, properly seconded.
Right.
Your question is to Mr. Jameson. Mr. Jameson, you're recognized for a brief explanation on the bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Pulley. That is correct. During the formation of the curfew during the emergency in late May, our legal director observed that there was somewhat of an oversight in our codes provision that under state law, municipalities can provide that their ordinances declaring civil emergencies violations constitute Class C misdemeanor if the municipality passes an ordinance. We had just never gotten around to that, presumably because the state of civil emergency is fortunately so rare, making it a Class C misdemeanor, I would underscore that is what state law provides. There is what the statute allows cities to adopt. There are no alternatives there. The Class C misdemeanor is the lowest level criminal code penalty that exists. This is a maximum of a $50 fine. There could be, theoretically, jail time, no more than 30 days. I would tell you, as a former General Sessions judge, jail time for a Class C misdemeanor within the discretion of the judge is exceedingly rare, and I believe perhaps Councilman Larry Hager could echo his experience on that. There is rarely any, if any, jail time involved. There is not an appetite, there is no indication, there is no intent that this be used to create prosecutions whatsoever. It is simply a hole in the code that needed fixing, in the opinion of our legal director. I would point out that during the protests and the events in front of the courthouse at the end of May and early June, there was not a single arrest by the police department for simply curfew violations. This is on first reading. If there are any questions, we would absolutely delight in the opportunity to speak with council members, but we would ask for approval tonight simply so we can go to the next stage so that you can get an analysis from Mr. Cooper and ask any questions you may have on second and third reading.
Thank you, Mr. Jameson. With that, I'd move for approval.
Okay, so the motion by Councilmember Pulley is to move for approval. It's been properly seconded. Discussion, Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call the question.
Previous question has been called.
I had my hand up.
Excuse me? All right, so here's what has to happen. So the motion has been made. So Councilmember Hager, I'll explain just like I'm explaining to everybody else. I can't tell. I got people's hands up. I cannot tell who pops in first because the board is not all in one sheet, so I can't tell who comes in first. So I just happen to see Councilmember O'Connell's hand first. Okay, you can vote against the previous question, but that's the motion that's been called, right? So we're on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
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 Opposed, no? Opposed, no?
No.
Any abstentions? Previous question prevails. We're on Councilmember Pulley's bill 2023-35 for passage on first reading. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no? I heard one no. Councilmember Toombs votes no on first reading.
But it's still a voice vote on first.
Have to do voice vote. Okay. So we're on the board. Well, not on the board. We're going to have a roll call vote.
We don't need a roll call on first reading.
Oh, I thought you said we did.
No.
Okay.
No.
So I think I heard two no's. I think I heard Councilmember Toombs. Did I hear anybody else with a no? Councilmember Parker's a no. Anybody else as a no?
Welsh.
Councilmember Welsh is a no.
I was a no for calling the question. Is that correct? Is that what you're inquiring?
No, we're on the bill now. This is.
I apologize.
It's okay.
I'm not a no.
So you're a no on the bill, Councilmember Henderson?
No, sir, Vice Mayor. I apologize for my confusion. I thought we were rehashing the calling the question. I'm sorry.
No, we were actually.
Disregarding us in anything.
Okay, so we had 3 no's on the bill, so the bill passes 36 to 3, 36-4.
Vice Mayor Porterfield is a no. I'm sorry, you couldn't see me.
Councilmember Porterfield is a no. 35 to 4.
Suara.
Councilmember Suara is a no. 34 to 5. Anybody else? 34-4, 5 against, 0 abstentions. Bill passes on first reading. BL 2020-336 by Councilmember Druffel. Ordinance requiring the Director of Finance to provide recommendations to the Metropolitan Council regarding revisions to the Metropolitan Government's debt management policy. Councilmember Druffel, you're recognized.
Yeah, move for passage.
Councilmember Druffel.
If you wanted to move approval and defer second reading until August 4th.
Okay, so Councilmember Druffel, what I'm understanding is, did you want to move passage and then defer second reading to a certain time?
Will depend on Mendez, Councilman Mendez availability.
Well, that's a new one on me. So the motion is to the motion is to approve on first reading and then wait for Councilmember Mendez to decide what's his availability. Is that it?
No, we were going to. I'll move for passage.
Okay, so move for passage. Properly seconded. Councilmember Mendez, I'm going to come to you so you can tell me what's going on. Okay.
Thanks. I thought that I had worked through our council director that we had an understanding that because I'll be traveling at our next meeting, that the sponsor would move for approval to have second reading in the first meeting of August. I can't honestly tell whether he's okay with that or not. If he's, I would request that the sponsor would change the motion to be pass on first reading and set second reading for the first meeting in August. If he is not inclined, I would like to make that motion myself.
First meeting in August.
All right, I'm going to go back to Councilmember Druffel to see if he wants to make that, change that motion. If not, I'm coming back to Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Druffel?
No, that was my original take that motion and wait for the second, for that first week in August.
First week or the second?
First week in August, first meeting in August.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, the first meeting in August, I'm sorry.
Okay, so the motion is to approve tonight on first reading and then push second reading to the first meeting in August.
That's correct.
That's the motion, properly seconded. Okay, so that's the motion. I've got Councilmember Glover. You're recognized.
Just very quickly, Vice Mayor. You know, it's dangerous where we are. We're pulling things on first reading before we can get it to committee. It's also dangerous that if we're going to start moving things around in first reading in order to accommodate schedules, that's not necessarily a good idea. So if we're going to start doing that, we're going to continue and we're going to drag ourselves even out further and further in the amount of time that we're here. So I would ask that if you have a bill on first, let's be respectful. I believe we try to get things through on first to where we can discuss them in committee. I think it needs that, number one. But number two, if we know there's going to be, quote, a conflict of somebody you want to be involved in the conversation, then pull it, rather than having it and wait before for the filing. Anyway, that's my 2 cents worth. It's just we've spent a lot of time in first reading tonight on things that we really shouldn't be spending time on. And if that upsets people when I say that, I regret it. But guys, we're dragging this out way too long. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Call a question.
Okay, previous question's been called. We're on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question, say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are now voting on BL 2020-336. The motion is to approve on first reading and then refer second reading to the first meeting in August. That was properly seconded. All those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. All right. And then we have one late filed bill. I believe, let me just double check why I'm doing that. Let's see. Okay, I think everything else passed on first reading. And we have one late filed bill by Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Taylor, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair.
This is about tornadoes, I believe.
Yes, this bill is just to extend to waive the permit fees for individuals in the tornado in regard to the COVID pandemic. During the time of the tornado, Councilmember Syracuse introduced a bill that would waive those fees. And so briefly after that, the pandemic came through and slowed down the progress for a lot of the homeowners and families. And so we wanted to extend that.
Okay, so it's a late filed bill, didn't go to rules? Okay. So Councilmember Taylor, you're going to need to move to suspend the rules?
Yes, I'd like to move to suspend the rules.
Okay, so Councilmember Taylor has moved to suspend the rules to get this on first reading tonight. Any objections? Councilmember O'Connell, you got your hand up. Is that a suspension? I mean, is that, are you voting against the, now I'm looking now, your hand is gone?
Old, sorry.
Okay.
That was old.
No problem. Anybody, any objections to suspending the rules? Seeing no objections, Councilmember Taylor, you're on your bill, late filed bill for passage on first reading.
Yes, again, this is a bill to expand the opportunity for families to file the permits to rebuild or to have any renovations that are needed from the tornadoes.
Okay, so Councilmember Taylor is going to move passage of his late filed bill on first reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing nobody's hand up in the queue, all those in favor of passage of the late filed bill by Councilmember Taylor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay. Bill passes 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions on first reading. We're now on bills on second reading. We're on BL 2019-8. This is by Councilmember Roberts and Henderson. Ordinance amending section 17.20.120 of Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to provisions of sidewalks. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to move for approval.
Okay, so we've got a committee report, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Sorry, we're on 2019-8?
That's correct.
And the council lady moved for approval?
No, sorry. Are we on
order?
Yeah.
So we just have to get the committee report first, then I'll go back to Councilmember Roberts.
Okay, just making sure that I had the right letter, because the letter was to defer to the first meeting in December,
Okay.
and that was passed 13 in favor, 0 against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Roberts.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I was on the wrong one. Yes, I'd like to move to the first meeting in December.
All right, so the motion is to move to the first meeting in December, properly seconded. Any discussion on the thing? Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Sorry, I was only going to ask about the deferral, so at this point I have no business, sorry.
All right. Any other questions? Motion is to defer to the first meeting in December, properly seconded. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Motion passes by Councilmember Roberts. We're on BL 2020-127 by Councilmember Hall. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from SP and R40 to MUNA zoning for properties located at 6404 Edens Creek Road, 3580, 3612, 3616, and 3622 Old Clarksville Pike, Edens Creek Road unnumbered, and Old Clarksville Pike unnumbered, approximately 215 feet west of Jolton Community Center, 53.22 acres. Councilmember Hall?
Committee report.
There you are. You're recognized. Committee reports. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
This was deferred indefinitely, 13 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Move to defer indefinitely.
Okay, the motion is to defer indefinitely, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion to defer indefinitely passes 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? That's the vote. BL 2020-148 by Council Members Benedict, Welsh, Suara, and others. An ordinance amending Chapter 4.12 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to contracts with private operators of detention facilities. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Mendez.
There was an amendment that was recommended for approval, 12 in favor, 0 against. And then on the bill as amended, the recommendation was to defer indefinitely, 12 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Councilmember Pulley, Public Safety.
Public Safety recommended indefinite deferral, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right.
We did not hear the amendment.
All right. Councilmember Benedict, back to you.
I would like to move the amendment, Vice Mayor.
All right. So Councilmember Benedict has moved the amendment on 2020-148, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Sure, thank you. The amendment just clarifies that the bill, there's the dog. The amendment just clarifies that the bill is specific to adult facilities in Davidson County.
Okay. You've heard an explanation of the amendment. Any questions on the amendment? Hold on. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I need to be recorded as abstaining from all of these votes on this particular bill.
All right. Madam Clerk, if you would recognize that Councilmember Withers has to abstain on this bill, on all votes on this bill. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized. There you are. Councilmember Glover, your mic's on. There you go.
Vice Mayor, I was trying to pull my hand back down. I'm not interested in talking on the amendment.
Okay. No one else is in the queue. We're on the amendment. Councilmember Benedict has moved the amendment, properly seconded. We're voting on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay, the amendment passes 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections?
Yeah, she was.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. 38-4, 0 against, 1 abstention. That's Councilmember Withers. I'm sorry. All right, so the amendment is on. Back to you, Councilmember Benedict. You're recognized on your bill as amended.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the bill as amended for indefinite deferral with a brief explanation.
Okay, so the motion is to move 2020-148 to defer, am I getting this right, to defer indefinitely the bill as amended? Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, properly seconded. Back to you for discussion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I want to point out to my colleagues that the analysis and fiscal notes on this bill were not updated with current information. And in fact, they were exactly the same as what was included with the bill in February. There is more and better information that should have been in the analysis, and I have no idea why it was not updated with that information that the council office had. So on to the bill. Last February, we held a joint committee meeting with the Budget and Finance and Public Safety committees, at which time no one was certain of how the costs would be covered. Recently, we learned from the Tennessee Department of Corrections that all of the operational costs that the sheriff would incur will be completely reimbursed by the state. And this estimated cost that it would take to the estimated cost that it would take to convert back to the sheriff's office would be less than $5 million. So the sheriff has been a great partner in finding a way to take on this responsibility, and I believe we quite likely have the best sheriff in the country. And I have no doubts that he will do a superb job, just as his track record demonstrates. The bill provides a timeline that would work for the sheriff, as he has important initiatives that are coming up in the next 6 to 9 months. The planned transition to take over management would take about 9 to 12 months, and it would include taking over full management of the Metro Detention Facility, including hiring as many current staff as possible. The purpose of the extended timeline was to safely and deliberately make the transition such that no inmate or staff would be negatively impacted. However, late yesterday, we heard from CoreCivic that they would like that timeline to be shorter. So given that, I'm going to move this, I'm going to defer this bill indefinitely, and my hope is that we can amicably end this contract while making sure that the inmates and employees are safe and that we can set our sheriff up for success in taking it over. So with that, I renew my motion.
All right. The motion is to defer indefinitely. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm trying to make, okay, the other mic's So, you know, I really don't like preaching as much as I sometimes have to, but we're entering into areas that are very dangerous. We got a letter from CoreCivic yesterday that drew a line in the sand that says 90 days. And they didn't have to do that. But we don't really know, because I've got phone calls into the state, I've got phone calls to other places trying to figure out what the actual cost is going to be. But that's not even an option anymore because of what occurred over the last little bit here. CoreCivic decided they're done. They're done. And I did not speak with CoreCivic. I did not speak with the state yet, with the comptroller's office. But here's what I'm concerned about. We already know we have a cost of up to $5 million, and that's just the beginning. We have watched this body create expenses that we never should enter into creating because we jump. And so here's another $5 million. I'm not certain where that money comes from because our taxpayers just picked up a 34% property tax increase. There are people that I've been on the phone with that are crying trying to figure out how they get to stay in Nashville. And so when we just make moves and the taxpayers have to pick up the tab on this, you know, it is being irresponsible. And if that makes some people mad on the floor, well, then so be it, because the taxpayers are sick of this. And is it the right way to do it or the wrong way? I don't know. But I do know this. We know right now a minimum of $5 million is going to be the cost. I will wait and see what the state has to say. But we don't have options available to us now because CoreCivic has pulled back and said, we're done. Bad way of doing things. I hope that we will stop doing this. I will not support this. It's a bad move, and anyway, I couldn't sit on the sidelines anymore with that. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Glover. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Call the question.
Councilmember O'Connell has called the previous question. We are not voting on the motion to defer. We're just voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We're on the motion to defer indefinitely. This is 2020-148 as amended. We're voting on the motion to defer indefinitely. All those in favor of the motion to defer indefinitely say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Got one. So the vote is 38 to 0 to 1. The motion to defer indefinitely passes 38 to 0 to 1. Okay? We're now on BL 2020-224 as amended. This is Councilmember Taylor, Suara, Sepulveda, and others. Ordinance amending Chapter 11.22 of the Metropolitan Code to require landlords to provide notice to tenants prior to the sale of property. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you. I would like to get the committee reports, please.
Okay, sure thing. Affordable Housing, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Affordable Housing voted 9 in favor, 0 against the substitute, and then 9 in favor, 0 against the bill as substituted.
Okay, thank you. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. We voted 13 in favor, 0 against on the substitute, and then 13 in favor, 0 against to defer this to the first meeting in September.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to move the substitute, please, with a brief explanation.
All right, so Councilmember Taylor has moved the substitute on 2020-224. He's moved the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for a brief explanation.
Yes, for the substitute, this is more or less housekeeping. We added a few amendments in the meeting prior to when this was on the agenda. And there's some cleanup that we needed to do with the amendments. Therefore, we needed to substitute and add some language for the substitutes that we all approved. So I'd like to move that substitute now.
Okay, so I got a motion to approve the substitute, properly seconded. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
So, point of order, is there supposed to be a report from the traffic committee, traffic and parking transportation committee?
On 224?
No.
Oh, I'm on the wrong one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was on the wrong one. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's all right. Anybody else? So Councilmember Taylor has moved the substitute. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I need to correct the affordable housing report. We also voted 9 in favor and 0 against to defer to September, not to approve the bill as substituted.
All right, so duly noted. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Nobody else in the queue. The motion is to approve the substitute on 2020-224. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay, substitute is approved, 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Hearing none, 39-0 to 0. Councilmember Taylor, we're now on your bill as substituted. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move for a deferral to the first meeting in September with a brief explanation.
All right, so the motion is to defer to the first meeting in September, correct?
That's correct.
Properly seconded. Back to you for explanation.
Yes, thank you. When we last got a chance to see this bill, there was some work that needed to happen, and unfortunately, of course, you all know that we had a very busy June this year. Therefore, I want to make sure as we move forward with this bill that we can work with all parties engaged to make sure that we have the best bill to present to this body as we move forward to help protect the tenants here in Nashville. So I would, again, appreciate you all to continue to work with me on this as we defer for a couple of months.
All right, so you've heard Councilmember Taylor's explanation. He wants to defer to the first meeting in September. That was properly seconded. Let me see if anybody's in the queue. Seeing nobody in the queue, we're ready to vote. Motion is to defer the first meeting in September. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Any abstentions? Motion to defer passes 39-0 to 0. Okay, we're on BL 2020-232 by Councilmember O'Connell, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance to amend the geographic information system street and alley centerline layer for the Metropolitan government by abandoning a portion of alley number 146 right-of-way from Lafayette Street to Elm Street. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request committee reports, please.
Okay, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
We voted to indefinitely defer with 13 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, Councilmember O'Connell, your committee report.
Yes, sir. Traffic and parking, traffic transportation voted also to defer indefinitely, 5 in favor, 0 against. And I would like to move to defer indefinitely with a brief comment.
All right, the motion is to defer indefinitely, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. This one, we spoke with staff to get a better understanding of where the commission was in their disapproval, and we spoke with the convention center to understand the need here. I think it's need any longer, partly as a result of the impact of COVID-19 on their operations, as well as we go public transit, which had an interest in the site in question. And so we are going to defer indefinitely in the event that this does come back as a potential need. Everyone has reviewed it. We will understand what it is, but we'll defer it for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. The motion is to defer indefinitely. Nobody's in the queue. It was properly seconded. All those in favor of the motion to defer indefinitely say aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 39-0. Any corrections to that? Motion is to defer indefinitely. Passes. We're on BL 2020-300 by Council Members Benedict, Bradford, and Henderson. Ordinance amending Chapter 9.30 of the Metropolitan Code to restrict construction noise between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee report, please.
Codes, Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The committee voted for a 2-meeting deferral, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Benedict, back to you.
I move for a 2-meeting deferral.
All right, motion is to defer 2 meetings, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of the motion to defer 2 meetings, say aye.
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 Opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Motion to defer 2 meetings is approved 39-0. Okay, any corrections to that? That's the motion. Motion is passed. BL 2020-304, Councilmember Withers, Murphy, Henderson, and O'Connell, ordinance to amend the GIS system street and alley centerline layer for the Metropolitan government by renaming a portion of Summer Place between South 4th Street and South 5th Street to Jerry Newsom Way. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Could I get committee reports, please?
You certainly can. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
13 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Traffic and Parking, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. We voted in favor 5-4-0 against.
All right. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval with a brief comment.
All right. Councilmember Withers moves for passage, properly seconded. Back to you for a brief comment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. During our committee reports today, Councilmember Nash gave us a quiz question. Of course, Mr. Jerry Newsom was a Davidson County Sheriff's deputy who was killed in the line of duty, tragically, several years ago. Very, very valued member of the community, the Sheriff's Office family, and also want to point out a very beloved member of the African American community here in Nashville. Mr. Newsom's family is still very active in Nashville. Sheriff Hall had worked to have the former workhouse building named as the Jerry Newsom Training Center, at least to honor his memory. When I worked with a prior mayoral council to approve the construction of the new headquarters building here at this location at South 5th Street, I began collaboration with Sheriff Hall, and what they decided, the Sheriff's Office decided that they would like to do is to see if we could rename this portion of Summer Place, which kind of comes to between I-24 and South 5th Street, and rename that street Jerry Newsom Way. And I know Sheriff Hall is really looking forward to an opportunity to have a celebration of the life and service of Deputy Sheriff Jerry Newsom in the near future to unveil the street renaming. So I really appreciate everyone's work to get this done in a timely fashion. Of course, with COVID, we don't know what restrictions we'll have on gatherings, but I do know that it means a great deal to the Sheriff's Office family as well as to Mr. Newsom's family to have the street renamed in honor of him, and just thank all of my council colleagues for supporting this measure, and I renew my motion to approve.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Withers. I'm checking. Anybody in the queue? Nobody's in the queue. We're ready to vote. This is on second reading. All those in favor of BL 2020-304, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes on second reading, 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Okay. Councilmember Nash, I'd love to have some more information on Jerry Newsom. I think that would be helpful to the council. Okay. BL 2020-321 is the next bill. That's by Councilmember Vercher. Ordinance amending Chapter 2.04 of the Metropolitan Code to require members of the Metropolitan Council receive disaster preparedness, response training, and active shooter training. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Do you want me to, there's an amendment on this. Do you want me to do the committee report first? Or
Yeah, why don't you do the
amendment? How do you want to do it?
Do the committee report first, and then I'll come back to you for the amendment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Public Safety, Councilmember Pulley. Councilmember Pulley?
Sorry, Mr. Vice Mayor, what bill are we on here?
We're on 2020-321 by Councilmember Vercher. This is the active shooter bill, the training bill.
All right. I've got to find my committee report.
That's all right. It also, there was an amendment on the bill as well.
I've got it right here.
Public Safety recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes on the bill. Back to you, Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I'll go ahead and move the amendment with a brief explanation of the amendment. It's a housekeeping amendment by amending Section 2 by deleting the phrase of disaster preparedness and response and substituting it with the phrase an active shooter. So I'd like to move the amendment.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Vercher moves the amendment. It's properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Vice Mayor, I wanted to talk about the bill as amended.
Okay.
I'm sorry, sir.
That's okay. We're going to get the amendment on first. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Amendment passes 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. We're now on BL 2020-321 as amended. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
I'd like to move for approval as amended with a brief explanation.
Okay, so Councilmember Vercher has moved for passage on second reading as amended, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. This ordinance would be a resource for council members, considering some of the tragedies that we've endured as a city. Antioch, we've had 2 mass shootings within less than a year apart. We had the Burnett Chapel shooting. We also had the Waffle House mass shooting. In addition to that, our community is still enduring the tornado recovery efforts and the pandemic. We're trying to endure that. I don't have a word to put on what we're doing with that, but we're surviving. What this does, it allows council members to have a level of readiness. And as a military veteran, we are always trained to have a level, a level of readiness. That includes tear gas training. So I think it's prudent for us to be able to have a certain level of readiness when we are trying to serve our respective communities. I think once we go through training like this, we're both more helpful to not just our constituents, but also to the department heads as well. Some of the feedback that I was receiving during the tornado for some of the departments was that they really felt that the council was uninformed, and in a lot of cases, we were getting in the way from them actually being able to service the public. So training on the front end for council members coming in, you will know what resources you have at your disposal. You will be able to answer certain questions in advance for your community. And quite frankly, Vice Mayor, we would not need all these committees to address some of these issues if we have that level of readiness up front. And with that, I'll renew my motion.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Vice Mayor, I'm not sure if I need to ask the sponsor this question or Mr. Cooper. What time commitment would be required in order to do this, number one? Number two, what is the in-depth nature of this training, and what would it actually involve? So that's my two questions.
Who wants to handle that? Do we know?
You gonna recognize me, Vice Mayor?
I will. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Mayor. That would be up to the actual departments. As some of the resolutions and legislation that we've seen over the course of a couple of months, I think it's the role of council members is to yield certain discretion and judgment to those department heads. That's why I did not include a layout of the curriculum. The time frame would be determined by those respective areas. Just like our other training that we have, we did not set the parameters for the other trainings that we are required for council members.
And so, Vice Mayor, if I may, I'm going to expand that just a bit to the sponsor. So, would this be something that would be a video we would watch, or would this be classes we would have to attend for each department?
Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Again, this will be at the discretion of the department heads. They will decide the curriculum and they will decide the mode. If there's a concern about a council member feeling that they don't need the necessary tools and resources to better serve their constituents, we can discuss with them to provide various modes of training. But I would argue that this body would see this as a benefit and not as a burden on our respective time.
Yeah, and sponsor, don't think I'm criticizing, and I'm not. I'm just trying to understand what it would do.
Hold on, Councilmember Glover, go ahead. And
Chair, I'm not criticizing. I'm just trying to understand what it would actually mean. So with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Cooper. So if this passes, what does this mean, and what would be required of council members?
Mr. Cooper?
Go
ahead and answer, and then in this line of questioning. Go ahead, Mr. Cooper.
As the sponsor indicated, the bill specifically provides that the departments come up with the curriculum. There are no time parameters or scope of curriculum other than for the disaster preparedness. It's supposed to include information before, during, and after a disaster to help protect and serve their constituents. That's the extent of the direction to the department. I've taken the active shooter class twice, and I think it's about an hour long.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. I'm going to go back to Councilmember Vercher because you were talking over Councilmember Glover. Did you have a response?
I've already responded, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the nature of the trainings that the sponsor
Councilmember
recommending. I think I'm a little reluctant to. I had a little hiccup there. I appreciate the specific requirements or the specific training she's recommending. I think I'd stop short of recommending them as a required set of training. as council members, we are frankly required to be generalists, and we have to work with a variety of departments under a variety of circumstances, and we cannot possibly require a single specific set of training from every Metro department. We do have a fiduciary responsibility, so I understand why we are required, for instance, to do utility training, and I understand too that the legislative environment historically have inclusive and harassment grade trainings for our own operations internally. I don't personally see why we would not make this an available training at, say, council orientation, but not make it legally required. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Vercher, do you want to respond?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As the ordinance outlines, that this is up under the Office of Emergency Management, and they would determine what those agencies would be to make sure that we are fully informed and prepared as it relates to disasters. For the active shooter training, that would be up under the purview of the Nashville Police Department. Again, this is about council members having a level of readiness to be able to serve their communities more timely and with more accurate information up front. Vice Mayor, during the tornado, I sat with Councilman Taylor for hours, and we were on the phone for hours making phone calls, and we knew then that this process was fragmented. And I've been on council for 5 years and didn't know all the complexities and the layers as it relates to our agencies being able to respond to our respective communities. As it relates to the active shooter training, I have council experience regarding that as well too. When we had the Burnett Chapel shooting, when we had the Waffle House shooting, what that did, the community wanted actual answers, especially when the notice went out that certain neighborhoods were on lockdown. Well, they called the council member wanting to know, what does that actually mean? If council members have this information, again, this level of readiness up front, you'll be able to provide that information to your constituents in the midst of a crisis.
Okay.
That's all this ordinance does.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember.
It's a resource for council members.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Parker, you had your hand up, and then did you take it down? Here, hold on. Okay. All right. He said Councilmember Vercher's addressed the question. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I guess I'm a little struck. I'm trying to figure out, and you know, I think we as council members, we have legislative obligations to our constituents, and we were in the legislative branch of our government here in Davidson County. You know, when there are events like that, I think the last thing that departments need are us trying to insert ourselves in situations that we, need to be leaving to professionals. So I'm a little concerned at how this might try to push us as council members into stuff that really is better left to professionals. But since we are talking about the department, I'm curious what the administration has to say on something like this, and whether they think that this is something that should be left to professionals, or should we go 40 council members to run around and act like they have authority of OEM?
Councilmember Young, are you asking the administration?
I'm asking the administration where they're at on this.
Mr. Jameson, you on the call still? There you are.
Yes, sir, Vice Mayor. The administration is not taking a position on this. We certainly welcome the council's deliberations, and that'll inform the mayor's decisions on signing off on this or not. But certainly if the council elects that they do need executing, we would be supportive.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jameson. Back to you, Councilmember Young. Okay.
That's all. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm a little confused and want to ask Mr. Cooper if he could maybe give me some more clarity. When I was first reading this and reading the summary and then hearing the sponsor's explanation, I'm a little confused because it sounded like it was department heads that would dictate the curriculum that we needed to know or master, but the analysis from the council office makes it very clear that it's the office of OEM. And I will say, like, the more information, the better. I mean, yes, I've been on council 5 years now, or almost 5 years, and I had stuff come up this year that I was I didn't know what resources to use or reach out to, and so I used the resource of the council office and the vice mayor to call and say, hey, is there a nonprofit, or how should I handle this, and that type of thing. And those are things that could not have been handled in training because just a very rare kind of off-the-wall situation of how I needed to help my constituents. And so if Mr. Cooper could explain a little bit more what is mandated in this and what is not mandated in this. And then also when we passed the sexual harassment prevention training by the council, there was some negotiations with the HR department regarding a fiscal note, and I'm not seeing a fiscal note in our analysis. Maybe I'm missing it, but I wanted to touch base on that and see if there was, I know when we've talked about mandated trainings before, we had a statement from the director of HR and that type of thing, and I could have missed that in our packet, and I'm seeing if you've got Mr. Cooper to give us some more information to help me understand exactly what's going to be mandated and what's going to be optional, because I mean, I think all information is helpful, but I want to make sure that we're getting something that is valuable to our districts, because all 35 districts are really, truly, totally different.
Mr. Cooper?
So under the bill, both trainings would be required once every 4 years. The police department would select the curriculum for the active shooter training. OEM would select the curriculum for the disaster preparedness training. Presumably, they would work with other emergency departments in coming up with that curriculum. We have not heard from any departments regarding the inability to provide this. I know the police department already has the active shooter training, and they provide that to Metro employees throughout the year. I have not heard from OEM regarding a fiscal issue. We will check with them though before the third reading.
When I think of active shooter training, I think of like being in my workplace and knowing how to protect myself and my fellow employees or people in my workplace environment. Is the active shooter training we're discussing here something different than that, or is there any more explanation of? I mean, call me naive. I've been very fortunate not to have to be in an active shooter situation. So, could you explain a little bit more about what is active shooter training in this situation?
Mr. Cooper?
The active shooter training that the police department provides is, as you described, it goes through different scenarios, whether you're in a work setting or you're at a retail establishment, and it goes through different scenarios and how you as an individual and with a group should respond in such an event.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Murphy.
I think that clarifies it.
All right. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you for recognizing Mr. Vice Mayor.
want to go on record as applauding Councilmember Vercher for bringing this forward. It is true that we are the legislative branch, and we have to remind our constituents of that quite a lot. But nevertheless, we sort of are the customer service wing of Metro government. I mean, when constituents want services, they're going to come to us, particularly when it comes to a disaster. They look for the leader who's elected in the community, who's in their neighborhood, to provide leadership about, you know, what their expectations should be and how to help. I mean, a lot of times what we found with the tornado or with the flood in 2010 is that there are so many people asking how they can help that even the people asking to help becomes overwhelming. And so I think that Councilmember Vercher is absolutely right on. I think that Metro government, with the sort of recent turnover that we had in the mayor's office, was maybe not as fully staffed as past administrations could have been to coordinate some things in-house in the mayor's office, and sometimes I was a little bit frustrated by that myself. But nonetheless, we as council members need to know how to work with those departments when time is critical like that, when lives depend on fast responses. And so I think that emergency preparedness training is a great idea. That is literally the way that we save constituents' lives, help our emergency responders be effective. And even when it comes to active shooter drills, I mean, it's a sad reality in our community. People have different opinions on it, but, you know, there are a lot of guns out there in America, and whatever you think about that, that's just the way it is. And so, you know, it's an unfortunate reality that at any time we could be leading a community meeting and something like that could happen, and people would look to the leader of that meeting, which is going to be us, to help guide them to safety, and again, even to be able to work with emergency personnel to help save our constituents. It's sad, but that's the way it is. So I totally applaud Councilmember Vercher for bringing this forward. I know there are some details maybe to be worked out, but I think it's fantastic. It really shows leadership. It shows lessons learned from what we've all been through recently, and I encourage my colleagues to support this ordinance. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
I'll be really brief. Echo many of the sentiments that Councilman Withers shared. I really think that this is about leadership. We are looked to as the leaders within our district, and we need to think ahead about future council members because they don't need to learn on the fly like some of us had to do, related either to the flood previously or related to the tornado. And so I support the idea of stronger onboarding, and I think that this is a great component of it. And I appreciate Councilwoman Vercher for bringing this forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Evans. Councilmember Rosenberg. Oh, I'm sorry.
Previous question.
Councilmember Rosenberg has called the previous question. We're on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Yes.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, previous question prevails. We are now voting on BL 2020-321 as amended by Councilmember Vercher. All those in favor of the bill on second reading, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
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 Any abstentions? Okay, who were the noes? Councilmember Rosenberg is a no. Somebody else was a no.
Murphy.
Murphy was a no. And somebody else. Mendez was a no.
Sepulveda.
O'Connell.
Sepulveda was a no. O'Connell was a no.
Young.
Glover.
Young, Glover, noes. We have 6. I think we had 6 noes. 7? 32 yes, 7 noes. Any abstentions? 32 to 7 to 0. Bill passes on second reading. All right. We're now on BL 2020-322 by Councilmember Hurt, Toombs, Rosenberg, and Suara. An ordinance amending Chapter 2.44 of the Metropolitan Code to prohibit the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department from hiring police officers who were previously fired or under investigation by another law enforcement agency for malfeasance or use of force. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Personnel, I think Councilmember Taylor has that one.
Yes, personnel and public information voted 7 for, 0 against.
For the bill?
Yes, Bill 2023.
All right, thank you. That's what I needed. Public safety, Council.
Excuse me, for deferral.
Oh, for deferral. Okay. All right. Public safety, Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Safety deferred by rule.
Deferred by rule. Okay. Councilmember Hurt, back to you on 322.
Yes, I am going to ask for one meeting deferral. I was going back and forth from personnel to planning, and I wasn't able to get into public safety before they actually called it up. But I do want to say that this is a bill that I think is going to provide some preventive measures for some of the things that we've been experiencing, having officers with a history of abuse of some type of misconduct that we hire, and there is evidence and propensity for them to act out those same type of behaviors with this department if they have in previous departments. But I will move for deferral so we can work on some more language and get some additional information needed to strengthen the bill itself. Okay. So I ask for approval for one meeting deferral.
So, Councilmember Hurt, it's automatically deferred by rule, one meeting, so you don't even have to ask for it. It moves over to the next meeting. Okay.
Right. Well, I just want you to know that I'm not against the deferral. I appreciate and understand it.
Okay. So it's automatically deferred by rule. It'll be up on the next agenda. All right.
Thank you.
BL 2020-323 by Councilmember Sledge, Benedict, Toombs, and others. Ordinance amending Chapter 2.44 of the Metropolitan Code to incorporate certain limitations on police use of force into Metro Nashville Police Department's policy. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Public safety, Councilmember Pulley.
Public safety recommended one meeting deferral, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. It's deferred by rule.
Deferred by rule, that's right. Thank you very much. It'll be up on the next council agenda. BL 2020-324 by Councilmember Murphy and Allen. Ordinance amending Section 7.16.110 of the Metropolitan Code to revise the measurement method for retail liquor establishments for the minimum distance requirements needed to obtain a certificate of compliance. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. I was, committee reports.
Public safety, Councilmember Pulley.
Public safety deferred by rule.
Okay. All right. So, Councilmember Murphy, I'm coming back to you, but it's deferred by rule.
Yes, I was not able to get out of planning in time to get to public safety. I think that's been a theme of the night. We need to work on our committee schedule, and so I'm totally fine with deferring this by rule, and hopefully we can make our committees work where we can all be in the right place at the right time. Thank you.
All right. 324 is deferred by rule. BL 2020-325 by Councilmember Withers, Mendez, Murphy, and Suara. Ordinance approving a lease agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville, Davidson County, and the Episcopal School of Nashville. Councilmember Withers, you recognize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. Could I get committee reports, please?
Certainly can. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Mendez.
Recommended approval, 12 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
In favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval with a brief comment.
Okay. Motion is to approve. Properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, everyone, for your consideration on this. This is a historic Ross School building. It's over 100 years old. It's fantastic to have it still be in use today as a school. The interior of it still looks like a school, and it's just great to have a building like that available. For the last several years, it had been home to Nashville Classical Charter School, which recently moved over to another historic school building, the Bailey School building in East Nashville. And so this building became vacant. It was fantastic to have the Episcopal School in Nashville, which is based at St. Anne's Episcopal, be looking for a building, and this was exactly the right size of a building that they need. The Episcopal School in Nashville it is a private school, but it is one in which the head of school, a lot of the teachers are East Nashville residents. They seek to have a diverse population. They have scholarship opportunities to make sure that they have economic diversity. We have folks on the board such as Catch Secor from Old Crow Medicine Show, former school board member Gracie Porter. So it is a private school, it is parochial, but it very much also is a community and neighborhood school. And one of the other big assets of this lease is that it will enable the community to continue to have that playground. It's not a Metro government playground, it's sort of as part of that property. And so by leasing this to another school building, we will continue to have another playground facility there in the middle of the Laughlin Springs neighborhood that all the neighbors can enjoy. So this is just a win-win on all counts, and I really appreciate everyone, particularly at the mayor's office. Mike Jameson, I know, worked very hard on this. Appreciate everyone's work to negotiate this and move this forward. And while some things are a little bit up in the air in terms of what school will look like under COVID, I know that the folks at the Episcopal School are really excited to get ready to move into this facility this fall. So with that, I thank everyone and renew my motion to approve.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Withers. Properly seconded. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to go on record as supporting this as well. I've had the opportunity to visit the Episcopal School a couple of times, and I'm glad that they're able to get this place. But the other reason also is that we talk about making use of our asset, our building, and then just having them sit there, so Metro will be getting some income from this as well. So I'm glad to support this and ask everyone to.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Nobody else in the queue? We're voting on 2020-325. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Bill passes on second reading. Bill 2020-326 by Syracuse, Murphy, Henderson, and O'Connell, ordinance to amend the GIS system, street and alley centerline layer for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville by renaming a portion of Old Elm Hill Pike between McGavick Pike and Ermac Drive to Sims Branch Way. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Okay, you got Planning and Zoning. Councilmember Murphy.
18 in favor, 0 against.
Public Works. Councilmember Henderson.
We recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Traffic and Parking. Councilmember O'Connell. Microphone.
0 against.
Okay, sounds like that was a positive recommendation. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move approval with a brief comment.
All right, motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. So this came from Emergency Services. There is another section of Old Elm Hill Pike further down the way that has addresses. This section does not. So it caused a bit of confusion. And so at the request, they asked me what I would like to call it. And so we're calling it Sims Branch Way because it is very parallel to Sims Branch. And with that, I move approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Syracuse. That was a beautiful story. Anybody in the queue? Nobody else is in the queue. I'll say that it's one of the most prettiest stories I've ever heard. So motion is to approve, properly seconded. Nobody's in the queue. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
I'm just assuming everybody's for that after that beautiful story. Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? Bill passes 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. All right, we're on BL 2020-327 by Councilmember O'Connell, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing 900 Church Street LLC to install, construct, and maintain underground aerial encroachments in the right-of-way located at 900 Church Street. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request committee reports, please.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
13 in favor, 0 against.
Public Works, Councilmember Henderson.
10 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember O'Connell, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move approval.
Motion to approve, properly seconded. Anybody in the queue? Seeing nobody, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Passes on second reading, 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Seeing none, bill passes on second reading. We're now on bills on third reading. We are now on the second substitute bill 2019-48 as amended. Councilmember Rosenberg, Young, Sledge, and others. An ordinance amending section 17.16.250 of Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws relative to home occupation. Councilmember Rosenberg, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Did we do committee reports at 4 o'clock last time, or do we need to do those tonight?
Everything is approved.
Okay.
Okay, so you're ready to go.
Okay, if it helps, they were 10-0, 10-3, and 5-2. Anyway, thank you. I'm glad that we're here this early in the evening. I appreciate the incredible engagement that we've had on this bill since its introduction a full 9 months ago. As we considered the language of the bill and considered ways in which the legislation could be abused, we were able to identify a wide range of protections to ensure the worst case is eliminated. We ended up with a bill that eliminates the vulnerabilities to neighborhood that exist under our current unenforced and unenforceable law. Here we add protections related to commercial, actually, earlier on we got an email regarding the lack of enforceability of our current law that is important to look from, where they note that the Property Standards Division, upon receipt of a complaint, the inspector for the area will inspect the outside areas generally within 24 to 48 hours after receipt of a complaint. And then after that, they, yada, 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 long process. So here with this proposal, we add protections related to commercial deliveries, commercial vehicles, noise, signage, and residential character that we do not have under the law that we're replacing. And we increase enforceability both by narrowing the focus of our property inspectors, allowing photographic and video evidence of violations to replace those time-consuming visits, and allowing that evidence to serve as a basis for permit revocation. Our current law rewards bad actors by lumping in with them these good neighbors who want rules to play by. And it's an important point that any Nashvilleian who would flaunt the new law are doubtlessly flaunting the current law as well. Tonight, we're creating a more enforceable, more equitable, more sensible law that allows greater opportunity for our residents, and I'm proud that we've gotten to where we are. By fixing this relic, we're delivering a win to parents who seek enrichment opportunities for their children, struggling Nashvilleians who need to make a little extra money on the side, and the budding entrepreneur who wants to start a small business in the spirit of Apple or Google, but can't afford astronomical commercial rents. This carefully crafted proposal will continue to make home occupation an accessory use, remains an accessory use, disallow uses like retail, restaurants, or auto repair in residential neighborhoods, and guarantee every residential property remains first and foremost a home for one or more fellow Nashvilleians. And it will do it in a way that will grant our residents greater opportunity. This is an exciting and long overdue update, and with overwhelming community support, I look forward to a positive vote tonight. Thank you to everyone who has spoken up to make this bill better. Your efforts will make a world of difference. Mr. President, I'd like to move approval of Amendments 1 by Councilman Parker, Amendment 5 by Council Members Johnston and Henderson, and Amendment 6 by me.
Okay, so let's get a motion on the bill. We're on the second substitute as amended, so your motion is to approve it on third reading.
Correct, yes, please.
Properly seconded. Okay, I'm coming back to you for, hold on for just a second. So your motion is now to adopt amendments 1, 5, and 6, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I have a motion to adopt amendments 1, 5, and 6, properly seconded. Okay, back to you for an explanation of what the amendments do.
Sure, and if any sponsors, of course, would like to speak on the amendment, I defer to them. Amendment 1 is by Councilman Parker. It creates a system whereby a homeowner would have to certify by affidavit. Councilman Parker, do you want me to defer to you on this?
Councilmember Parker, you grab your mic. There you go.
Thank you for the recognition, Vice Mayor and Sponsor Rosenberg. Yeah, so Amendment 1 essentially ensures that these residential homes are homes that someone, it is actually their primary residence. In order to get an application, you would need to provide an affidavit saying that it is your primary residence. And initially, the amendment was, it just had that language, but actually from another bill that we're going to be looking at tonight, Bill 187, the short-term rental bill, we changed the requirements to basically mirror the language in that. So it has some specific documents that can be provided to establish that it is your primary residency. And I think that'll sort of answer a lot of questions on the front end rather than waiting for them to be sort of addressed with challenges in process. And I did want to make sure that if Director Cooper could, that is what is now Amendment 1, is the updated version with the language from 187, is that correct?
Yes, that's what was in the amendments packet.
Excellent. Well, thank you all very much.
Okay, so what we're just checking to make sure we're doing this. So we've got amendments 1, 5, and 6, and we're taking them together. So they'll be voted on as a group, okay? So Councilmember Parker has talked about amendment number 1. Councilmember Rosenberg, let's get all the amendments, let's get an explanation of those 3 amendments they're taking as a group, and then I'm going to go to the board and start having people ask questions about them.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment 5 sets up a permit expiration and renewal process. The permit is only good for a year. The Codes Department sets up the process, and then the renewal application must verify by affidavit that the home occupation remains in compliance before being able to renew it for an additional year. And Amendment 6 sets a sunset date whereby the provisions of this law will expire on January 7th, 2023, unless the council elects to extend it beyond then.
Okay, so the motion is, just make sure everybody's clear. If you're looking at your amendments, Councilmember Rosenberg has moved amendments number 1, 5, and 6 as a group for passage onto his second substitute as amended. It's 2019-48, properly seconded. So now I'm going to go to the board and start seeing who's got questions. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So on this bill, I have several questions or concerns. First of being, we have no recommendation from the Planning Commission whatsoever on this bill. Second of all, I appreciate the sponsor for referencing the email that we received earlier today. What was not stated earlier was that in several instances, it was stated the Property Standards Division cannot monitor home occupation. Also, it says that home occupation violations constitute a very small percentage of the cases property standards has to work on. So that's saying this is a very small problem that has been blown into a very big issue very falsely by the sponsor. Lastly, this bill omits HOAs and neighborhood associations. As we've all seen in the emails, the sponsor himself lives in an HOA. So he's going to impose these new rules onto other neighborhoods that will not impact him directly. So I don't really see the fairness in pushing such a bill that omits his very own neighborhood. So I would ask for members of this body to stand up for our neighborhoods. Many of us campaign on protecting the character of our neighborhoods, and to either vote to indefinitely defer this bill or to kill it on third. and let's start back to the drawing board, get neighborhood groups in on this, and let's do something that everyone can be content. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Bradford. Councilmember Rosenberg, you want to respond?
Sure, thank you, Mr. President. That was classy. I'm happy to live on a block like so many other people where folks do have businesses out of their home. I have a business out of my home. I have a building permit in my window as a result of it. I have neighbors down the street who are accountants who have people come and pick up papers, and I have people who sell baked goods and that sort of thing, and I think that they should be allowed to do that, and as they would under the provisions of this bill. So I look forward to the opportunity to acknowledge that these businesses that are already there and operating without bothering anybody should be able to do so without fear of a grudge-driven shutdown. And those who really wish to only comply with the law have the opportunity to have a law that they can comply with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to Councilmember Glover. Can you hear me?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I got you.
I think I'm on. Okay, thank you, sir. Well, I'm not going to support this, and let me tell you why. Councilman Bradford, I think, kind of wraps it up. Now, I want to give you a little more history, if I may. You know, many years ago, prior to most everyone being on this council, I warned us about the STRPs. The countless hours we have spent on that issue, what I'm afraid of, we're going to enter the same black hole vortex right here, because unfortunately, when we open these things up and we open up neighborhoods to these things, it creates problems, which is one of the reasons I've had a conflict on the STRPs, because we passed it. When we passed it, there were people who came in and started utilizing the law that we passed. And so now they have rights that makes it almost impossible to overturn it. So if there are things that are, quote, working and it's not creating problems, that's one thing. This opens up, and I can't support it. I won't support it. And, you know, if it passes, I'm just simply stating, be careful what you ask for. We might be getting it, and we might be adding more to our plate than we already have on it. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Swire, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This bill was a tough one from the beginning, because you can tell from the emails that we got that we're being pulled in so many directions. There are a lot of people that are for it. There are people that are against it. But when you look at it at the end of the day, I want to borrow from something that CM Ott said this afternoon, that we have a charter that is outdated, that is not working for many people, that we need to fix it. And when we have a situation where people, I share with you, an homeless lady that is trying to make ends meet in her home, that was the turning point for me. And so we need to look into ways to be able to help all of our constituents. Now, I do know the horror that STR have caused. There were complaints even this 4th of July fireworks, and we don't want that to happen again. So that's why I was so happy that so many people worked on the amendments and the substitutes. This is one of the first bills that I've seen so many council people working together to make it better for everyone. So we have something that works for neighborhood and works for our constituents that needs to make ends meet. And so I will encourage everyone, in light of all the amendments and the changes, the substitutes and the amendment and everything that we're considering, to think about people that do need money. I remember starting off in my home before I was able to get out. So there are people, and with COVID and everything else, this is not the time to shut the door. But I do want to make sure that we don't repeat the same thing with STR. That's why I'm okay with all the amendments. And I also want to reassure everyone that one thing that the STR did not have is a sunset date. Worst case scenario, which I don't think it will be as bad with all the amendments. Again, I'm going with the totality of what is being presented. But let's even say we made a mistake with it. This will sunset and we have the opportunity to claw it back and to say, no, we're not going to do this again. And so let's not be too scared to make changes. Let's not be too scared to do what works for everyone. For me, a balance is what I'm looking for. I want my neighborhood to be safe. I don't want people to be coming in and out that don't live there. That's why it has to be somebody that lives there. It has to be somebody that can prove they live there. Then, I mean, so many things have been put into place, and I want us to look at that in totality, and I ask that you support the bill with the amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Nash, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I come from a small town, and my brother-in-law was a lawyer and had his law office in his home. 2 clients would come and visit, and it didn't disrupt his neighborhood whatsoever. My mother-in-law lived next door to a lady who did hair out of her home. And ironically, these kind of build community because people walk over to these places. It's a little bit like mixed use, only you don't have all the signs of all the commercialism. And when this first came up, we heard, well, you don't have to renew annually. We don't know if they live there. Those things have been fixed now. And I really think with the amendments that have been added to this is something we need to try. And I think, especially now that a lot of us are being forced to work from home, it's given us an indication that, yeah, you can do this, and it's not all that disruptive to your neighborhood, especially when, again, there's no signage and the like, and limited traffic. I think it's a valuable tool. I think we'll appreciate. Needs trying.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. First, just as a point of order, are we speaking on the amendments?
We are speaking on amendments 1, 5, and 6.
Okay. So everybody who's speaking more broadly to the bill, are you confining the conversation to the amendments or to, the amendments haven't been moved.
The amendments have been moved and properly seconded. We're speaking on the amendments itself.
On the amendments. Okay, so we have moved a package of amendments. Okay. So then my question, Vice Mayor, is then for the sponsor. I do appreciate that he accepted my sunset amendment as a friendly amendment. I did want, as a point of clarification, did he say the sunset is now January of 2023 rather than March? I see him nodding. I'm not sure if that's sufficient, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Rosenberg is indicating yes, that's correct.
As well, I also appreciate him accepting Councilwoman Johnson and my annual permit amendment. That said, my initial sunset amendment also had a delayed start or a delayed effective date. If this passes this evening, it is effective tomorrow. And so I did reach out to Mr. Herbert to inquire as to the implementation of this bill. I think, data collection is going to be very important as far as kind of ITS, and so he did make some modifications there for points of data entry. But I did understand from him at the time that, having permits would require more time for implementation. And so I do have an amendment that's before us. I modified it to make it a little more friendly to Councilman Rosenberg, only to have a week delayed effective. Basically it just becomes effective a week from now. And I didn't know if Councilman Rosenberg could speak to this being effective from the time it passes and how we can, this would be implemented, please.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. I had a conversation with Mr. Herbert, too, who indicated it would only take an hour of computer time to become effective on their end or operative on their end. And, of course, it doesn't become law until it's signed and returned by the mayor. A week doesn't bother me at all, but I had suggested the January sunset rather than the March sunset so that it would be something that happened before we start getting into budget season and whatever craziness starts happening in the spring. My preference is for Amendment 6, but, you know, there's not a huge difference between the two.
Okay.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Henderson. I think I've got Councilmember Welsh next. You recognized?
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Mayor. When I was campaigning, I campaigned, as Councilmember Bradford talked about, of revitalizing our neighborhoods and revitalizing our city. But of all the things that I heard of the campaign trail after sidewalks and speeding was people in my district wanting this bill passed, a bill like this passed. The people in my neighborhood are musicians, they're entrepreneurial, they're creative types who build their life and their living out of their homes. And they asked me specifically to work on a bill like this, and it was very fortunate for me that Councilmember Rosenberg had already done so much work on this that I could just be a supporter of the work that he'd already done. I think what this bill enshrined is already happening here in Nashville, and it's a testament to how little impact this is really going to have on people's day-to-day life in terms of disruption, that it is already going on. People are simply doing things illegally, and they don't want to do them illegally. They want to be able to celebrate the fact that they're making and creating out of their homes. I think bad actors in these types of situations are very loud, and they overshadow all the other non-bad actors who are making a living for themselves and making a way for themselves, using the resources that they have at hand, which includes their home and being able to create out of their home. We have seen in COVID that working and living and doing what you need to do in the world out of your home is not much of a challenge. We adapted very quickly to something that we had been told for eons was simply really not possible. What? You can't not work in an office, you can't work at home. But we've seen that that's all not true. I think that Councilmember Rosenberg has been very sensitive to the potential problems that could arise, and he has addressed those very thoroughly. And I think having the sunset, if we find out that we are in fact totally wrong, we have a mechanism to pull back. But I don't think that we're totally wrong. And I think that we are going to find that this really enhances and encourages this creative community that is Nashville to grow even more, to see more of its potential than we ever thought possible before. So I wholeheartedly support this, and I hope that my colleagues will take that risk and vote for this so that we can let people create those lives that they want in the space that they have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Remember, we're on a motion to amend. It's amendments number 1, 5, and 6. Councilmember Hauser, you're recognized. Councilmember Hauser?
Yes, sorry, just took a minute to unmute. Yeah, I was really excited when I saw the parameters that were being outlined in this bill, and the way that we define what businesses could be run from home and what could not. The concern that I had expressed was what my constituents were asking about. How could we actually ensure this is going to be enforced? And that's why I had asked the questions of codes of how can they enforce this? And I was really disappointed with the responses I got back that basically they couldn't. And I was hoping that we would find a way to give some power so that this could actually be enforced. Just like if you know that if you speed, you're only going to get a warning, that's not much a hindrance to stop speeding, but if you know you could lose your license or it's going to cost you $150, you might think a little bit about it. And I didn't see that we have that kind of structure in place. And so one of my questions is, could we not make sure that we were charging a fee that was adequate to be able to hire the codes people so they really could enforce this? Because as it stands, they really do not have the resources to be able to enforce the wonderful guidelines that are put in this bill. And one of my questions is to Mr. Cooper. Is there not some way that we could say, okay, however much it takes, if it's going to take hiring 2 more codes people or whatever, divided by however many people we think are going to be asking for these permits, and that becomes their fee, if that's $1,000 a year or $500 a year or $100 a year or whatever, so that codes has the ability to be able to enforce the rules that we're putting in this bill. Mr. Cooper, can you answer what would need to be done to be able to provide that kind of parameters?
So the fees under Tennessee law cannot exceed the cost of providing the regulatory enforcement. So
right, but if we determine that the regulatory enforcement means $100,000 a year, then can we not divide that by how many and say that's the fee?
If we knew how much that was going to cost and it could directly be attributed to enforcement of this ordinance, then yes, the fee could be set at that amount. I think the concern at this point is codes doesn't know what that will be. They don't know if they will need any additional inspectors or how much that would cost. So kind of like we did with the short-term rental permit fee when it was initially put in, it was put in low, and then after a fee study and some history to show how much time codes was spending on short-term rental issues, the fee was adjusted higher after that based upon that fee study.
Councilmember Hauser.
So you're saying this would have to be an after-the-fact thing. It's not something that we could establish up front and say, okay, codes, we want you to go to hire 2 more people, or we want you to do this, and therefore we're giving you the money to do it because we're charging the fees. So you're saying we can't do it that way. We have to do it the other way around?
Okay.
Mr. Cooper, do you want to answer that?
It has not been done that way in the past. I think if it's complicated because codes would have to have the positions added, which is done through the pay plan and the budget process, which we're through. So it may be tricky to do it that way. But if the fee was set at an amount that would hire X number of people, and those people were devoted 100% to home occupation enforcement, then that would be legally defensible.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. That was just one of the big things that my kids keep asking me, well, how are we going to make sure they're going to obey these rules that we're setting out?
All right, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Hauser. We have Councilmember Hager. You're recognized.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Vice Mayor. I think we're headed down a slippery slope here. If everybody remembers the STRs, and when I submitted 608 to try to slow down the non-owner occupied STRs, I spent hours and hours and hours trying to put the rabbit back in the hat. And we finally did it after a year, but we found that we did not have the ability to enforce all the rules on the non-owner occupied STRs. So it is my position, and I appreciate what Councilman Rosenberg's doing, but people are going to take advantage of the situation and get around the rules as much as they can, just like they did with the non-owner occupied STRs. And if the previous council remembers, STRs were labeled as a commercial business in a residential neighborhood. That's what we talked about all the time. Now we're doing the same thing with the the home occupation bill. We're doing the same thing. It's commercial business that you're doing out in your home. Now, we already have a bill that allows you to have a business in your home, and you can have one employee, but you can't have any clientele come to the house. I know there's studios out there that are being done illegally, but they're not bothering anybody. But that's just one of those type of things that happens in Nashville, and somebody's not telling on them, but that, as long as they're not bothering anybody, that's fine. But this is a commercial business in a residential neighborhood. They're not paying commercial taxes, and everybody knows that commercial taxes, like my building that me and my partner own, we pay commercial taxes to have our law office. And it costs a lot more than a residential property. And they talk about this affidavit. Affidavits don't mean nothing to me. I've been practicing law for 35 years, and you don't know how many times that I've had to go to court over false affidavits. Deeds that are signed that were false, that were sworn to under oath. These affidavits don't mean nothing to me, and it doesn't mean nothing to anybody else. If they want to bend the rules, they'll lie on an affidavit. I guarantee you that. And then the biggest thing is, Mr. Herbert's told everyone on this council that they don't have the enforcement for this. It's the same problem we had with the STRs. We paid over $1 million for a company that was a program to monitor this. This is a huge risk, and I can't support any of it because homeowners associations don't support it. You're allowing people to come in the neighborhood that the people don't know their background or anything, and go in and out of these people's homes with a business. I'm telling y'all, you're creating another problem like we did with the STRs. Let's go back and try to fix it the best we could. I cannot support it. I appreciate it. I understand what everybody's trying to do.
All right.
I cannot support it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hager. Councilmember Murphy?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify because it was brought up about the Planning Commission not giving a recommendation on this. And that's true. This first came before the Planning Commission last year in December after it had been introduced here at Council. And at that time, it still needed some more work, and the councilman agreed to defer it, and he did work on it some more. And he brought it back to the Planning Commission in February. Now, keep in mind that the Planning Commission typically has 10 members on it. At any given time, some of us may not be there, or there may be a gap in an appointment. There's typically 10 members. The meeting that this bill was back before us, February 27th, there were only 6 members on the committee, and the vote was 3-3. First, there was a motion to approve, and that got 3-3. There was a motion to disapprove, that got 3-3. So at the Planning Commission, I did argue that where the Planning Commission has decided to kind of pass through a lot of the short-term rental bills onto council because they are an already permitted use, and it's somewhat of the realm of public policy, as in political council arena, to decide. That is why I supported pushing it on through. And I think all of y'all have heard, and my mother is mortified how many times I've talked about that she was able to be a stay-at-home mom with us because she worked from home. But I wanted to clarify and why the vote was 3-3 rather than it be twisted one way or another. There was a motion to approve and there was a motion to disapprove, but there were only 6 of the 10 members there that night. So I don't want that to necessarily cloud for or against. I think it's just my role as your representative on the Planning Commission to state what what happened that night. And both nights that we had public hearing there, it was a long night, just like we had at council, where there were a lot of people on both sides. And so with that, I just wanted to add kind of my enjoyment of how many times I've discussed this bill with all of y'all.
Vice Mayor, point of order. We are on the package of amendments, correct?
That's correct.
So I just want to be clear that I will also be speaking on the bill as amended once this passes. But if you could please remind colleagues that we're on the amendments. We're not on the bill.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Next person in line is Councilmember Swope. You're recognized.
Previous question.
Councilmember Swope has called the previous question. So we're on the previous question. Remember, we are on amendments number 1, 5, and 6. Councilmember Rosenberg has moved them all together. This is not voting on the amendments. This is voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye. Aye. Yes.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? No?
No.
Previous question prevails. We're on Councilmember Rosenberg's motion to approve amendments number 1, 5, and 6. We'll try it by voice vote, but I think I'm going to have to go to a roll call. So we're voting on Councilmember Rosenberg's motion to approve 3 amendments, 1, 5, and 6. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No. No.
No.
I think the amendments, the approval passes. Any abstentions? All right, so the amendments go on by voice vote. So we are now on Second Substitute Bill 2019-48 as amended. All right, so now we're on the bill itself as amended. So now I'm going to go back to the board, and I'm going to see who has got, let's see, Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Mayor, I have 3, I apologize, but 3 amendments that I wanted just to present to the body, since I think this is incredibly important legislation that affects everyone in our county. So I just wanted, and you just have to kind of guide me through how to talk about these 3 things. Do I just move them all 3 and I can explain them, or one by one?
Councilmember, it's up to you. You can do them all 3 at the same time, or you can do them one at a time, whichever way you'd like.
Okay. Okay. Let me just do them one by one then. So I'll start with Amendment 4. So now what do I do? Move.
All right. So if you want to talk about amendment number 4, then what you would do is you would say you would move amendment number 4. If you want to do it one at a time, amendment number 4, just go ahead and make the motion to move amendment number 4.
Okay, I'd like to move amendment number 4, please.
Okay, so Councilmember Johnston is.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember moved amendment number 4, and somebody seconded it. So Councilmember Johnston, you're ready to go.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so currently, if you have a business that is a business license registered to your home, you're supposed to have an occupancy permit. What Councilman Rosenberg's bill would do, if I'm not mistaken, is take that away from the people that don't see customers. So you can have a business registered to your house, but you don't have to get an occupancy permit unless you're going to see clients. So I disagree with that. I think that if you've got a business license registered to your home, you need to get an occupancy permit. That I just feel strongly about that. I also feel strongly that they should be 2 different types, because we're talking about 2 very different things. Because the people that don't see clients, and I have limited to 4 customer visits per month on average. So people like
Council Lady Murphy's mother that very rarely see, sorry, Kathleen. So people that don't see clients all that often, it's obviously not very disruptive. You've got accountants that see a few, most of their clients probably in March, February, that type of thing. That's a type 1 permit that is not super highly regulated. That's not the people that we're going to have problems with, I don't think. It would be the type 2 that I've distinguished so that we can regulate and change regulations and restrictions and things like that on those type 2 permits, and leaving those type 1 permits alone that, again, are not bothering anyone. They're really not seeing any clients. Also, from a revenue perspective.
Go ahead and finish that, and then I'm going to open up for questions on your amendment.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. So when we first got this, we got a list of illegal businesses. There was about 15,000 of them. So 15,000 times 50 is $750,000 per year. So it does have a fiscal note to it that is positive in revenue, and so that's why I had that. So everyone that, and I also detailed out that telecommuting, just working from home, that has nothing to do with this. So if you're a realtor, for example, my broker's license that's totally separate. I'm not talking about working from home. I'm talking about businesses registered to your home.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Councilmember Johnston. Okay, so Councilmember Johnston has moved for amendment number 4. It's properly seconded. I've got a bunch of people in the queue, but we're on amendment number 4, on this specific amendment, so I'm going to see if people want to talk about this amendment. Councilmember Henderson, do you want to talk on this amendment?
Yes, Vice Mayor. I would like to speak in support of this amendment. I think this is a space that we are engaged in at present, discussing this bill. I think because of a fair amount of confusion and conflation about what is currently permitted and what isn't. You can see in a lot of the emails that we're getting from folks, they think right now that they can't have a business in their home. That's not correct. And so I think with a permitting structure that brings clarity to this and makes a distinction between as Councilwoman Johnson's amendment would do, I think that is helpful, and it makes a distinction for what is more impactful, which is allowing customers in your home. It is similar to the structure that we gave to short-term rentals of a type 1 and type 2. Type 1 was legitimate home sharing. It's your primary residence, so forth. Lower impact. No one ever disputed that that was a problem. Type 2 is the non-owner occupied, more impactful. So I think in an effort to bring clarity to this space, so people know what is permissible, what is not, it's important to strike that distinction rather than conflating all of these, because the conflation is what has led so many people to believe that we need to pass this bill to help everybody kind of get right with things, when the majority of people already are. You can work from home, you can have a business in your home, non-resident employee in your home now without this bill. So I support Councilor Johnson's amendment and appreciate it, and encourage others to support it as well.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. I'm going to go down the line. Councilmember Withers, you want to talk about this amendment?
I do, Vice Mayor Schulman. Thank you so much. I'm with Councilmember Henderson in echoing my support of this proposal, or at least of this concept that, there is this conflation. Working from home is not illegal. Having a business registered to your home isn't necessarily illegal either. What is illegal is having customers visit the home. That is what's impactful. The home occupation permit that we have today sort of really allows you to have an employee who works at your home, but still not customers. And when we talk about impacts, I just invite every council member in this body to think about if you had a developer who wants to come in and
even a minor upzoning, what is the number one thing that people call you about or object to? It's cars coming down the street, right? So now you're going to say that every house on the block can now have 3 or 6 people or whatever coming down the street. How many more cars is that potential coming up and down your streets for your constituents, for all your constituents, than having a couple of actual housing units down the street? So if most of the objections that we have to legitimate growth in our community are cars, which I don't necessarily agree that that's good or bad, but that's what we hear. Like, I feel like, I would rather have, additional traffic be generated by actual good density, and not have that be conflated by, inviting all of these houses to become businesses. And my other concern too is that, we're basically sort of telling people like, you can still you can get this one-time little permit, as long as you only have customers up to 7 p.m. or whatever. But the moment you need to have customers past 7 p.m., then you have to make this amazing jump to commercial zoning, commercial property tax rates, commercial building codes, ADA compliant ramps, sprinklers, right? And I think that the potential for that boundary to get stretched is very, very high, and our potential to enforce that is very, very low, as we have all experienced. And I think that will lead us into this realm of that we will constantly be coming back before the council to try to adjust these rules. And if you really want to hurt or kill small businesses, you change the rules all the time. So what I think this is valuable for is that it sort of says there's kind of a category of businesses that, for the most part, even those of us with concerns about this, are okay with, and that is those businesses that legitimately sort of work from the home and are legitimately owner-occupied. The ones that are problematic are the ones that are going to have customers visiting. So I think that this at least is on the right track. I'm in support of this amendment and would encourage colleagues to support it or something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's a lot of misrepresentations there. But first and foremost, this is about businesses that are already there. I don't think everybody's going to suddenly quit their job and decide to run their business from home. It's important to note that we are not creating a new use here. We're not, no matter how many times you say commercial business, it doesn't make it true. This is still an accessory use, a home occupation in the same section of code that it is now. So what we've done is increase the actual regulations that are helpful to neighborhoods that don't exist now, while giving people this opportunity, to come out of the shadows, so to speak, and not, have this fear of shutdown and that sort of thing. And we've done it in a very thoughtful way. It's been 9 months. The bill is now full term, now that we've found have thought through the pitfalls and made sure that from the beginning, we're considering everything that's important when changing our home occupation law. As to this specific amendment, I don't agree that if you are sitting at your computer doing graphic design that you should have to print out a schematic of your home, mark your business uses, go down, wait at the codes department, and then wait in line and for however long that takes and get a permit when you're sitting at your computer. This specific amendment, in addition, seems to set 2 different classes of permit, but nowhere does it say, I don't understand what the purpose is, because why would anybody get a type 1 permit when the type 2 permit doesn't require you to do anything more than the type 1 permit? I mean, they're the same permit, except one says you can do more than the other. So I don't understand the purpose of this amendment. I don't feel that it's particularly necessary. It seems to just complicate things unnecessarily and make it harder for people to follow the rules that we've set out. So I would urge the body to not support this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Rosenberg. I've got Councilmember Benedict. You're next. You're recognized.
Previous question.
Okay, Councilmember Benedict has moved the previous question. So we're not voting on amendment number 4. We're just voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
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 think? I think the previous question has it. Previous question prevails. So we're voting on amendment number 4. All right, this is Councilmember Johnston's amendment number 4 to second substitute ordinance BL 2019-48 as amended. All those in favor of amendment number 4 say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
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 All right, so we're on the, we're going to do a roll call vote, all right? Because it's too close for me to call. Amendment number 4, we are voting on Councilmember Johnston's amendment number 4 to BL 2019, second substitute ordinance BL 2019-48 as amended. I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, take the vote.
Councilmember Mendez.
No.
Councilmember Hurt. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Glover.
Yes.
Councilmember Suara. Councilmember Hall. No. Councilmember Toombs. Yes. Councilmember Gamble.
No.
Councilmember Swope.
No.
Councilmember Parker. No. Councilmember Withers.
Yes.
Councilmember Benedict.
No.
Councilmember Van Rees.
No.
Councilmember Hancock.
No.
Councilmember Young.
No.
Councilmember Hager.
Yes.
Councilmember Evans.
Yes.
Councilmember Bradford.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Councilmember Roten.
Yes.
Councilmember Syracuse. No. Councilmember Welsh.
No.
Councilmember Sledge.
No.
Councilmember Cash.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell.
No.
Councilmember Roberts.
No.
Councilmember Taylor.
No.
Councilmember Hauser.
Yes.
Councilmember Druffel.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy.
No.
Councilmember Pulley.
No.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes.
Councilmember Nash.
No.
Councilmember Vercher.
No.
Councilmember Porterfield.
No.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
No.
Councilmember Rutherford. No. Councilmember Stiles.
No.
Councilmember Lee's not available. Councilmember Henderson.
No. No.
Is that Councilmember Lee?
It is.
Okay. That's a no. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
No.
No. Checking again. Councilmember Hurt. And Councilmember Suara.
No.
Thank you.
(13 to 26).
Vice Mayor had the same.
You get 13?
At 13 to 26.
14 to 25. It doesn't matter. It's still
John, what you
fails.
get? How can we still be off?
It's because it's midnight and we're.
So my take on the vote is 13 yeses and 26 noes. The amendment fails. All right. All right, so we have other amendments in the packet. I'll go to whoever else wants to be called. I've got other people in the queue. Actually, I don't have anybody in the queue except for Councilmember Johnston. I do have you still in the queue. You've got other amendments. I'll recognize you.
I have two more. Amendment number 8 just takes person personal care services out. It's defined for the purposes of this section as spa services and beauty and barber care. When I've talked with my residents in my district, that's one of the uses that people have particularly objected to. I also have a question, sort of like, most of those types of services require a permit from the health department and inspection of those types of facilities and things. And so how does that work if it's in your house? And so I just thought to clean it up, just to get rid of that particular use, I thought would maybe make people feel a little bit better.
Okay, so Councilmember Johnston, do you want to move amendment number 8?
All right. Yes.
Okay.
Can I move amendment 8?
You can move amendment number 8. It's got a proper second. So you just explained the amendment. So I'm going to go back through. Do you have any other comments on the amendment?
No, it's,
Okay.
it's pretty straightforward, I think.
Okay, so I'm going to go back. Any questions on this amendment? I've got Councilmember Henderson. Do you want to be recognized on the amendment?
Yes, sir. I have a question for the sponsor of the amendment. I understand as well, is it accurate that for personal care services or beautician that the state requires signage? Is that correct? I had understood that that might be, I know that that may have been a particular distinction for personal care services. Okay, well, that said, I will try to clarify that. But I think, you know, I'm going to support this amendment because I think as well that's what I've heard from constituents as far as impact, that they think personal care services as far as the frequency of appointments is in, you know, the chemicals that are used, the ability to maybe have more than one person doing hair and services, that there's a little more concern about this area. I am wary, though, whether it was, you know, way back in 2010 when we tried to do something just for music studios, or with this bill now that we just take out personal care services. I don't want us to be picking favorites, but I think we kind of have, in my view, a bill that, despite good intentions and diligent effort, is really a Pandora's box. And so at this juncture, I hope we can just amend it as well as possible to address the concerns of our constituents. So, you know, I think as well, you know, whether we amend it in this way or, you know, take a different approach, especially with personal care services, my approach that I would suggest would in fact be making this a special exception rather than amending it out like this. But with this is kind of just one of the few tools we have. I think it's worthy of consideration given so many constituents being concerned about it. So.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Bradford on amendment number 8.
Thank you, Chair. So I do have some clarification to the question that Councilmember Johnson had posed. I know several people who work in the beauty industry, cosmetology, barbers. I asked specifically, in order for them to work from home, is there a special license they have to get? The answer is yes. They have to get a residential license from the state. In order to get that license, they must have a separate entrance that is separate from the entrance of the house. The utilities have to be separate water, separate power.
Hold on just a minute. Councilmember Bradford, we just, there you go.
What was the last thing y'all heard?
Separate permit from the state. Thank you.
Separate utilities.
Separate utilities.
So you have to have, so they have to have all of this separate, and they have to still adhere to the sanitation and sterilization procedures. And the people I've spoken to, they said they would be shocked if the state would issue any new licenses right now with everything that's going on with. So what we're basically doing is we're still setting up these people who are wanting to do this. We're still setting them up to violate state law if they don't already have these licenses already. So is that something we really want to do? So I'm going to support this amendment.
All right, thank Councilmember Bradford. I've got Councilmember Druffel. You're recognized.
Thanks, Chair. I had my hand raised a while back on one of my amendments. So when this is completed, if you don't mind recognizing me as we get back to Amendment 3, I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Councilmember Cash, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think this is an excellent amendment and almost makes this bill palatable. I think personal care services is going to be one of the biggest categories, and it is just so broad. And so I think if this were removed, it would reduce the number of businesses that are going to be rolled out. I do believe, I don't know that I believe the sponsor that there will be no new businesses. I think there will be new businesses that will be rolled out. As was pointed out, personal care services has different health benefits, and most of these personal care businesses, the employee, the person providing the services, can easily go to their client's house. That's just not true for a recording studio or a piano teacher. So I think removing personal care would make this a lot more palatable and kind of ease us in to see if these businesses work. And then if everything else is dandy, in a year or 2 or 3, consider personal care services again. So I really appreciate this amendment.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
Previous question.
Councilmember Hancock has called the previous question, so we're looking at amendment number 8, but we're not voting on that yet. It's just the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question, so that we can vote on amendment number 8, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
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 Previous question prevails. We're on amendment number 8, voting on amendment number 8. All those in favor of amendment number 8, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
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 Okay, we're roll call vote. Madam Clerk, take the vote. We are voting on amendment number 8 by Councilmember Johnston.
Councilmember Mendez.
No.
Councilmember Hurt. Councilmember Allen.
No.
Councilmember Glover.
Aye.
Councilmember Suara.
No.
Councilmember Hall. No. Councilmember Toombs. No. Councilmember Gamble.
No.
Councilmember Swope.
No.
Councilmember Parker. No. Councilmember Withers.
Yes.
Councilmember Benedict.
No.
Councilmember Van Rees.
No.
Councilmember Hancock.
Yes.
Councilmember Young.
No.
Councilmember Hager.
Yes.
Councilmember Evans.
Yes.
Councilmember Bradford.
Yes.
Councilmember Roten.
Yes.
Councilmember Syracuse. No. Councilmember Welsh.
No.
Councilmember Sledge.
No.
Councilmember Cash.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
No.
Councilmember Taylor.
No.
Councilmember Hauser.
Yes.
Councilmember Druffel.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Pulley.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes.
Councilmember Nash.
Yes.
Councilmember Vercher.
Yes.
Councilmember Porterfield.
No.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
No.
Councilmember Rutherford. No. Councilmember Stiles.
No.
Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
No.
Quickly trying again, Councilmember Hurt.
No.
Councilmember Lee.
Seventeen to 22.
The vote is 17 yeses, 22 noes. The motion to approve amendment number 8 fails. Okay, so Councilmember Johnston, I'm going to come back to you one last time. I think you had one more amendment. Is that right?
Yes, and correct. And my question before I move it, because it's specific to type 2, I mean, it's still, so it limits. So I just need to ask John, J.O. and Cooper, can I even move this because the other amendment failed that created the type 2 permit? I'm not sure what to do.
No, this amendment was contingent upon the other amendment creating the type 2 passing.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Johnston. I'm going to go to Councilmember Druffel because he asked to be recognized. Councilmember Druffel, you're recognized.
I don't want to beat a dead horse, but amendment number 3, my goal there was to ensure everybody had a permit. You know, I'm not talking about people that were working from the home, but actually have a business in the home. So I felt that there was some level of importance to know and recognize those that have businesses. Some of the businesses may not have customers, may not have employees, but they could still cause noise. And I think neighbors need to have a good sense of what's happening in the neighborhood. At the same time, businesses can grow. So you might start a business in a smaller level, but a business can grow. And if you're living next to them, there's just a higher degree of awareness. So I felt like everybody that wants to start a business or operate a business from the home should be permitted. So it's sort of similar, you know, to Council Lady Johnston's, but it's a little simpler. It's simply saying, if you want to operate a business, we'd like to know and you get a permit. I'll keep it as simple as that.
Okay, so Councilmember Druffel, are you moving amendment number 3?
Yes, sir. I'm going to move amendment number 3.
Okay, so I've got a motion to amend number 3, properly seconded. Discussion on amendment number 3. I see Councilmember Young. You're recognized.
I'm waiting to speak on the bill once the amendments are finished.
All right, Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized on amendment number 3.
Previous question.
Councilmember Mendez has called the previous question. Okay, so we're not voting on amendment number 3. We're just voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
No.
Previous question prevails. We're voting on amendment number 3. This is amendment number 3 by Councilmember Druffel. All those in favor of amendment number 3 say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, say no.
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 I think it's too close to call. So we're back on the board. This is we're voting on amendment number 3 by Councilmember Druffel. Amendment number 3. If If you're for it, say yes. If you're opposed, say no. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Mendez.
Vice Mayor, I have a point of clarification, please.
Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you. So point of clarification, Councilman Mendez called the question before I could pose a question about Councilman Druffel's amendment. And I was hoping to understand if it contravenes my and Council Lady Johnson's amendment that is already on the bill for the 1-year permit, if the language is compatible between the two.
So, Councilmember Henderson, the rules obviously are, if the previous question is called, that cuts off all debate. Previous question prevails, so you cannot answer, at this point, you can't ask a question, we're voting on the amendment.
Even if it's for a point of clarification? Okay.
You can ask for it's a point of clarification, but you can't start asking questions about the previous question cuts off all debate on the amendment. So we are on the vote. Councilmember Hall, are you standing up just relaxing? Okay. It's just stretching. Okay. So we are actually on the vote. Again, if you are for amendment number 3, vote yes. If you're against it, vote no. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Mendez.
No.
Councilmember Hurt.
No.
Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Glover.
Yes.
Councilmember Suara.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall. No. Councilmember Toombs. No. Councilmember Gamble.
No.
Councilmember Swope.
No.
Councilmember Parker. No. Councilmember Withers.
Yes.
Councilmember Benedict.
No.
Councilmember Van Rees.
Abstain?
Councilmember Hancock.
No.
Councilmember Young.
No.
Councilmember Hager.
Yes.
Councilmember Evans.
Yes.
Councilmember Bradford.
Yes.
Councilmember Roden.
Yes.
Councilmember Syracuse. No. Councilmember Welsh.
No.
Councilmember Slitt.
No.
Councilmember Cash.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Councilmember O'Connell?
Councilmember O'Connell, I think he indicated he's having to restart his computer, so you might want to come back to him.
Okay. Councilmember Roberts.
No.
Councilmember Taylor.
No.
Councilmember Hauser.
Yes.
Councilmember Druffel.
Hold on. Councilmember Hauser voted yes or no?
I have yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Druffel on your amendment.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy.
No.
Councilmember Pulley.
No.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes.
Councilmember Nash.
No.
Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Vercher.
I had to stop counting.
Okay, I got it.
Councilmember Porterfield.
No.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
No.
Councilmember Rutherford. No. Councilmember Stiles.
No.
Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Henderson.
Abstain.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
No.
No. Going back, Councilmember O'Connell.
No.
Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Lee.
I missed a few votes in here.
12 to 24 to 2.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that sound right? Oh, wait a minute.
I haven't counted the no's, but
Councilmember Lee?
get in touch with you?
Oh, okay. How do you wish to vote?
I need to,
So Councilmember Lee has just called me.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, your mic is not on. On the chamber mic?
Sorry. Councilmember Lee just sent me a text message and said she votes no. So I don't know if we can do that or not.
Can't really,
Or my mic is not working anymore, and I don't know what happened.
I mean, if you put the phone.
So I can turn off WebEx and just text you? Awesome.
I mean, it's not going to change the vote.
I know it's not going to change the vote, so I'm a little uncomfortable because you're relying on me to convey a message, and she just went off. So, so it doesn't change the nature. Excuse me? Doesn't change the nature of the.
I think we've counted his votes before.
So, Councilmember Murphy, what?
I was saying you've counted those votes before via text message.
Well, so at this point, it doesn't change the nature. I can count it. It's 12. If you, it's not going to change the basic of the vote. So it's 12 yes.
Point of order, I think it's critical that we understand whether we can vote by text, which strikes me as a proxy vote, and I would like to get a ruling from Mr. Cooper on this.
So, Mr. Cooper, you're recognized.
We cannot vote by text. If someone calls in and is on someone's speakerphone or something where it's audible for everyone, then that can be counted, but a text message could not be.
So Councilmember Lee was, I was getting ready to put her phone, the phone up to the mic so she could vote, but then she's in a different place and she lost contact. So I'm going to declare that the text vote does not count. It's 12 yeses, 24 noes, 2 abstentions. So the vote on amendment number 3 fails, 12 to 24 to 2. Okay. Councilmember Allen, I'm trying to get through all the amendments. You have an amendment on the bill as amended. Councilmember Allen, amendment number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm not going to offer that at this time. I may wait and offer it later so that it can have a different start date so that I could grandfather in existing ones, but I will not offer it at this time.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. All right. So we're down to, if I'm correct on this, we're down to amendment number 7 by Councilmember Henderson, and then we have a third substitute. And then we'll be on the bill. There's no other amendments. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am not going to move this amendment. While I do still feel strongly that we should have a delayed effective date of at least a few weeks, I do appreciate Councilman Rosenberg moving the sunset date to January. I mean, I guess it's a little bit of a catch-22. I think we want to see a little bit more time to keep it effective, but and see how it's doing. But I appreciate that that's crunching up on the budget. So I will not move my amendment 7, but then do again thank the sponsor for accepting sunset as friendly. Thank you.
Other than her third substitute.
All right. So Councilmember Henderson, that does away with amendment number 7. There is a third substitute which you have filed. Councilmember Henderson, that's the last amendment or substitute in the packet.
Yes, sir. I would like to move my substitute, please, for discussion.
So Councilmember Henderson has moved the third substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for discussion on the substitute.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I brought this substitute somewhat warily because I really do want to be respectful of Councilman Rosenberg's effort in engaging what is a complicated space. But I do feel very strongly that this is a Pandora's box on the order of our short-term rental previous legislation. And then before that, colleagues, way back when this council decided that we were going to let duplexes be detached from each other. These are things that we all thought at the time were, sounded good, but then they had unintended consequences. And so the third substitute basically takes Councilman Rosenberg's framework, and it introduces a special exception process. So at present, if you want to have a rural bed and breakfast, if you want to have a daycare center in your home, a special exception process goes through the BZA. It is a lower hurdle for the community, and we heard from a lot of neighborhood advocates that they wanted an overlay, or that if somebody wanted to have a home-based business with customers, they should have to do a zone change. I frankly think that hurdle is too high, cost-wise and time-wise. Filing a special exception is a cost of $100. It has a small notice radius to immediate neighbors. They are notified and they can engage in the process. This process is actually to the benefit of the applicant, because let's say, you're an architect that works from home and wants to see a few clients. So, within the framework is established, you can have, a fair amount of customers, per Councilman Rosenberg's suggestion. But in an effort to gain equanimity and support from neighbors at the BZA, it could be a condition of the special exception. If the architect were to say, I don't see more than 3 clients a week, and I'm happy to make that a condition of my special exception, right? Then that's a good faith effort that behooves the applicant, behooves the community, and so it's a more process that's based around the impact of that use. And as music studios have asserted previously, all my neighbors think this is fine, and so the concern has been when you rezone something, it's a larger radius, and then maybe you kind of get the NIMBY factor, right? But with a special exception and the smaller notification radius, more engaged adjacent neighbors, I think folks could really be able to kind of come together in support of that on a case-by-case basis. Again, colleagues, what problem are we trying to solve here? Do we really solve some of the concerns by just kicking the door wide open? So this third substitute uses a special exception. That's something the planning department even considered. That's how the city of Hendersonville does their home-based businesses. It's how a lot of cities do them. And so this has a lot of Councilman Rosenberg's work in it. I see it as a hybrid of sorts. And I know it's very challenging to introduce something this kind of late in the game, but we were all pretty busy with the budget. And so if colleagues want to entertain this, I think it might be wise won't make that motion at this time, but maybe to defer it one meeting so we can come back together and really fine tune this, cross the T's and dot the I's. But I welcome your questions about the third substitute.
She didn't move for deferral, did she? Councilmember Henderson, I'm just making sure. You have moved the third substitute, but then you talked about a deferral in there. I'm just checking. You didn't move to defer.
No, sir, I did not. I just wanted colleagues to be aware in discussing it, because it is late arriving, and though it is using Councilmember Rosenberg's same framework, it is all this is complex, and so I just wanted to signal that I'm willing to do that. I'm not making that motion at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have the third substitute in front of us. I've got people on the board. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized. Councilmember Stiles?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Forgive me, I had my hand up to ultimately talk on the bill itself, not the amendment.
Okay, so not on the amendment. Anybody wish to speak on the amendment?
Correct.
Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate Councilmember Henderson putting so much time into this. The issues with this particular substitute are First of all, it incorporates many of the amendments we just voted down, and it does not incorporate the amendment, for example, from Councilmember Parker that calls for documentation to be a part of the process. And it's a long and confusing substitute, and I just don't think it's one that people will be able to comply with. Certainly, if our goal is to make it easier for a math tutor or a piano teacher, for example, putting them through this process that's outlined somewhere within this 4 or 5, within this bill, I just don't think is productive. So I appreciate it, but I'm not supportive of what this substitute is seeking to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Young.
Previous question.
Councilmember Young has called the previous question. We are voting not on the third substitute. We're voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Previous question. Previous question prevails. All right. So we are voting on the third substitute. This is the third substitute proposed by Councilmember Henderson. All those in favor of the third substitute signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no.
No.
No. No. No. No.
We're on the board. Well, not on the board. We're on the vote. Okay. So, Madam Clerk, if you would, take the roll. A yes is for the third substitute for Councilmember Henderson. A no is against it.
Councilmember Mendez.
Hold on. Everybody mute your mics until we call you. Councilmember Mendez?
I'm a no.
Councilmember Hurt.
No.
Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Glover.
Yes.
Councilmember Suara. Councilmember Suara.
No.
Councilmember Hall. No. Councilmember Toombs. Yes. Councilmember Gamble.
No.
Councilmember Swope.
No.
Councilmember Parker. No. Councilmember Withers.
Yes.
Councilmember Benedict.
No.
Councilmember Van Rees.
No.
Councilmember Hancock.
No.
Councilmember Young.
No.
Councilmember Hager.
Yes.
Councilmember Evans.
Yes.
Councilmember Bradford.
Yes.
Councilmember Roden.
Yes.
Councilmember Syracuse. No. Councilmember Welsh.
No.
Councilmember Sledge.
No.
Councilmember Cash.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell.
No.
Councilmember Roberts.
No.
Councilmember Taylor.
I think that was a
No.
dog.
Yes or no?
I'm sorry, Councilmember. Okay, starting that one again. Councilmember Taylor?
Someone needs to mute.
I'll put you down for a woof.
No.
Okay. Councilmember Hauser.
No. No.
Councilmember Dreffel.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy.
No.
Councilmember Pulley.
No.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes.
Councilmember Nash.
No.
Councilmember Vercher.
No.
Councilmember Porterfield.
No.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
No.
Councilmember Rutherford. No. Councilmember Stiles.
No.
Councilmember Lee.
No.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
No.
No.
For, 27 against. 13 to 27.
13 to 27.
Where'd you get? Oh, yeah, she got 12.
We know it didn't work.
Yeah, it failed.
All right, so I think everybody voted, though, that time. So yes, 13, no's 27. So the third substitute fails. Those are all the amendments and the substitute. So I am now going to go to back to Councilmember Rosenberg. We're now on your bill as substitute, as amended and amended. Councilmember Rosenberg, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, everybody, again, for just the amount of attention and work that's gone to this bill since it was conceived 9 months ago and is ready to be born tonight. I think that the amendments that that the body has approved make this a really strong bill. We've added a lot of protection in for neighborhoods that don't exist right now, and that's a great thing to have done, and added opportunity for our neighbors in times when our children are going to have more challenges with schooling, with whatever school ends up looking like this fall, and enrichment opportunities are going to be important in safe, small places. The economy being what it is, the opportunity for people to make some money on the side if they're so inclined. And I'm really proud of everything that's gone into this bill, and just the sheer breadth of the ideas that have been brought forth that were not part of the bill when it was initially introduced back in November. I'm grateful, really, that everybody's been so willing to take the time when everybody's very, very busy to put in the effort to make sure this bill is what it needs to be the first time through. I renew the motion for approval and ask for your support. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Rosenberg. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So in going through thinking about this bill, and I know how much time the sponsor has been put into it, I think we do well to think about our real world examples. And so I think about the area that I represent with neighborhoods where in order for people to be able to do this 20, 30 plus years ago, they had to go through, like the neighbor who lived a block away from me, she had to get a PUD in order to be a hairdresser. And the whole neighborhood knew she was a hairdresser. The neighborhood went to her as their hairdresser. And when she passed away a few years ago, her husband, in the midst of having to go through this grief, also had to go through a PUD cancellation that I had to carry for him so that he could then sell the home and be able to kind of start life again. These are the kinds of regulatory things that we create these hoops for people to jump through. Really, we should be trying to do the things that make Nashville what it is, what we all appreciate, what we all want it to be, allowing our neighbors to thrive and our neighbors to enjoy the quality of life that we all want to enjoy. And so I've seen this. I live on a street with 2 studios where people definitely come and go, and they cause literally no problems whatsoever. And in fact, one of them, I don't know that you can get more Nashville than this, one of them, during the filming of the show Nashville, one of the biggest stars of that show stayed in that home with that home studio because it was there, because it was available. And what she ended up doing was putting Santa's Pub on the map. So these kinds of things have ripple effects. And the last thought I want to leave you with is, I think Councilmember Young's probably going to speak to, as he has before, what this looks like in Goodlettsville. Well, I represent a satellite city as well. It's called Berry Hill. Berry Hill has in their code, they have districts planned out in their planning code, which is separate from ours, in all but 2 districts of the 7, home occupation is permitted by right. One of the other 2 is an accessory use, and the other one is the cemetery. So I haven't, in the 5 years I've represented this district, had any problems with the fact that Berry Hill permits by right this kind of home occupation use. And instead, what it has done is created this incredibly weird inequality where if you live on one side of an apartment complex on Franklin Pike, you have these home occupation rights. If you live on the other side in Metro, you don't. This is the kind of silliness that, quite frankly, we can get over, and we can provide these rights to everybody. I'd ask members to support this bill. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm going to come at this a little bit from a different perspective. The area that today is 5 Points and is thriving used to have lots of businesses that operated everywhere, and it was a problem for a number of reasons. I mean, some of it was clearly illegal business. That was a lot of it, but it was just a hodgepodge of a lot of stuff everywhere, and at that time it was nearly impossible to get loans from a bank on a house. It was difficult to attract people to want to live or raise their families there for a number of reasons. And so that community actually embraced the idea of creating a business district and went through about 40 years or more. I have constituents who've been working on this since longer than I have been alive, and I'm in my mid-40s. But have went through a very diligent, very thorough, very community meeting-based process of deciding in complex ways what businesses are allowed where and where they're not. And lines were drawn, but there was a community consensus on that. And there's this illusion in East Nashville that you can just buy a house and open a business. And that's not true. Even when you purchase a house that was built as a house that has MUL zoning, in order to open a business there, you have to go through all kinds of hoops to get that building up to code for commercial codes and for different things. And that's even with that zoning in place. And so this idea that we have in East Nashville that you can just do anything anywhere is really an illusion. It's something that the word curated is kind of overused today. But it's curated, it's been curated through decades of ongoing community discussions. And a lot of my constituents who have done that work to build a 5 Points district, to build density where it belongs, they really feel that this undoes their life's work of creating a neighborhood that is mixed use in places that have been carefully designed and thought through. They feel like this has undone their whole life's work of building this community of East Nashville. And that is my problem with this. That's why I supported Councilmember Henderson's idea to create a special exception permit. That's why I would have specifically preferred to have done that for the studios, because almost all my neighbors are fine with the studios. It's just the broadness of the categories that we're permitting by right. The fact that we know that we cannot enforce owner occupancy, even with STRs. We know that. The fact that we know that we can't enforce the hours. The fact that codes have stated that they can't enforce it. That's what makes me nervous. I think the sponsor of this bill has done a great job, actually, of bringing a lot of improvements to what we have today, and really has listened to a lot of feedback, and it has done a lot of great work. But there are a lot of concerns, and I'm not ready to support this bill today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I really appreciate all of the efforts and time that Councilmember Rosenberg has put into this. I have been a vehement supporter and defender of neighborhoods for a long time. Protecting character and quality of a neighborhood has been really important to me. I've been reading this very carefully as it has evolved to make sure that it does that. And in my opinion, it does that. Folks will remember from last term when I had a constituent, and one of the main drivers of this from the studio perspective, I couldn't vote for those proposals because they were looking to change zoning in the middle of a neighborhood. That was not the appropriate way to do this, but this bill is. Especially with a sunset provision, we're in a time right now when our neighbors need this support. This is not an anti-neighborhood bill. This is pro-neighbor. And I think that that's what people need to be thinking about is what do we need to do to support our neighbors? And I think that this bill does that. Specifically from the music industry perspective, and I know we hear a lot that people don't have a problem with the studios, but they have a problem with this, but we tried to do just studios and we couldn't do that. The fact that, that it has a sunset provision, I think we need to give our neighbors a shot at this. I don't think it's a correct apples-to-apples comparison about short-term rentals here. If anything, it's an apples-to-apples comparison on a owner-occupied, maybe, short-term rental, but certainly not the ones of non-owner-occupied that gave us all the problems. I'm very concerned, especially with coronavirus, about what it's doing to our musicians, our producers, and our engineers. If we don't support Music City and what has made us Music City, I'm very concerned. Our musicians and producers, our engineers, are going to be among the final aspect of our neighbors and our business community to get fully back into business. That's the unfortunate, sad reality. And so I believe that we really need to do this now to support them, keep the music being created in Music City, and let's give this a shot. Thanks so much. I appreciate everybody's support.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Syracuse. I've got Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I have a quick question for Mr. Cooper, if I may, please, sir.
Mr. Cooper? He's on.
Mr. Cooper, are we able to charge commercial rates on this? Because I had a house out here that zoned commercial, pay commercial rates, et cetera. Are we able to actually charge commercial rates on the property tax?
Zoning and tax assessment don't have anything to do with each other. They're not interrelated. The assessor determines whether something is assessed, whether a property is assessed at the commercial rate or at the residential rate, and that's done in accordance with state law. I know that the assessor's office had been looking, and I presume is still looking, at short-term rentals and whether those can be classified under state law as commercial. I assume the same analysis would go into home occupations, but I mean, in this case, I don't know if they could divide up the portion of the home that's used for commercial or not, but this legislation would not impact that assessment.
Well, correct, because I think under state law, it would not be able to impact it, correct?
Right. The zoning code cannot impact how something is assessed.
Okay. Well, I mean, so I think fair is fair. If you're going to have a business in your home, you should have to pay the commercial rates. There are those of us who do every day. And so, therefore, I mean, I'm not going to support this. I've had too many people reach out to me and say no on this issue, and we can all pretend like this is all going to be perfect and utopia is going to happen. But I was there at the beginning of the STRPs. There's been nothing that's been perfect about that. And it has been a nightmare. So I'm going to vote no. I mean, folks are going to do what they're going to do. It's probably going to pass. But realize I'm going to come back and I'm going to try to work on state law to where commercial rates have to be applied. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Gamble.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would just like to echo the appreciation to the sponsor of the bill and all of the council members that have presented amendments to try to make the bill better. I have received several emails and support from my district for this bill and the amendments and substitutes that have been added to it to strengthen to strengthen the bill, frankly. And, you know, this is not a commercial bill. This is not a commercial. We're not talking about commercial businesses. We're not talking about LLCs or incorporated. Those are not allowed under the permits that we're talking about. We're talking about sole proprietor small businesses. I have a sole proprietor small business. I don't see clients, but it is registered to my house. I know people in my neighborhood that have small businesses that do see clients that have not been disruptive to the neighborhood. And there's a way to do it so that it's not disruptive and that it does help individuals who are trying to make a living without imposing on other people. They live in this house. This is their house. This is the house that they maintain and keep up to keep up the values of the community. So because of that, I'll be supporting this bill today, and I encourage others to do the same. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Gamble. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a technical question and then a comment. When this sunsets on January 1 or January 7 of 2023, if it does, what do we have? I mean, have we done away with the existing home occupation bill and we have nothing at that point?
Do you want to try that, or Councilmember Rosenberg? Councilmember Rosenberg, I think it's going to be you. Do you need her to repeat the question?
No, I heard.
Okay.
We'll need some sort of version. At that point, it'll be up to the council to decide what it wants as far as a home occupation law, whether it wants to revert to what we've got now, move forward, continue with what we have, what we're about to vote on if it passes, or do something in between that works better, or, you know, whatever the body decides is the appropriate path forward. Thank you.
Gotcha. But legislative, we have to do something. We don't automatically go back to something. We start from scratch if we don't continue this one. Is that correct, Mr. Cooper?
I've never gotten that question before. I think you could make an argument that what was in place at the time this bill passed could go back, but I think the better argument is what Councilman Rosenberg said, that there would have to be some kind of new legislative action, or otherwise home occupations would just go away entirely.
Okay. So just something to keep in mind as we approach that sunset date. And then now my comment. I did, like everyone else, want to thank Councilmember Rosenberg. This is a tricky topic, and he has taken it by the horns and patiently listened to all the input and made adjustments, and I'm appreciative of all the work that goes into it. I've gotten at least 800 emails of folks that are very supportive of this and excited about it, and I've gotten 200 emails from neighbors and neighbor associations that are still nervous about it, and that makes me still slightly uncomfortable. I mean, I think this is something worth addressing. I grew up in a small town where I walked to my piano teacher, I walked to the lady who hemmed my dresses, and, you know, part of having a walkable community is having something to walk to. So there's no question that there's benefit to figuring out how to make this work. It's working now because people know they have to be invisible. And I'm still nervous about taking away the need to be invisible and replacing it with complicated things that, as we discussed, are difficult to enforce. So if I felt like the possibility of asking for a deferral and allowing more community input had a chance, I would ask for that based on the conversation. I don't think that's realistic. But I do appreciate the sunset, and I think that we may even need to continue to do some tweaking as we adjust to this and see how it works out.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Van Rees.
I'd like to call a previous question, please.
Councilmember Van Rees calls the previous question. Previous question's being called. We're voting on the previous question, not on the bill. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
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 Previous question prevails. We are on the vote on the bill We're voting on second substitute bill BL 2019-48 as amended. This is the vote on the bill, right? Because we're going to have negative votes, I guess we'll go on the board. Yeah. All right, so we are going to have a roll call vote. We are voting on, again, second substitute bill BL 2019-48 as amended by Councilmember Rosenberg and others. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Mendez.
Yes.
Councilmember Hurt.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Glover.
No.
Councilmember Suara.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall. Yes. Councilmember Toombs. Yes. Councilmember Gamble.
Yes.
Councilmember Swope.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker. Yes. Councilmember Withers.
No.
Councilmember Benedict.
Yes.
Councilmember Van Rees.
Yes.
Councilmember Hancock.
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Young.
Yes.
Councilmember Hager.
No.
Councilmember Evans.
No.
Councilmember Bradford.
No.
Councilmember Roten.
No.
Councilmember Syracuse. Yes. Councilmember Welsh.
Yes.
Councilmember Sledge.
Councilmember Sledge? Councilmember Sledge?
I said yes.
Councilmember Cash.
No.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
No.
Councilmember Taylor.
Yes.
Councilmember Hauser.
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Dreffel.
No.
Councilmember Murphy.
No.
Councilmember Pulley.
No.
Councilmember Johnston.
No.
Councilmember Nash.
Yes.
Councilmember Vercher.
No.
Councilmember Porterfield.
Yes.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
Yes.
Councilmember Rutherford. Yes. Councilmember Stiles.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Abstain.
Councilmember Henderson.
No.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
Yeah.
Clerk, this is Councilmember Sledge. I don't know if you got my vote. I kept trying to say yes, but my audio is messing up.
Councilmember Sledge,
We got it.
I think we got it.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
25-14-1. So the vote is 25 yes, 14 no, 1 abstention. 25 to 14 to 1. The bill 2948, the substitute bill, second substitute, BL 2019-48 as amended, passes on third reading. All right. All right, so that takes us, we are now through with the first bill on third reading. We actually have a consent calendar that we can actually take up. That'll take care of most of the rest of the bills. If you'll hang with me, I'll go through these things very, very quickly. If you've got your calendar in front of you, again, without objection, we're going to go through a consent calendar, but I'll tell you which ones are on the consent calendar. You can bump them off if you need. Substitute Bill BL 2020-188 is on consent. BL 2020-213 is on consent. Substitute Bill 2020-215 is on consent. Bill 2020-233 is on consent. BL 2020, excuse me?
223.
I'm sorry, 223. BL 2020-227 is on consent. BL 2020-230 is on consent. BL 2020-253 is on consent. BL 2020-254 is on consent. 257 is on consent. 260 is on consent. 263 is on consent. 264 is on consent. 266 is on consent. 268 is on consent. 271 on consent. 274 on consent. 291 is on consent. 297 is on consent. 301 is on consent. 302, 303, 305, 306, 307, 308, and 309 are on consent. That will leave us with about 7 bills still left on third reading. Anything that needs to be bumped off the consent calendar?
Vice Mayor?
Okay, hold on just a minute. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Let me find it. BL 2020-223, that should not be on consent.
Okay, 223 is bumped off of consent. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I need to pull 230 off of consent.
Okay. BL 2020-230 is also being pulled off of consent. Okay. And Councilmember Murphy, I think there's only one bill that we'll have a committee report on, and that's 264. All right. Anything else that needs to be pulled off of consent? Councilmember Allen, you have something that needs to be pulled off? Your hand is up.
That is left over.
Okay. Let's see if anybody else's hand is up. Councilmember Syracuse, anything? Your hand is up. Councilmember Murphy, your hand was up. Councilmember Glover, your hand is up.
Just very quickly.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor, my speech went out a little bit. 187, 213, was 212 on consent or not on consent, please?
187 is not on consent, and what was the other one? 212 is also not on consent.
Well,
okay.
It is not. All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay, here we go. Substitute Bill BL 2020-188, first bill on consent. This is by Councilmember Henderson, ordinance amending Metropolitan Code chapters 13.08, 13.12, and 17.20 to require new and modified driveways to have an apron to be paved with a hard surface and to prohibit the runoff of gravel into the public rights-of-way. BL 2020-213 by Councilmember Sledge, ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a commercial plan unit development overlay district, property located at 1610 16th Avenue South, approximately 560 feet north of Wedgwood Avenue, zoned OR20 and within the South Music Road Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District. Substitute Bill BL 2020-215 by Councilmember Toombs, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RA to SP zoning for a portion of property located at West Trinity Lane unnumbered, northwest of the terminus of Alice Street. It's 0.77 acres. BL 2020-227 by Councilmembers Withers, Mendes, and others. Ordinance authorizing the granting of permanent temporary construction easements to Piedmont Natural Gas on certain property owned by the Metropolitan Government. That is BL 2020-227. BL 2020-253 by Councilmember Young. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from OR20 to OR40 zoning for property located at 87 Shepherd's Hill Drive, approximately 340 feet southeast of Gallatin Pike, and within a plan unit development overlay district. It's 2.64 acres. BL 2020-254 by Councilmember Young. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a portion of a plan unit development overlay for property located at 87 Shepherd Hills Drive, approximately 340 feet southeast of Gallatin Pike, zone OR20. It's 2.64 acres. BL 2020-257 by Councilmember Hall. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS40 to SP zoning for properties located at 7330, 7340, 7350, 7360, and 7368 Whites Creek Pike, approximately 1860 feet northeast of Eatons Creek Road. It's 8.82 acres. BL 2020-260 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by applying a neighborhood landmark overlay district on property located at 1600 10th Avenue North at the northeast corner of Garfield Street and 10th Avenue North, zoned R6A. It's 0.36 acres. Substitute Bill BL 2020-263 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 in the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from IG to SP zoning for property located at 1420 Adams Street, approximately 400 feet north of Taylor Street. It's 12.03 acres. BL 2020-264 by Councilmember Swope. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from AR2A to SP zoning for property located in 5978 and 5984 Edmondson Pike. Approximately 320 feet north of Mount Pisgah Road is 3.47 acres. Substitute Bill BL 2020-266 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from IR to SP zoning. Properties located at 800 14th Avenue North and 801 12th Avenue South, approximately 150 feet south of Herman Street. It's 4.64 acres. Substitute Bill BL 2020-268 by Councilmember Parker. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RS5 to RM20A RM20A NS zoning for properties located at 139C and 139C and 139D Elmhurst Avenue. It's approximately 400 feet north of Lucille Street. It's 0.18 acres. Substitute Bill BL 2020-271 by Councilmember Parker. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS to MULA NS zoning. Properties located at 102 Duke Street, 2301 and 2309 Dickerson Pike. At the southeast corner of Duke Street and Dickerson Pike, it's 1.58 acres. BL 2020-274 by Councilmember Parker. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 217 East Moreland Street, approximately 250 feet west of Meridian Street. It's 0.17 acres. BL 2020-291 by Councilmember Roberts. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R8 to SP zoning for properties located at 6100 and 6110 Robertson Avenue and 609 and 611 Vernon Avenue at the northwest corner of Robertson Avenue and Vernon Avenue, zoned R8, 4.13 acres. BL 2020-297 by Councilmember Roberts and Henderson. An ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon existing public water main easements and to accept a new fire hydrant assembly property located at 5320 Centennial Boulevard. BL 2020-301, Rosenberg, Hurt, and others. Ordinance amending Chapter 10.18 of the Metropolitan Code to prohibit smoking on playgrounds owned by the Metropolitan Government. BL 2020-302 by Councilmember Murphy. Ordinance amending Section 13.08.015 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to the report from the Planning Commission and Emergency Communications District Board for proposed changes to street names. BL 2020-303 by Councilmember Pulley. Ordinance approving the enrollment of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County acting by and through the Metropolitan Police Department in the Carfax Investigative Tools Program and Carfax Crash Report Distribution Platform. BL 2020-305 by Councilmembers Mendes and others. Ordinance accepting donation of certain properties located on West Hamilton Avenue from Piedmont Natural Gas and approving the conveyance of easements across certain other properties to Piedmont Natural Gas. Excuse me. BL 2020-306 by Councilmember Rosenberg. Ordinance readopting the Code of the Metropolitan Government prepared by the Municipal Code Corporation, including supplemental replacement pages thereof, containing certain ordinances of general and permanent nature enacted on or before December 20th, 2019. BL 2020-307 by Murphy and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing sanitary sewer main, sanitary manhole and easements, and accept new sanitary sewer main, sanitary sewer manholes and easements for properties located at 3717 West End Avenue and 101 Leonard Avenue. BL 2020-308, ordinance authorizing Vanderbilt University to install, construct, and maintain underground encroachments in the right-of-way located at 2525 West End Avenue. That's by Councilmember Cash, Murphy, and Henderson. And the last one, BL 2020-309. Sponsors O'Connell, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing SMH Holdings LLC to install, construct, and maintain underground encroachments in the right-of-way located at 1708 Pearl Street. Anything that needs to be bumped off of that? Councilmember Glover, you have something that needs to be bumped? Your hand's up.
No, sir, I'm sorry, I forgot. I was going to move approval, sorry.
That's okay. So we got one committee report coming in. It is on BL 2020-264. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
13 in favor, 0 against, and evidently I've given all the other committee reports. I don't remember doing that because it was pretty late, but if y'all say I did, I did.
Okay, and if you will move passage of all those bills on third reading, that would be great.
I'd be thrilled to move passage of all of those bills.
All right, so Councilmember Murphy has moved passage of all those bills on the third reading consent agenda. Councilmember Syracuse seconds. Any discussion? Anybody have any discussions about any of those bills? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? We actually have all 40 members now, 40 to 0 to 0.
Council 39, you had one leave.
Okay, we had one leave, so we're at 39 to 0 to 0. Any changes in that? Third, the bill's on the third reading consent agenda, passes. Okay, we're on BL 2019-69. Councilmember Toombs, you're the sponsor. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS10 to RM9A zoning for property located at 3413 John Mallet Drive. At the southern corner of Ashton Avenue and John Mallet Drive, it's .42 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized. Whoop, hold on. There you go. Got it.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the substitute.
Okay, so Councilmember Toombs has moved to substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
The substitute adds the NS designation to prohibit short-term rentals.
Okay, so you've heard an explanation of the substitute. Again, it's been properly seconded. Any questions on the substitute? Nobody in the queue. All in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Sure.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Your substitute passes 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. You're back on your bill as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval of 2019-69 as substituted, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Your bill as substitute passes 39-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Okay, any changes to that? That's the vote. We're ready for substitute bill BL 2019-78 by Councilmember Sledge. Ordinance to amend section 17.16.070 in the Metropolitan Code to impose a minimum distance requirements for new short-term rental properties, non-owner occupied from churches, schools, daycares, and parks. Councilmember Sledge.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm going to move, I'm going to ask for a motion so I can get an amendment on.
Okay, so Councilmember Sledge has an amendment. So you move your amendment, is that correct?
Yeah, amendment 1, yes.
Okay, so Councilmember Sledge has moved amendment number 2, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
It's amendment number 1, just to be clear. So amendment number 1 comes from the conversations that with stakeholders over the last couple of months, well, a few months now. And what it does is, I'll explain how it interacts with the bill as well. It ensures that basically people who were already in the pipeline can get through the pipeline, and that was, I think, the biggest issue that a lot of council members had regarding some of these non-owner occupied projects. So it says that if you're a multifamily development, if you've got a valid master permit on file, which means you are intent on building this thing, you've gotten those recommendations from other departments in Metro, and you are ready to build, that as long as you are on file before September 1st, you're in good shape. Or if you are a smaller development that doesn't have a master development, if you have built at least half of what you're building, in essence, if you were building, a duplex or whatever it might be, as long as you've done more than half of that by September 1st, you are in. And everyone who I talked to, I had a stakeholder meeting with about a half dozen homeowners, developers, property olders who were a variety of property sizes that I just described. They all felt like this amendment would be satisfactory and that they could all be that they could all work with this essentially. So what that would do is it would create that September 1st deadline, and then otherwise that would then go into effect where these public assets that we have will be most accessible to the people who pay for them, which is you and me as residents. So that's the amendment that sort of, in a way, makes the substitute ordinance. So that's my explanation of the amendment. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. So Councilmember Sledge has moved amendment to substitute bill BL 2019-78. It's been properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. May I ask the question to Mr. Cooper, please?
Certainly can.
And here's the question. Mr. Cooper, are we opening up another can of worms as far as the state coming in and overruling anything inside of this, or do you feel like we're pretty safe in the grounds on this one?
I really can't answer that. That may be better for the sponsor. I have not heard from anyone at the state about this being a possible candidate for preemption, but I never ruled that out.
Councilmember Sledge?
Okay. Sure. I can tell you it doesn't affect anybody who has a permit right now. Everybody who has a permit keeps their permit. They're grandfathered in. Yeah, it doesn't conflict with anything the state has done, and I have heard nothing otherwise that the state has any interest whatsoever.
So let me, if I may, Vice Mayor, I'd like to ask one more question of the sponsor.
Sure. Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So then, anyone who may have bought a property that's attempting to do all this has until September 1st. Is that correct under this?
Yes, everybody, essentially, the folks I'm trying to get in to make sure that they're taken care of in the pipeline is with people who have made that effort that they are building. What I'm trying to make the distinction of is people who are doing the work, building the building, making it happen, versus folks who may have bought something and they want to sit on it for years and then say that they want to do that. Trying essentially to draw that line so that everybody's clear on it.
Okay. So now I'm going to go back to Mr. Cooper just one more time. Thank you, Councilman Sledge. Mr. Cooper, do we open ourselves up for any problems if someone challenges on this one, saying, no, I bought it and they didn't have a right to change it on me after the fact?
Well, you do not have a right to operate a short-term rental property if you don't already have a permit. So I don't think anyone would have any legal grounds to challenge it on that basis.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Johnston.
I need to be marked as abstaining.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I really struggle with this one, as you can kind of see from the amendments that I proposed. But one of the most, I guess, challenging things for me to really nail down, and I appreciate the efforts of the sponsor to do some good work to protect folks who have gone through a lot of work and made an investment and are trying to line up financing, which can be really challenging right now. But is this master permit idea, and the last that I heard was that no one at Metro seemed to really know what qualified as a master permit. And so for folks that, like, is it a grading permit? Is it the actual building permit? Is it use and occupancy permit? There's just a lot of vagary about what that is. And so my concern, and I think probably I'm thinking of some of the same things that Councilmember Glover is thinking of, is like, if you have a person who is in some phase of the building project, I mean, granted, we're not all talking about people that are sitting on land, but there's some phase of building project. What actual permit are we talking about that they would have to have filed, at least filed, by September 1st, and possibly have had approved by September 1st in order to be protected? Because just to give you one example, like I've got one project that is underway. We knew it was going to be STRs. A lot of people aren't crazy about that, but like they've got equipment on site. Presumably they have a grading permit, but that's all that they have at this moment. They don't really have the shell permit. They don't have the use and occupancy. They don't have any of those permits. Like, are they going to then be affected by this, where they already have equipment on site, but maybe not everything done yet? Are they going to be affected by this, where suddenly that's going to be yanked out from under them and they're going to have to go through a separate process? And I think most of us would agree that that'd be problematic. So what exactly is the master permit that we're talking about? And is it that they have to have filed it, or it has to be approved? Because that's a lot of the vagary that really is causing heartburn for some people that I think is justified.
Councilmember Sledge, do you want to try to answer that?
Sure, thanks, Vice Mayor. So I came on the master permit line actually from a suggestion from Codes, and so I talked to Brady Rich in Codes, who deals a lot with this, and also with Emily Lamb, and we're trying to create a basically very clear, bright line that does actually, answer those questions, to say, because there does seem to be a lot of interpretation on what a building permit, or, when you go in and you get a grading permit, does that mean you're building now? So now what a master permit does, and the amendment says it has to be approved. It's got to be on file. It's got to be approved by Codes to say, all right, you're ready to go. All the other departments have reviewed this, that needed to review it. You are serious about doing this. And I actually asked the time frame for that a couple of months ago when we was going through this discussion. In fact, this was about the end of May, late May, when we were talking through this with Codes. And they said, look, we're at the same capacity as far as approving permits when it comes to timeline. We're obviously not all in the office, but we expect to, if somebody comes in, they've got their things together, they're going to be, getting through this process. And Brady told me, basically, if somebody's got, their I's dotted and their T's crossed, it's going to be about a month, right? So I wanted to stretch that out and say, okay, just in case people need some wiggle room, here's this additional time frame that they'll have. So just to be clear, every month, we get these emails about and it's literally, the terminology is master permits that have been issued in our districts, and those that have not been issued. So this is a terminology that Codes uses, and it creates that bright line to say, all right, you are not just thinking about doing something, you are doing it. To help clarify from some of the questions the councilmember asked, the grading permit does not count as a master permit, but you do not have to have a UNO. A UNO is at the end, obviously. You are ready to roll. You are building under a master permit.
I mean, I appreciate that. I mean, and I would be happy to look again, but the last communication that I had from John Michael and Bill Herbert was that they did not know specifically what that meant and were not able to answer that question. And that again is what makes me really nervous about this, is that there's not something that I can point someone to who's a property owner that says in writing what that is, and that's what makes me nervous about it. I think our codes department often does, try to work with people diligently, especially during this time. But, is again, is it the site plan? Is it, what is it that they have to have submitted? Because, again, you could have someone that is in some phase of construction and some phase, but, obtaining all department approvals could take a really, really long time, which wouldn't necessarily be the case of just the grading permit to get to construction. And like I say, I just don't want to run into situations in which we're disrupting projects midstream, where I think almost all of us would agree that legitimate activity has happened toward constructing something based upon, based upon our own zoning.
All right, so Councilmember.
I'm just nervous about that, I guess.
All right, so Councilmember Withers, you're the last person in the queue. After this, we're actually on the amendment to vote.
Actually, Vice Mayor, I re-raised my hand. Please.
Okay, I thought that was from before, so I'm going to go back to Councilmember Glover.
No, sir, I'm sorry about that. And thank you, Councilmember Withers. You really understand the zoning stuff, and you're much better at this than I am. And I think you bring up some of the concerns I have with this. So my question would simply be this to the sponsor: would you consider deferring this for a meeting or so, and maybe moving that date to make sure we don't conflict and create another problem in this with the state, et cetera? I mean, it's your choice. If you do that, then I'll support that and go forward. But if you don't, I can't support this bill tonight because I just think we're creating more problems for ourselves. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Sledge.
No, I totally appreciate Councilmember Glover's concerns. So I want to be really clear here. Look, a master permit it's an actual permit. It approves the site plan. Like this is the thing that says you are building, and it is like the codes director has said, like, this is what this is. A master permit is the actual permit that's approving the site plan. I mean, that's why when we get a digest every month, it says master permits report. So I feel like I've gone out and done everything that's been asked of me in talking with folks of a variety. And in fact, I even gave, from the folks who I talked with, they gave me their actual projects and said, here's where we are, here's the status. And some of them had master permits in hand already, so they would be totally done. Some of them had applied, but they hadn't gotten signed off yet. Some of them expected to be applying in the next 4 to 6 weeks from the time that we talked. And when I sent everything over to codes and said, tell me, could you get all of these things in? And I said August 1st. I said, could you do all these kinds of projects? Do you think these could all be handled by August 1st? And the answer I got back was, yes, we think we could handle all of these by August 1st with no problem, whatsoever. And I said, all right, that's fine. I'm going to go back to these guys. They asked me for a little more time. I said, how does September 1st sound? And everybody said, great, that works for us. I do want to point out, and we talked a little bit about this on second reading, this is under pending legislation doctrine right now. So there was one individual in particular I spoke with and who came to the public hearing who he has his UNOs. He has everything done, but he can't apply for his STR permit because it's under pending legislation. Since he's taken care of, legislation passes, he's able to go get his permit that he was counting on doing because now pending legislation has been released. So I really am trying to treat everybody in a way that says, we've gone through this discussion, tried to get something that works for everyone, and the response back I've gotten from everybody is, yeah, that works for us. And now the emails I get back from my group is, has it passed yet? So I would like to move forward with this, recognizing that we're still on the amendment right now. But I would like to move forward with this because I feel like I've tried to make a commitment to everyone and try to hear everybody out. So I do appreciate all the conversation and question from members, though, and I totally understand where you're coming from.
All right, so I'm checking the queue. There is nobody else on here. Now, I will tell you that there are 3 amendments coming behind Councilmember Sledge's amendment. So Unless there are further discussions on this particular amendment, we are ready to vote on amendment number 1 to substitute ordinance BL 2019-78. Okay, we are on the amendment. All those in favor of amendment number 1 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. So the amendment passes. Any abstentions? One abstention, Mary Carolyn Roberts abstains.
Abstain.
And Courtney Johnston abstains. So we have 2 abstentions. So anybody else?
Taylor?
Brandon Taylor?
Yes.
Okay, so you abstain as well. So the vote is 36 to 0 to 3. Okay, any changes to that? Okay, amendment number 1 passes. Councilmember Sledge, you're on your substitute bill as amended.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move that the bill is amended.
Okay, so Councilmember Sledge has moved to pass substitute bill BL 2019-78 as amended, properly seconded. I'm going to go to Councilmember Withers because he has amendments in the packet. Okay. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Again, this is one that I think is very well intentioned, but it's just not an approach to zoning that I think is. I think there are some concerns, and there are enough concerns. As much as I empathize with the cause, there are concerns that there's a little bit of like punitiveness or. That this is kind of retribution for dislike of people, and I'm not necessarily saying that that's true, but there are kind of some clouds of that, and I feel like this approach is a little bit of a gotcha approach for some projects potentially, and just having that cloud over it makes me, again, uncomfortable that we're going to be inviting some sort of action. It would be my preference that if we're going to look at STR uses, that we look at them in entire zoning district categories. I think that's a fair way of doing that we can all as a body know, like we can go and look at the zoning map in our districts and say these are the parcels that are affected. And it's a little bit more difficult to do that with this bill as the way that it's drawn. So there are just some things about it that make me uncomfortable a little bit. Whether or not they're true, I just think that there is a little bit of a cloud of folks being fearing that this is kind of retribution, and frankly, I mean, even arguments that like we can't have STRs next to parks. I'm not a fan of STRs. I tell people that, but just some of those arguments to me are a little bit unconvincing, I guess. So there are just some things, and I really appreciate the work of the sponsor. There's some things about this bill that make me uncomfortable, and this approach that make me uncomfortable as being a little bit uneven. And so I'm just not comfortable supporting it at this time. I already know from our discussion that my amendments that I proposed that sort of kind of meant to address some of that are not going to pass, so I'm not going to offer the amendments at this time, but just wanted to offer what kind of my concerns are about this approach to this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Withers. All right, so Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just want to clarify what I think I heard Councilmember Sledge say. Currently, with this as pending legislation, it's in force now, and people are waiting and can't do anything. And so by deferring, that puts off being able to get started, as opposed to going ahead and passing it enables them to go in and apply for a permit, which they can't do while we're still in limbo. Did I hear that correctly?
Vice Mayor,
Councilmember Sledge.
Yes, the conversation I had. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, that conversation back when we were public hearing, that came out as well from applicants, and I do want to use that moment as just to clarify. this isn't meant as any sort of retribution or punishment or any sort. In fact, I usually give a couple of examples in the district I represent of areas where they've, quite frankly, next to parks and schools and daycares and churches, that there have been just tons of these non-owner occupied STRs crop up, and more that were potentially on the way. One of those projects is going to qualify under this amendment and will receive its non-owner occupied permit. And I fully acknowledge that. And that's just one of those things where, for me as a council member, I want to say, yes, that person did what they needed to do under the law, and they're gonna get this. But I also have to acknowledge that from a public policy standpoint, I would prefer that we create a better policy going forward. And so I just want to be clear there that, in creating this policy, if we were to pass this, it does lift the pending legislation. But also, there are going to be projects in the district I represent where I wish they weren't going forward. They're going to go forward, and that's okay. That's how we learn and how we hopefully create better policies. Sorry, it's long answer to your question, Councilman Brown.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. See if we get anybody else in the queue. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized.
I really just got to call the question on this one.
Councilmember Roten has called the previous question. We're voting on the previous question on the bill, not the bill.
Amendment 2. We're on an amendment. We're on amendment.
Which one, Withers?
Yeah, Withers.
He took them all off.
Took them all off, and we are on the bill. Okay.
So we're just double checking. Councilmember Withers, you took you never proposed any of your amendments, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we are, this previous question is actually to get us to vote on the bill as amended, substitute bill as amended. So we're on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
Aye.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We're on Councilmember Sledge's substitute bill 2019-78 as amended. We'll try by voice vote. All those in favor of substitute bill BL 2019-78 as amended, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
Okay. All right. Any abstentions? Okay. Since it's a vote on third reading, we're roll call vote. Okay.
Council Lady Roberts would like to abstain.
And Council Lady Roberts will abstain. We're going to take a roll call vote anyway. Madam Clerk, if you would, roll call vote.
Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Hurt.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Glover.
No.
Councilmember Suara.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall. Yes. Councilmember Toombs. Yes. Councilmember Gamble.
Yes.
Councilmember Swope.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker. Yes. Councilmember Withers.
No.
Councilmember Benedict.
Yes.
Councilmember Van Rees.
Yes.
Councilmember Hancock.
Yes.
Councilmember Young. Councilmember Young. Councilmember Hager.
Yes.
Councilmember Evans.
Yes.
Councilmember Bradford.
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Roden.
Yes.
Councilmember Syracuse. Yes. Councilmember Welsh.
Yes.
Councilmember Sledge.
Yes.
Councilmember Cash.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
Abstain.
Councilmember Taylor.
Go back. Councilmember Roberts
She
voted.
abstained.
She abstained.
Councilmember Taylor.
Abstain.
Councilmember Hauser.
Yes.
Councilmember Druffel.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy. I'm sorry?
What was the vote?
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Pulley.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston.
Abstain?
Councilmember Nash.
Yes.
Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Porterfield.
Yes.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
Yes.
Councilmember Rutherford. Yes. Councilmember Stiles. Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Rosenberg. Yes. Councilmember Young. Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Stiles.
She's counting.
I didn't hear Hertz. I didn't hear Hertz vote. If you could just tell me Hurt. I didn't hear. Yes.
She voted yes.
Okay.
What's the vote?
31, 2, 3.
So the vote on the bill, 31 yeses, 2 noes, and 3 abstentions. 31 to 2 to 3. So substitute bill BL 2019-78, as amended, passes on third reading. We're now on substitute bill BL 2020-187 by council members Pulley and Johnston. Ordinance to amend titles 5, 6, and 17 of the Metropolitan Code, zoning regulations pertaining to short-term rental properties. Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Planning and zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
The amendment, it was voted 4 in favor, 7 against, and the substitute bill as amended without that amendment was 13 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would move approval with an explanation of the bill.
Okay, so Councilmember Pulley moves for passage, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation.
Thank you very much. The purpose of this bill is to create a short-term rental property board and remove those cases from the BZA where they sit currently. In order to do so, we've talked to our legal representatives, and that's why the bill is being moved to Title VI. I think it's important to note that all previously enacted short-term rental property regulations have been incorporated into this bill, so there have been no passage of short-term rentals that are not included. I also think it's important to note that there's no new regulatory provisions that have been incorporated in this bill other than those which have been previously passed. There's also no fiscal note attached to this because codes will be able to handle the board with the same manpower they have now, so they won't be adding any staff or won't be costing any more money. And the amendment that failed in planning and zoning, there was a robust discussion around that, and the purpose of that amendment was to create some members of the board which would represent the short-term rental property lobby and would represent the neighborhood lobby. I think it's important for us to note our desire for diversification on the board to include that kind of diversity on the board of opinions. However, the concern that was raised about a potential amendment to add members that were specifically identified as pro-short-term rental and pro-neighborhood is the difficulty in being able to accommodate that written into the law without it being subject to legal challenges. So there's a concern on the part of our attorneys and on mine, frankly, about moving forward with any mandates to the board as it relates to that. However, it is important to note for the record that we would strongly urge the maintenance office to have that consideration when appointing members of the board. I think that pretty much sums it up, and I'm more than happy to entertain any questions.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Pulley. Councilmember Pulley has moved for passage on third reading. It's been properly seconded. Any questions regarding the bill? Have Councilmember Stiles. Oh, her hand went off. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to know, because I can't remember, and I don't know if I'm confusing this with something else, would this change still require public hearings for any future updates if this were to pass?
I appreciate that. I can answer that question. I failed to address that. There was an amendment that did pass and is included in the substitute that does require public hearings on any new regulatory measures that are proposed. So yes is the answer to that question.
Okay. Councilmember Evans? Was that who I called on?
Thank you. That's all I needed. I appreciate it.
Thank you for the question.
All right. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I wonder if Mr. Cooper can speak to, I mean, we have kind of ping-pong back and forth. This was in Title VI. It was in Title 17. It was, you know, Councilman Pulley, I apologize if I've sort of lost the through line, but the impetus for moving it back into Title VI was what exactly? And then I am always concerned with, you know, various preemptions and partial preemptions, and the fact that, you know, the state legislature has said that, you know, a annual permit is a property right, it's not, et cetera. Like, I worry sometimes based on kind of where this is in our code, the various legs to stand on for preemptive efforts. And so I'm just very mindful of kind of what it means when we move something from our zoning code to the Title VI, and just if you could kind of, Mr. Cooper or Mr. Pulley, speak through if everybody has gone down every rabbit hole to think through every unintended consequence vis-a-vis the industry, the Beacon Center, the state legislature, and all the preemptive landscape we have had to deal with, and what this will mean for us, please.
Ms. Cooper, I'll defer to you if you'd like to go ahead and explain that.
So the bill was drafted by codes, and it was by Emily Lamb and John Michael, who handle this stuff. And the thinking was that you create a new STRP specific appeal board. You take it out of Title 17 so that gets it out of the realm of BZA, because the BZA hears all appeals of Title 17 matters. And so you move it to Title 6, but you keep all the regulations the same. So that theoretically reduces the risk of any kind of preemption, because you're not really changing anything. You're just moving it from one section of the code to another and creating a new appeal board.
Okay, so basically it was just to address the concern I mean, I guess my question comes also because, you know, we had struggled at the start with the leeway that was given to the BZA. So when folks would come and say, oops, I didn't know I had to have a permit, and then, you know, these people would get time served, these people get 6 months, these people get 3 months, just kind of ad nauseum. And so we kind of locked down some constraints there. Would those same constraints apply to this new board? So anything and everything we have regulatory particular to the BZA's authority is going to be the same for this special board?
Yes, all of the regulations that applied and the penalty provisions and all of that carried forward. Councilman Pulley can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that when they prepared the bill, they just took everything and moved it into the Title VI. And it was to alleviate the crowded Board of Zoning Appeals dockets that they've seen because of short-term rental cases.
That is correct, and in many cases, it's believed, and I certainly believe this, that the creation of this board would strengthen the enforcement, because now you have a board that specifically addresses this and is not focused on all the other matters that the BZA is.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Pulley. I've still got people in the queue. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is a technical question, probably for Mr. Cooper. I'm sure the sponsor could answer it. Just want to hear it from Attorney Cooper if I can. How does moving this back to Chapter 6, which is where it started, how does that action affect, number one, when public hearings are held, and number two, which is, I think, is a good idea, and number two, when does the legislation, when is it considered to be pending, and is it amendable on second or third? I know that's really technical, but I think that's a really important thing for us to understand in case we continue to have lots of legislation on this topic.
Are you talking about future legislation?
Yes, sir. Future bills. Any future bills on this topic?
So they, under the interpretation of the pending ordinance doctrine, it is after it has been approved or considered by the Planning Commission and advertised for public hearing is when it becomes pending. I think that's the legal interpretation that has been given. As far as, I'm sorry, what was the first part of the question? It's 2 o'clock.
Well, yeah, it is part. So the public hearing at council, would that typically be on second reading?
The public hearing process would be the same as for zoning bills. So it would be the same timing and the same notice requirements and same publication in the newspaper.
Great. And then for a lot of our legislation, sometimes it comes before the Planning Commission before it even has a first reading at council. So does that make a difference for when it's heard at Planning Commission? Is it when it's been considered by the Planning Commission and advertised for public hearing at Metro Council, or how does that timing work? I just want to understand that.
The Planning Commission wouldn't be considering these anymore because it's not an amendment to Title 17. So you would just have the one public hearing, but it would be the public hearing at council.
And so it would not become pending until after that public hearing has concluded?
Yeah, so I think it would be at the, I don't know. We haven't had a pending ordinance doctrine come up for something outside of the zoning code. So I think we'd probably have to, if future regulations are proposed, we'd have to sit down with codes and everybody get on the same page about when it became pending. But it's typically when it's advertised for public hearing. So that would be after passing first reading.
So it would already be pending legislation potentially before having a public hearing. I mean, and then the final question on that is for amendments. Are under Chapter 6, are amendments allowed on third reading, or would that require suspension of the rules?
It would require suspension of the rules on third reading. Okay, well, those sound like some complicated matters to still work through. I'm willing to still keep working on this legislation, but those are things that I think we're all going to want to iron out before any of our colleagues start filing the next bills. Thank you.
All right. The only person who's still in the queue is Councilmember Glover.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. So I'm going to make one simple statement. What's happening right now is exactly what I talked about on 48. We have spent countless days, hours, weeks, months, years on STRPs, and here's another fine example. And this is why it is so critical to be very cautious in what we do. Not saying I disagree with this move at all, not at all. It's just, gosh, guys, this started in my first term before anyone except for Councilmember Allen and I were there. And here we are again tonight at, oh gosh, 2:05 a.m. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
If I could quickly on this pending ordinance doctrine issue, now that I think about it, since it is not a land use regulation anymore, I'm not sure under state law that the pending ordinance doctrine would apply. But that's something we'll have to look at. That question hadn't come up to me anyway until tonight.
All right. There is no one else left in the queue. So we are actually on Councilmember Pulley's bill.
I mean, it was disapproved in the committee. I don't know if she was intending to offer it or not.
Okay. All right. So we are ready to proceed. We are ready to vote on the bill. It is substitute bill BL 2020-187 as amended by Councilmember Pulley. All those in favor of the bill say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed say no. Any abstentions? Any abstentions?
Vice Mayor, this is Councilwoman Henderson. I'm going to abstain, please.
Okay. Councilmember Henderson abstains. Anybody else? Okay. Vote is, where are we? 38-0. It's now 37. Councilmember Lee is not on the call. 37-0 to 1. Okay. Bill passes on third reading. Just a second. Okay, so we are now on BL 2020-212 by Councilmember Toombs.
Vice Mayor?
Councilmember Glover.
Yes, I was going to ask for a point of privilege. We're getting very close to the end, but it's already 2:08. I think we've knocked out a lot of this agenda. Unless there's anything that's absolutely critical, I would like to move to adjourn, please, sir.
Okay, so that is a non-debatable motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
No.
I have a second. So we have a motion to adjourn, properly seconded. It is non-debatable. We're actually voting on that motion. All those in favor of a motion to adjourn, say aye.
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 Opposed, no?
No. No.
Okay, motion fails. All right, so we're back on the bill. We're back on the bills. We're on substitute bill. Let me make sure I've got the right one. It's Councilmember Toombs' bill. This is Bill 2020-212 by Councilmember Toombs, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by change from RS 7.5, RS 20, and MUNA to SP for properties located at 869 West Trinity Lane, 2608 Old Buena Vista Road, Walker Lane, unnumbered, Day Street, unnumbered, Overall Street, unnumbered, and West Trinity Lane, unnumbered, approximately 370 feet east of Old Buena Vista Road, 26.43 acres, to permit 427 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the amendment.
All right, so Councilmember Toombs has an amendment properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
So this amendment is the result of community input. It prohibits the extension of Walker Lane, which was a deal breaker for my constituents, and also requires that a minimum of 10% of the dwelling units contain at least 3 bedrooms.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the amendment. Again, it's properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Glover, is that from before? Your hand's still up. I assume that's from before. All right, we are voting on amendment to BL 2020-212. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? It's 38 to 0 to 0, no abstentions. The amendment passes. You're on your bill as amended.
Move for approval.
Okay, BL 2020-212 as amended. Motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes 38 to 0 to 0. Councilmember Roberts, I'm going to come to you so we can clarify this issue. Councilmember Roberts, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. On second substitute bill BL 2019-48, I voted incorrectly, and I would like to amend, please, by voting yes instead of no.
Okay, so we've been trying to figure out exactly how that goes about the process. There's a possibility.
I guess without objection.
So there's different ways to do it, but unless there's an objection, then we would, Councilmember Roberts, how did you vote on the bill?
I voted for the bill. I voted yes.
Okay, and you wanted to vote no on the bill?
I'm sorry. It's late. I'm sorry. I had a big birthday yesterday. I voted no. I would like to vote yes on the bill.
You would like to vote yes on the bill. I thought that, yeah, okay. So Councilmember Roberts has asked to switch her vote on second substitute bill BL 2019-48 as amended. It's not going to change the vote. She wants to switch her vote from a no vote to a yes vote. Is there any objection to doing that? Seeing none, then I'm going to clear that that is acceptable and the vote is changed. All right? All right, we're now back on we're on substitute bill BL 2020-219 by Councilmember Gamble. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by amending a specific plan on properties located at 4105, 4125, 4225, 4241, and 4301 Whites Creek Pike, southeast corner of Knight Drive and Whites Creek Pike, Zone SP, 169.20 acres, to add additional land use, modify location of rooming units, and making changes to the definition specified in the SP. Councilmember Gamble, you are recognized.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to add a substitute to the amendment.
Okay, so Councilmember Gamble is moving a substitute. It's properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
Yes, there were about 4 or 5 neighbors concerned that some of the conditions that were approved in the plan, in the site plan by planning, were not added to the amendment. So this substitute adds those conditions. There are about 5 of them. To the substitute, so that everybody's clear of what has been approved and what will happen with the development going forward. So the substitute adds the conditions to match the approved plan.
Okay. So Councilmember Gamble, this is not a substitute. This is actually an amendment to the bill?
No, it is a substitute to the. Okay, well, that's what it is. Is that not right, Mr. Cooper?
So I'm checking with Mr. Cooper. He says it's an amendment.
An amendment to the substitute ordinance.
Okay, thank you. An amendment to the substitute ordinance.
All right, so Councilmember Gamble has moved an amendment to the substitute ordinance. Properly seconded. She explained the amendment. Questions on the amendment? Councilmember Allen.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Gamble, for being responsive to those neighbors, because I know they've been concerned about some of those issues. Does that include the traffic study that was going to be part of third reading? It does.
Yes, it does. The number 5 on the, was number 13, but the fifth condition states recommendation outlined in the traffic study and accepted by Metro Public Works shall be implemented, yes.
Okay, great. And so that list of 7 things that have to do with health and quality of life that we received several emails about are now all incorporated with this amendment. Is that correct?
No. 4 of the 7 items were approved by planning and were added and approved by the community. Those are what have been added to the amendment. So just the 4 of the 7, not all of the 7. Not all of the 7 were approved, only 4.
The 4. Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Allen. Nobody else is in the queue. This is, trying to make sure, have we put the amendment on? Is that what we're getting ready to do?
I think we're voting on the amendment.
All right, okay, so it is getting late. We're just trying to make sure we've got this right. We're voting on the amendment. The amendment to substitute Bill BL 2020-219 by Councilmember Gamble. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? The amendment is passed 38-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any objections to that? Seeing none, Councilmember Gamble, you're now on your substitute bill as amended.
Thank you. I move for approval.
So Councilmember Gamble has moved for approval of substitute bill BL 2020-219 as amended, properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Allen, your hand is back up. Did you mean that?
No.
Okay. Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of the bill as amended, 2020-219 as amended on third and final reading, if you're in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 38-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Okay, bill passes on third reading. BL 2020-233, this is by Councilmember Murphy. Ordinance amending Section 7.16.110 of the Metropolitan Code to provide a mechanism for retail liquor establishments to obtain an exemption from the minimum distance requirement for obtaining a certificate of compliance upon approval of the Metropolitan Council by resolution. Councilmember Murphy, you are recognized on 2020-223 as amended.
Thank you. This is just going to be a placeholder for the bill that I did not make it to public safety on earlier. So this one needs to be deferred to the first meeting in October so we can run through with the previous bill and then hopefully withdraw this one. So with that, I'd like to defer this to the first meeting in October.
All right, Councilmember Murphy has moved to defer this to the first meeting in October, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to defer say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 38-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. The bill is deferred to the first meeting in October. We're now on BL 2020-230 by Councilmember Parker, Murphy, and others. Ordinance to amend the GIS system in the alley centerline layer for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville by abandoning a portion of alley number 312 right-of-way from North 9th Street to alley number 278. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to move to defer this with a brief explanation, and I would like to ask a procedural question.
How long do you want to defer it to?
Well, that's what the question's about. So this area was directly in the path of the March 3rd tornado, and folks, I just haven't had a chance to, due to the coronavirus and whatnot, to communicate with some of the people in that area like I would like to around this. Now, if I were to defer it for one meeting, is there any reason I couldn't defer it for one more meeting if I weren't able to accomplish that by the next meeting? Or should I just go ahead and say 2 meetings for a deferral?
Mr. Cooper?
I think the last deferral was because we adjourned, and so there wasn't a motion to defer. It just carried over. So I think you have 2 deferrals remaining. So before it's deferred indefinitely. So you could defer one meeting and then defer again if you needed to.
I'm going to ask to defer this one meeting tonight, and I'm going to try to have those conversations before the next meeting. So I'll move to defer one meeting.
All right, Councilmember Parker has moved to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
Any abstentions? Deferral motion passes 38-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions, 38-0. Thank you, council member. We're on BL 2020-262 by Councilmember Sledge. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS to SP zoning for properties located at 2132 and 2134 Kennedy Avenue, approximately 340 feet south of Napoleon Avenue, 0.36 acres to permit mixed use. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I need to move the substitute that makes the ordinance.
Okay, so the substitute. Okay. So Councilmember Sledge has a substitute. He's moved the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
Thank you. It's got some addition. What it basically is doing is updating definitions within the SP. It's a regulatory SP for what is essentially a MULA zoning with a lot of use restrictions that you can see in the amendments packet. I will note for council members that you can see that the base zoning is MULA and not MULA-NS. That is because we started work on this before the NS zoning passed. So the short-term rentals are uses that are not allowed within this regulatory SP. But like I said, they're in a pretty long list of uses that are not allowed. So with that, I would move I would renew my motion for the substitute.
Okay, so Councilmember Sledge has renewed his motion to approve the substitute on 2020-262 as properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to approve the substitute say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Substitute passes 38-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. We're now on your bill as substituted. Councilmember Sledge.
I'll move the bill as substituted.
Okay, so Councilmember Sledge has moved 2020-262 as substituted for third and final passage, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Same vote as before, 38-0. 38-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Bill passes on third and final reading. We're now on BL 2020-285 as amended. Sponsors are Councilmember Stiles, Toombs, Hurt, and many others. Ordinance requiring employees of essential businesses interfacing with the public to wear appropriate face coverings. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. There actually is an amendment to this.
That's right. There are actually two amendments on this.
Okay. The one is mine, one is
One is yours, and one is Councilmember Murphy's.
yes. Okay. So I'd like to pass it with these two amendments.
You'll have to suspend the rules because we're on third reading.
Just to get them on?
Yeah.
Okay. So Councilmember Stiles, do you want to move your amendment, your first one?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
So because it's on third and final reading, you're going to have to move to suspend the rules to get it before the body. So you're going to have to move to suspend the rules to get the amendment before this body.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move to suspend the rules, please.
Okay. So Councilmember Stiles has moved to suspend the rules. Is there any objection to suspension of the rules? Reason we're doing it, this is not a zoning bill. This is just a typical bill. We don't amend bills on third reading. Any objections? Councilmember Murphy, you got your hand up. Is that an objection? Councilmember Murphy?
That's to be recommended in my amendment.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, so no objections. Councilmember Stiles, you're on your amendment.
Okay, so I guess my next question is, I mean, the second amendment also be included? Since we suspended the rules?
Councilmember Stiles, yeah, the rules have been suspended, so you can move your amendment.
Okay, I'd like to move my amendment.
Okay, so Councilmember Stiles has moved her amendment, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of what your amendment does.
My amendment, actually, give me 1 second. I apologize. So now I'm blanking on this one amendment.
Councilmember Stiles, Mr. Cooper can explain your amendment.
Yes.
It clarifies that if the violation occurs at a construction site, that the enforcement action would be taken against the employee's direct employer.
Thank you. I move to pass my amendment.
Okay, so Councilmember Stiles has moved to pass her amendment. Again, it was properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Councilmember Nash, you're recognized. Now you need to unmute. Councilmember Nash, yeah, there you go.
It's late, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Is there any concern that we have an employee that just is not doing what he should and it's unknown to his employer?
I'm sorry, say that again. Is there a concern that an employee is not doing?
If the health department person comes to this job site, the employee isn't wearing a mask, but he's been told to by a supervisor, and the supervisor hasn't seen him. You're saying that the supervisor would get the ticket or the fine?
Yes.
Yeah. That was not the supervisor's fault.
Well, technically it would be. So if you're supervising employees, then it would be your responsibility to make sure that people have their equipment on at all times, or in this case, a face covering. So probably disagree with you on that.
Okay. Some big job sites.
All right, thank you, council member. Any other questions about the amendment? Seeing none, we're on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment proposed by council member Stiles, say aye.
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 Opposed, no?
No.
No.
Oh.
Okay, any abstentions? Based upon the voice vote, the amendment passes. So Councilmember Stiles, you're now on your bill as amended. Councilmember Murphy, you seek recognition. You've got an amendment.
Thank you. I'd like to move to suspend the rules.
Okay, so Councilmember Murphy has an amendment. Also, because it's on third reading, Councilmember Murphy has to move to suspend the rules to get the amendment before us. Any objections to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, you're on your amendment. Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. A concern was raised to me by the construction industry that there would be a little confusion with the language of the original bill and what is required by health and safety standards by TOSHA or OSHA. And so what my amendment does is just clarify that when an employee is supposed to be wearing a mask that is, you know, an N95 or a certain type of air filter or what have you, that they don't have to like wear a cloth mask over it or under it. I think that could get into a dangerous situation. And so what this does is it just purely clarifies that they are to follow their industry's health and safety guidelines. And then when they're not doing that, it reverts back to Council Lady Stiles' original legislation of the cloth mask or facial covering. But what all this does is it allows them to not have to, I guess, double bag in the case that they have a health or safety standard above the facial covering required by this legislation. And with that, I'd like to move approval.
All right, so Councilmember Murphy has moved approval of her amendment. It was properly seconded. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just a question about the language in general requiring a cloth mask as opposed to a paper or non-woven fabric. Is that so? I mean, the blue type that you have for surgical, I would not consider that a cloth mask. Are those not? Will those not meet the intent of this bill, and is that a problem?
Councilmember Murphy.
I believe that question is aimed at the original intent of the legislation, not my amendment, and so I would defer to the sponsor.
All right.
That's correct.
Councilmember Allen, why don't we hold for just a minute? Let's get Councilmember Murphy's amendment on.
Okay.
And then you can ask the question, okay? So let's see if we have any other questions for Councilmember Murphy on her amendment. All right, seeing none, all those in favor of Councilmember Murphy's amendment, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 38 to 0 to 0. Okay, so Councilmember Stiles, we're back on your bill as amended, Bill 2020-285. It's got 2 new amendments on it. I'm going to go to Councilmember Allen for a question for Councilmember Stiles. You want to repeat the question for her?
Yes, just because I saw it in Councilmember Murphy's amendment. The rest of the bill deals with the requirement to wear cloth masks. And, for example, my employer provides us with paper masks. Is that going to create a conflict there?
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Those surgical masks as well, those are acceptable. But we wanted to give background on the multiple types of masks you can use in addition to having a surgical mask.
So
that would be covered.
Councilmember Stiles, I think we lost you for just a little while. Councilmember Allen, do you want me to get her to repeat what she said?
That would be helpful. I think I missed some key words.
Okay, Councilmember Stiles, if you don't mind.
Can you hear me now, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, we can hear you now. You froze for just a minute.
Okay. As I was saying, so the CDC has guidelines on masks. The surgical masks do count as well, but we wanted to outline the description of different masks for the CDC guidelines. So it does not differentiate. You'd still be covered with that one as well. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a question for Mr. Cooper. Can you help me distinguish where this legislation departs, if it does at all, from the various public health orders that exist on masks at this point, particularly Order Number 8?
So the health director's order has some exemptions that would not apply under this bill. For example, I think there's an exemption for heavy labor under So, I mean, there are some things that would not be a violation of the health order that would be a violation of this ordinance.
Okay, so this ordinance, health order.
Councilmember O'Connell, you froze up just a little bit too. You want to repeat your question?
Sorry. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
We're still having trouble hearing you. Sorry.
Hang on. I'm going to try. Well, all right. So you can go to somebody else. Let me see if I can get this in. This legislation supersedes the health order?
It doesn't supersede it. It goes along with the health order. So you would have to read both of them together.
Okay. Okay, but what I'm hearing is that there are places that would be violations of the health order, or violations of this legislation that would not be violations of the health.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think in light of that, I have yet to see a reason for council to be making public health decisions about the usage of masks that go beyond where the Board of Health and the health director are at this point, and I'm not comfortable supporting this legislation.
Okay. All right, thank you, Council Member. I've got Council Member Glover. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, I'm going to ask this to our attorney, Mr. Cooper. Given the lawsuit that was filed yesterday, does this further agitate that situation? And if you don't know, that's okay. But, I mean, I'm not going to support this either because I just think we're getting a little bit out of hand.
I mean, I think if they filed a lawsuit in federal court challenging the health order regarding masks, if this bill passed, they could probably file a lawsuit challenging the validity of the ordinance. I mean, anyone can file a lawsuit.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate Councilor Stiles and all the work she's put into this, and I know that it's all done with good intentions and for the health of our city. However, I do agree with Councilman O'Connell that we should trust our Metro Health Department. We have an amazing COVID-19 task force that's doing an outstanding job, and I don't want to override anything they're doing or suppose that we have medical opinions that might be better than theirs. I want to stand behind them, and so I'm not going to support this.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Hancock. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized. Councilmember Benedict, microphone. You're still muted. There you go.
There I am. Thank you, Vice Mayor. It is absolutely this body's, with respect to my colleagues, first of all, Councilwoman Stiles, thank you so much for staying with this legislation and being so flexible to make changes with it over the past, I think, probably 6 or 8 weeks now. I haven't looked, but it's been a couple of months, and we've really sussed this out to make sure that we're protecting Nashvillians. We are losing Nashvillians. On average, one Nashvillian per day is dying from COVID-19. That's somebody's mother, that's somebody's sister, that's somebody's grandfather. They're dying to COVID-19, one Nashvillian per day. Who's next? How many more? We're seeing cases rise like nuts. We've got very capable doctors, but the decisions that our city's making to move into phase 3 too early, to go back to phase 2, but we are sending mixed messages, and this bill, I think, supplements what the health director has done, but it absolutely is our job, I believe, as legislators, to make law that says this is what's going to protect you. Public safety is one of the most important functions that government has. It's not the most important. We're trying to protect the public here, and masks are proven worldwide. Facial coverings are proven worldwide to knock this out and to bring down the numbers. We've got to turn that around, and this shows the city, it shows our constituents that we believe they should be wearing a mask at all times, because that will fix this. And once we're doing that, we can get back to work because we're healthy. So I urge my colleagues to not only support this, but to support it enthusiastically to get your constituents on board with wearing a mask and protecting those around them as well as themselves. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. I appreciate Councilmember Stiles bringing this. This legislation, I was back home in my hometown of Dayton, Ohio this past week, and the city of Dayton, the mayor and the City Commission passed an ordinance there on Friday of last week mandating masks. They were the first city in Ohio to do that. I think Cincinnati followed their lead. I don't at all think it's beyond the pale of the Metro Council to pass legislation like this. I'm sometimes a little skeptical of having like a bunch of resolutions that just do an opinion. But I do think that Metro Council passing ordinances really is effective, and I do support this legislation and appreciate Councilmember Stiles bringing it forward.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since this legislation exists in the same space as a health order, I'm curious what the administration's position is on it, if Mr. Jameson is still awake.
Let's see if he's still on the phone. Mr. Jameson, you still there?
Yes, I had my butler awake me when Mr. Rosenberg spoke. So,
Mr. Jameson, any opinion?
I did want to assure council members that the Dr. Caldwell's order and Council Lady Stiles' order, not to speak for her, but they were not intended to be in competition with each other. And I do believe that they are can cohabitate. I believe Council Lady Stiles' attention was directed toward the workplace. It does address employees and construction workers in particular, whereas Dr. Caldwell, facing a particular acute situation, that order is addressed to members of the public generally. But we see no contradiction between the two. There are differences, but no contradictions.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you. I think that clarification from the administrator somewhat helpful. I guess I would offer a couple of comments here. One, I think this is, despite that, the mixed signal, right? We have a generalized mask mandate. This has some provisions that are, the administration has put out flyers, right? And so those affect people, businesses. I think this is going to make it more challenging for overall population of Nashville to understand who it applies to and when. I mean, the simple thing here, everyone should be wearing a mask in a public space. And yet, if we're talking about council trying to deliver good public health policy, the truth of the matter is we don't know everything there is to know about this, right? The World Health Organization's latest guidance is this might be an airborne illness rather than droplet-based, in which case we'd be better off within 95. This is a problem that the United States has faced for a long time, is personal equipment is not a place we have really spent a lot of energy delivering high-quality resources, even to our frontline health providers. I think this type of provision complicates the business environment even further among businesses that are already struggling. And I think the mask mandate is current for the purposes of being public health.
All right. Thank you, council member. Any follow-up needed? Guess not. All right, Councilmember Allen.
That's from before.
Okay, Councilmember Van Rees.
To call a previous question, please.
Previous question's been called. All right, we're not voting on the bill. We're voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye. No.
Okay. Previous question prevails. We are on BL 2020-285 as amended. This is Councilmember Stiles' bill. Ready to vote. All those in favor of the bill as amended, please indicate by saying aye.
Vice Mayor, before we vote, may I make a statement, please?
No, the previous question's been called. We're on the bill.
No, you may not.
Yeah. Previous question cuts off all the debate, so we are ready to vote. Right? So we are on BL 2020-285 as amended. All those in favor of the bill say aye.
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 Opposed, no?
No.
Okay. All right, so because it's on third reading, it's a roll call vote. All right, so Madam Clerk, hitting your machine, we are taking a roll call vote.
Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Hurt.
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Glover.
No.
Councilmember Suara.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall. No. Councilmember Toombs. Yes. Councilmember Gamble.
Yes.
Councilmember Swope.
No.
Councilmember Parker. Yes. Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Withers.
Councilmember Withers, you're muted. Okay, there you go. No. Now you're muted again.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes. Councilmember Benedict.
Yes.
Councilmember Van Rees.
Yes.
Councilmember Hancock.
No.
No. Councilmember Young. Councilmember Young. Councilmember Hager. Councilmember Hager. Councilmember Evans.
No.
Councilmember Bradford.
Yes.
Councilmember Roden.
No.
Councilmember Syracuse. Yes. Councilmember Welsh.
Yes.
Councilmember Sledge.
Yes.
Councilmember Cash.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell.
No.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor.
Yes.
Councilmember Hauser.
Yes.
Councilmember Druffel.
No.
Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Pulley.
No.
Councilmember Johnston.
No.
Councilmember Nash.
No.
Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Porterfield.
Yes.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
Yes.
Councilmember Rutherford. Yes. Councilmember Stiles. Councilmember Stiles on your bill.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Henderson.
Abstain.
Councilmember Rosenberg. Yes. Councilmember Young. Councilmember Hager. Councilmember Vercher.
Three in favor, 11 against, 1 abstention.
11 and 1. I mean, to 2, you got 2 abstentions?
Who did you have abstaining? Yeah, there's only 1 abstention. Yeah, 23, 11, and 1.
That was a yes.
So the vote is yes, 23, 11 no, 1 abstention. 23 yes, 11 no, 1 abstention. It needed 21 votes to pass. It just made it. 23 votes, so the bill passes on third and final reading. BL 2020.
Vice Mayor, point of order, please.
Councilmember Glover? Yeah, point of order.
And I just think I have to ask this question because of what just passed here. My business, I'm trying to decide or understand essential businesses. We have 3 people who work in my building with me, and so therefore are we now required to wear a mask inside of my office building?
This does not seem like a point of order.
Okay, so hold on. So that's really not a point of order, that's a question about something, yeah. So,
Then, all right, then I'll send it to Mr. Cooper.
yeah, just send it to Mr. Cooper in the morning, okay? We're now on BL 2020-290 by Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Lee, you still on the phone call? I think she was getting off. She's the only person on this bill, so this bill will have to be deferred will be deferred one meeting. Okay? So BL 2020-290 is deferred one meeting. Councilmember Lee, just in case I missed you, you still on? Okay, she had sent me a note she was going to have to get off. All right? All right, last bill, BL 2020-292 by Councilmember Hall. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by change from RS15 to RM9, zoning for property located at Ashland City Highway, unnumbered, at the northwest corner of Ashland City Highway and Cato Road, 3.74 acres. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Committee report.
Committee report, Councilmember Murphy, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you. We agreed that there would be an amendment made on the floor, and there was no vote taken on that amendment, and then it was deferred one meeting, 11 in favor, 2 against.
We don't have one.
So Councilmember Murphy, go back. We don't have an amendment. Are you saying there's an amendment on this bill?
Yes, the sponsor agreed to do a verbal amendment on the floor to make this whatever the appropriate no Airbnb zoning. So I guess that would be RM9NS is what the sponsor agreed to do on the floor, and then it would be deferred one meeting, 11 in favor, 0 against.
All right, so I'm going to check with Mr. Cooper. We usually do not take written amendments. We can get it drafted. If you're going to defer the bill, we can get the amendment drafted. So, Councilmember...
That was stated in committee and on the floor.
All right, Councilmember Hall, I'm coming back to you.
That's actually Councilmember O'Connell's substitute or amendment that he made in committee.
Mr. President, I'm happy to take this. We just wanted to make it an RM9-NS designation, so I think that could be done simply, and I'd be happy to suspend the rule to make that happen.
Okay, well, the problem is that we don't typically take non-written amendments. So let me make sure we're clear that we're on the last bill. Are you going to defer this bill tonight? Yes. All right. So, Mr. Cooper, let me check with you. If he's going to defer the bill anyway, that gives us time to get the written amendment.
If he's going to defer, we can just amend. That's fine.
All right. That's obviously a little bit safer to have a written amendment. So, Councilmember Hall, tell me what you're going to do with the bill. What's your plan to do with the bill tonight?
We're going to defer it one meeting and then make that amendment.
Okay, so the motion is to defer one meeting, and then we can get the amendment drafted for you, okay? And then if you want to re-refer it back to Planning and Zoning, Councilman Murphy, do you want it to come back with the amendment so you can look at it?
Yes, since it was deferred, it would stay in our committee.
Oh, okay, so I thought you all took action on the bill. I know you took the amendment, but you didn't take action.
It was deferred one meeting, 11 in favor, 2 against.
All right, so what we're going to do is the motion is to defer one meeting with a re-referral back to Planning and Zoning, and Mr. Cooper can work on getting an amendment drafted for you, all right? That's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? I'm not even sure what our vote total is now. 2311. 38 still, 38 to 0. Okay, 38 to 0. Any change with that? Your motion passes. That bill will be deferred one meeting. I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Councilmember Syracuse, second. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. We stand adjourned. Council has
concluded about an 8.5-hour meeting. That's long by most standards, but is actually in keeping with what the council's been doing for the last several months. In fact, if you go back at least into the month of May, maybe longer than that, this council has not begun any meeting it's begun. It has not ended on the day it began. That goes all the way back probably into sometime into April. In fact, the most surprising decision by the council tonight is a vote of 11-18 with 10 abstentions, 11-4-18 against 10 abstentions, to basically decline to support the public hearing mandate, the public health mandate put out by the city's health director and by Mayor Cooper, mandating masks be worn in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic. It's not that council members feel like who voted against it or abstained that they don't want masks to be worn. They just feel that the current penalty for that, which is a Class C misdemeanor, is too strong. It's a criminal offense. They prefer to see citations and fines be given. The council, by the way, on third and final reading towards the end of the meeting, did strengthen mask requirements for people that work in non-essential businesses. So that will also be going to the mayor's desk for his signature. It's not supposed to be a contradictory bill than from what the mandate is, but it does have some things about it that are a little bit different than what's also there. On third and final reading, after 9 months of debate and changes, the council has approved a bill that would allow a number of home businesses to operate legally in residential areas with some restrictions. The final vote was 25-4, 14 against with 1 abstention. There were a few amendments added as well tonight. The most important one was probably one that would put a sunset provision of January 2023 on this bill, meaning the council will either have to stay with this and re-up it before 2023 or go back and start all over again. There are people who feel like this is a good move, particularly for home businesses that are in the music business, but others feel like it's going to be a mess, perhaps on the same level of short-term rentals that the council has been bedeviled with for some time. The council also tonight approved a resolution asking that the mayor put a representative from the Community Oversight Board, a representative of community organizations and advocacy groups, and a representative from the Turnover Police on the committee that will be selecting the next police chief. There's also a resolution that they also approved tonight to the Metro Civil Service Commission asking them to designate Juneteenth or June 19th every year as a metropolitan holiday. Other second reading bills also related to social justice and police reform tonight. The council deferred a bill that would prohibit the police department from hiring police officers who had previously been fired or under investigation by another law enforcement agency for malfeasance or use of force. The council also deferred a bill that would incorporate limitations on police use of force. The council was told tonight by its staff that it's questionable whether the council has the legal authority under the charter to require the police chief to modify police policies or to have anything to do with police hiring practices. In that regard, the council had a bill they debated on first reading. That's very rare tonight, and barely approved on first reading a bill that would prohibit the use of chemical weapons such as tear gas by Metro Police. The vote was 16-4, 13 against, and 10 abstentions. I would point out that the bill is going to pass on third and final reading in a couple of weeks. It's going to need 21 votes or 5 more votes than it got tonight. Also on second reading tonight, the council indefinitely deferred a bill that would end the city's contract with the private corrections company CoreCivic, be effective in 2022. At this point, CoreCivic feels like it's become a political football and basically wants to end the contract. It's already set to expire at the end of this month. It may want to give a 90-day extension to that or transition over to Sheriff Darren Hall. He says he can operate it at the same amount of money with perhaps a $5 million extra money to do a transition period. The council members who deferred it tonight hope that this will certainly be given an opportunity to work out something with CoreCivic, but that is not clear at all whether CoreCivic is going to be willing to do that. Council also approved a bill tonight, a resolution that acknowledges the significant efforts by Teens for Equity. That's the group of teenagers who have organized several very successful and large marches in town, and all of them have been nonviolent. The council is now in recess for 2 weeks. It comes back on June 21st for its next meeting. One of the things the council will be doing at that time will be appointing somebody for a vacancy on the Metro School Board to serve until at least the November election. We'll be here at that time to provide live coverage. Until then, as we say again, good morning from the council chambers.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.